introduction. The introduction of The Legacy by Elle Kennedy opens not with a dramatic scene or a new crisis, but with a quiet, reflective pause, a moment for both the author and the reader to breathe before diving back into the chaotic, beautiful, and often hilarious world of the off-campus series. This book is unlike the previous installments in the series, which each focused on a single couple's journey from attraction to love, from conflict to commitment. The Legacy is something different entirely, a collection of 4 interconnected novellas, each one catching up with a beloved pair of characters 3 years after the events of the original books. The introduction serves as a warm, nostalgic welcome back, a reminder of where we left these characters and a promise of where they are headed. It acknowledges that the college days of wild parties, hockey rivalries, and dorm room hookups are far behind them, replaced by the far more complicated terrain of real adult life, with its mortgages and career pressures, and the terrifying, wonderful responsibility of building a future with someone you love. The tone is immediately familiar, blending Kennedy's signature humor with a deeper, more introspective edge, as if the characters themselves have grown up right along with the readers who have followed them from the beginning. The introduction sets the stage by reminding us of the core theme that runs through all 4 stories: the idea that love, while powerful and transformative, is not a magic solution to every problem. Garrett and Hannah, who fought so hard to bridge the gap between the jock and the brainiac, now face the challenge of balancing their demanding careers with the desire to start a family. Logan and Grace, who overcame a secret relationship and family opposition, now find themselves navigating the pressures of professional hockey and the lingering wounds of Logan's difficult childhood. Dean and Allie, the couple who seemed the most unlikely to last, having started with a fake relationship built on pure antagonism, now confront the question of whether they are ready to take the ultimate step toward forever. And Tucker and Sabrina, who built something real from the ashes of a one-night stand and an unplanned pregnancy, now face the complexities of marriage, parenthood, and the hard choices that come with chasing dreams that may not fit neatly into the life they have built together. The introduction makes it clear that this is not a book of easy, happily ever afters, but a book about what happens after the happily ever after, when the credits have rolled and the real work of staying together begins. The introduction also pays homage to the friendships that have always been the backbone of the series. While each novella focuses on a different couple, the characters weave in and out of each other's stories, their bonds of friendship as strong and as chaotic as ever. The reader is reminded of the shared history, the late nights in the old Briar University hockey house, the pranks, the arguments, the moments of unexpected vulnerability that turned 4 strangers into a family. There is a sense of nostalgia woven through the introduction, a recognition that those days are gone, but that the connections forged in them remain. The characters have scattered somewhat, pursuing careers and building homes in different cities, but they still show up for each other, still answer the phone at 2 a.m., still find time for the group chats that range from the absurd to the deeply meaningful. This found family, the introduction suggests, is just as important as the romantic love stories at the heart of the book, and it is this network of support that helps each couple navigate the challenges ahead. Crucially, the introduction frames the legacy as a gift to the readers who have invested in these characters over multiple books. It acknowledges that there are questions left unanswered, moments left unseen, and that this collection is designed to provide closure while also opening new windows into the lives of these beloved characters. What happened after Garrett and Hannah's wedding? How did Logan and Grace handle the pressures of his NHL career? Did Dean ever truly learn to be vulnerable? How are Sabrina and Tucker managing parenthood and her demanding law school schedule? The introduction promises that all of these questions will be addressed, but not in a tidy, bow-wrapped package. Life, the introduction reminds us, is messy. Relationships are work. And the legacy of these four couples is not a single perfect moment, but the accumulation of thousands of small, imperfect choices to stay, to forgive, to grow, and to love. The introduction ends on a note of anticipation, inviting the reader to settle in for a journey that is by turns funny, steamy, heartbreaking, and ultimately hopeful. It is a reminder that growing up is hard, that love is not always easy, but that for these four couples, the struggle is worth it, and the best is yet to come. With that, the introduction hands the reader over to the first novella, eager to begin the next chapter in the lives of the off-campus crew. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 of The Legacy opens with Garrett Graham, the loud, brash, fiercely loyal hockey player who started this entire series, standing in the kitchen of the home he shares with his wife Hannah, staring at a pregnancy test with an expression that can only be described as existential terror. The scene is pure domestic chaos, the kitchen counter cluttered with half-empty coffee mugs, a stack of unopened mail, and the aforementioned plastic stick that has just changed the entire trajectory of their lives. Garrett picked up the test from the bathroom floor, where Hannah had left it 5 minutes ago, unable to look at it herself, and now he cannot look away. 2 pink lines. Positive. They are going to have a baby. His hands are shaking, which is ridiculous because he has held hockey sticks through championship games, has thrown punches with men twice his size, has faced down his own fears and insecurities in the dark of night. But nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever terrified him quite like those 2 little pink lines. He is not ready. He is not sure he will ever be ready. And yet, as the initial shock begins to fade, something else rises in its place, something warm and fierce and protective. He is going to be a father. He and Hannah, the brilliant, beautiful, stubborn woman who somehow agreed to marry him, are going to have a child. The thought is so enormous that he has to sit down on one of the kitchen stools before his knees give out. Hannah finds him there a few minutes later, having worked up the courage to leave the bathroom and face whatever news the test held. She takes one look at Garrett's face, at the pregnancy test in his hand, and she knows. The tears come immediately. Not sad tears, but overwhelmed ones, the kind that come when you have been holding your breath and finally get to exhale. Garrett stands up, crosses the kitchen in 2 strides, and pulls her into his arms. They stand there for a long time, not speaking, just holding each other, while the morning light filters through the kitchen windows and the city of Boston wakes up outside their door. When Hannah finally pulls back, she is laughing and crying at the same time, and she asks him if he is okay. Garrett, who has never been good at hiding his emotions, tells her the truth. He is terrified. He is thrilled. He has no idea what he is doing. He loves her more than he has ever loved anything in his life. Hannah laughs again, that bright, melodic laugh that first made him fall for her all those years ago, and she says that is exactly how she feels too. They are in this together, the two of them, the way they have been since the beginning, when she was a tutu-wearing, cinnamon-roll-stealing genius, and he was a hot-headed hockey player with more brawn than brain. The rest of the chapter moves through the immediate aftermath of the discovery, the practical details and emotional swings that come with learning you are going to become a parent. Hannah, ever the planner, immediately starts researching everything: prenatal vitamins, due date calculators, the best obstetricians in Boston, the pros and cons of various birthing methods. Garrett watches her with a mixture of admiration and amusement, recognizing that this is her way of processing, of taking control of a situation that is fundamentally uncontrollable. He, on the other hand, processes by calling Logan, his best friend and former teammate, blurting out the news in a single breathless sentence before Logan can even say hello. Logan's response is predictably steady. Congratulations delivered in that calm, measured voice that has always balanced out Garrett's impulsiveness. Logan tells him that he is going to be a great dad, that there is no manual for this, that everyone is terrified, and anyone who says otherwise is lying. Garrett hangs up feeling slightly better, though the terror is still there, a low hum beneath every other emotion. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the Briar University hockey rink, where Garrett has returned for an alumni event, a chance to reminisce with old teammates and watch the current team practice. The rink smells exactly as he remembers it, like ice and sweat and ambition. And walking through the familiar corridors brings back a flood of memories: the wins and losses, the locker room pranks, the late nights spent dreaming of the NHL. He finds himself standing at the glass, watching the players skate, and he thinks about the kid he used to be, the one who thought that hockey was everything, that nothing else mattered. That kid would never have believed that he would one day be standing here, married to a genius, about to become a father, with a career that has nothing to do with professional sports. Garrett works in sports management now, A job he fell into after an injury ended his NHL dreams. And he is good at it, surprisingly good. But there are still moments when he misses the ice with an ache that takes his breath away. He wonders if he will feel that same ache when he holds his child for the first time. The ache of something lost, or if the new love will eclipse the old one entirely. The chapter introduces a minor conflict that will likely build throughout the novella. A hint of tension between Garrett and Hannah about their different approaches to the pregnancy. Hannah wants to plan everything, to read every book, to be as prepared as humanly possible. Garrett wants to trust that things will work out, that they will figure it out as they go, that too much planning will only make the anxiety worse. Neither of them is wrong, but neither of them is fully right either. And the chapter ends with a small, unresolved argument about whether to find out the sex of the baby. Hannah wanting to wait for the surprise, Garrett desperate to know so he can start picturing the future. They do not resolve the argument. Instead, they fall into bed together, a reminder that at the core of every disagreement is the love that holds them together. The sex is tender and different from their usual passionate encounters, charged with the knowledge that everything is about to change, that these quiet moments of just the two of them are numbered. Afterwards, lying in the dark, Garrett rests his hand on Hannah's still flat belly and whispers a promise to the tiny person growing inside her. He promises to be better than his own father was, to show up, to pay attention, to love unconditionally. He does not know if he can keep that promise, but he is going to try. The chapter closes with Hannah's hand covering his, her voice soft in the darkness, telling him that they are going to be okay. Garrett wants to believe her. He is learning that wanting to believe is sometimes the first step toward actually believing. The chapter ends on that note of tentative hope. The pregnancy test discarded in the bathroom trash, the future unwritten, but the two of them facing it together, the way they always have. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 shifts focus from Garrett and Hannah to the second couple in this interconnected collection, Logan and Grace, and the change in perspective is immediate and striking. Where Garrett's world is loud and impulsive, Logan's is measured and controlled, a necessary coping mechanism for a man who grew up with chaos and violence as his only constants. The chapter opens in the sleek modern apartment that Logan and Grace share in a quiet neighborhood not far from the heart of Boston, a space that reflects both of them, Logan's minimalist aesthetic and Grace's warm, colorful touches. A bookshelf overflowing with her psychology texts. A framed photograph of the two of them at Garrett and Hannah's wedding. A soft throw blanket draped over the back of the couch that Grace bought on a whim and Logan secretly loves. Logan is sitting at the kitchen table, his laptop open in front of him, reviewing the terms of his new contract with the Boston NHL team, the one he worked so hard to earn, the one that finally gives him the security and stability he never had as a child. The numbers on the screen are large, larger than he ever dreamed possible when he was a scared kid sleeping on a friend's couch. And he should feel nothing but pride and relief. Instead, he feels a familiar restlessness, a sense that something is missing, though he cannot quite name what it is. Grace finds him there when she comes home from her shift at the hospital, where she is completing her residency in psychiatry, a field that suits her natural empathy and her fierce desire to help people heal. She takes one look at Logan's face, at the furrow in his brow that he cannot quite smooth away, and she knows that something is bothering him. This is one of the gifts of their relationship, the ability to read each other without words, a skill honed over years of navigating Logan's trauma and Grace's own complicated family history. She hangs her coat on the hook by the door, kicks off her shoes, and crosses the room to wrap her arms around him from behind, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. Logan leans into her touch, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly, and he tells her about the contract, about the money, about the strange, hollow feeling that success has not filled the void he thought it would. Grace listens without interrupting, the way she always does. And when he finishes, she asks him a question that cuts straight to the heart of the matter. What does he want? Not what does he think he should want, not what does the world expect him to want, but what does he actually want, deep down, in the quietest part of himself. Logan is silent for a long time, and Grace waits, patient as always. What he wants, he finally admits, is something he has never allowed himself to want before. He wants a family, not just Grace, though she is everything to him, but a real family, children of his own, a chance to be the father he never had. The admission feels dangerous, like giving voice to a wish that might be snatched away by the universe simply for being spoken. He has spent his whole life believing that he does not deserve good things, that the violence of his childhood marked him in ways that cannot be erased, that he would be a terrible father because he never had a model for what a good father looks like. Grace turns him around in his chair so that she is looking directly into his eyes, and she tells him, with the quiet authority of someone who has spent years studying the human mind and the human heart, that he is not his father. She tells him that the very fact that he is afraid of being a bad father is proof that he will be a good one, because bad fathers do not worry about whether they are good enough. She tells him that she wants this too, that she has wanted it for a while, but did not want to pressure him, that they are in this together, whatever this turns out to be. The chapter then moves to a conversation between Logan and Garrett, the two friends meeting for lunch at a noisy sports bar not far from the rink. Garrett, still reeling from the pregnancy news that he has not yet fully processed, is uncharacteristically subdued, picking at his fries and staring into his soda as if it holds the answers to the universe. Logan notices immediately, because Logan notices everything, and he asks what is wrong. Garrett tells him about the baby, about the terror and the joy, and the overwhelming sense of being completely unprepared. Logan listens, and then he says something that surprises them both. He says that he is jealous, not in a bitter or resentful way, but in the way of someone who has been standing at the edge of a pool, wanting to jump in, but afraid of the water. He tells Garrett that he and Grace have been talking about having a child, that the idea both terrifies and excites him, that he is not sure he is ready, but he is starting to think that no one is ever really ready. Garrett stares at his friend for a long moment, and then he laughs, the first real laugh since he saw those two pink lines. He says that they are a mess, both of them, a couple of hockey players who never thought they would live past 25, now talking about diaper brands and preschool admissions. Logan smiles, a rare, genuine smile, and he says that maybe that is the point. Maybe the best things in life are the ones you never saw coming. The chapter introduces a secondary storyline involving Grace's work at the hospital, where she has been treating a young patient, a teenager with a history of self-harm, and a family that does not seem to understand what she is going through. Grace is frustrated by the system, by the limits of what she can do, by the knowledge that this girl will go home to the same environment that made her sick in the first place. She comes home from work exhausted and angry, and Logan, who has learned how to read her moods as easily as she reads his, draws her a bath and pours her a glass of wine without being asked. She tells him about the girl, about the injustice of it all, about the moments when she wonders if she is making any difference at all. Logan holds her hand and tells her that she is making a difference, that she makes a difference every single day, that the world is better because she is in it. It is exactly what she needs to hear. not because it solves anything, but because it reminds her that she is not alone, that the weight of the world does not have to rest on her shoulders alone. The chapter closes with a quiet scene late that night. Logan and Grace lying in bed, the room dark except for the soft glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. Logan's hand rests on Grace's belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he likes the feel of her, the warmth of her, the proof that she is real and here and his. He thinks about the conversation with Garrett, about the possibility of a child, about the terrifying, wonderful prospect of becoming a father. He still does not believe that he deserves it, not really, but he is starting to believe that he might want it enough to try. Grace, half asleep, murmurs something about loving him, and Logan whispers it back. The words so familiar now, but no less powerful for their familiarity. The chapter ends with him closing his eyes, his hand still on her belly, and for the first time in a long time, he lets himself imagine a future that includes a tiny version of them, a person with Grace's eyes and his stubbornness, a person who will never know the kind of childhood he survived. It is a dangerous dream, but he lets himself hold it anyway, just for a moment, before sleep takes him under. The chapter ends on that note of fragile possibility. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, not sure where the road will lead, but certain that they will walk it together. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 swings the narrative focus to Dean and Allie, the couple whose relationship began as the most improbable of all, a fake arrangement born from mutual annoyance and physical attraction that somehow, against all odds, blossomed into something real and lasting. The chapter opens with Dean standing in the doorway of the bedroom he shares with Allie in their cozy but slightly chaotic apartment, watching her sleep with an expression of such naked adoration that it would embarrass him if anyone else were there to see it. Allie is a messy sleeper, her hair spread across the pillow like a golden fan, one arm thrown above her head, her mouth slightly open, and Dean thinks, not for the first time, that she is the most beautiful thing he has ever seen. They have been together for years now, long enough that the initial fire has settled into something deeper, something that does not need constant tending to keep burning. But Dean still catches himself staring at her like this, still feels his heart skip when she walks into a room, still cannot quite believe that she chose him, out of all the people in the world. The old Dean, the one who used shallow charm and casual hookups as armor against genuine connection, would have laughed at the man he has become. The new Dean is too busy being grateful to care. Allie wakes slowly, blinking up at him with sleepy eyes, and asks how long he has been standing there like a creep. Dean grins, that familiar, mischievous grin that first caught her attention all those years ago, and tells her that he was just admiring the view. She throws a pillow at his head, which he catches easily, and then she reaches for him, pulling him back into bed for a lazy morning that has nothing to do with sex and everything to do with the simple, profound pleasure of being tangled up together under the warm blankets. They talk about nothing and everything, the mundane details of their lives that have become the texture of their shared existence. Dean's work at the gym he co-owns with a friend, Allie's job as a physical therapist, the ongoing group chat with Garrett and Hannah and Logan and Grace that is equal parts support group and comedy roast. Dean mentions, almost casually, that his mother has been asking when they are going to get married. The word marriage hangs in the air between them, not for the first time, but with a weight that feels different today. Allie does not answer immediately, and Dean, who has learned to read her silences almost as well as he reads her words, feels a flicker of uncertainty. The chapter then shifts to a flashback. a technique Kennedy uses sparingly but effectively throughout the legacy. The flashback takes the reader to the early days of Dean and Ally's relationship, when the fake dating arrangement was still in full effect, and neither of them was willing to admit how real their feelings had become. Dean remembers a specific conversation with Garrett, who warned him not to hurt Ally, not because Garrett doubted Dean's feelings, but because Garrett understood that Dean's defense mechanisms ran deep. Dean had laughed it off at the time, made a joke about not being the relationship type, but the words had stayed with him, burrowing under his skin like splinters he could not quite remove. The flashback serves as a reminder of how far Dean has come, from a man who used humor and distance to protect himself, to a man who is finally, tentatively, learning to be vulnerable. The present day, Dean is not the same person who made that joke in the locker room all those years ago. But some fears, the chapter suggests, never fully disappear. They just learn to coexist with the love that grows around them. Back in the present, Ally finally responds to Dean's comment about his mother. She says that she has been thinking about marriage too, not because she feels pressured, but because she has started to want it, really want it, in a way she did not expect. She tells Dean that she loves him, that she has loved him since before she fully understood what love was supposed to feel like, that she cannot imagine her life without him in it. But she also tells him that she is scared, not of him, but of the idea of forever, of the weight of a promise that is supposed to last a lifetime. Dean listens, his heart pounding in his chest, and he understands exactly what she means because he feels the same fear. Forever is a long time. Forever is the kind of word that can crush you if you think about it too hard. But then he looks at Ally, at the woman who saw through his charming exterior to the scared, lonely boy underneath, who stayed when everyone else would have left, who loves him not despite his flaws but including them, and he knows that he wants forever anyway. He does not say this out loud. He is not ready, not yet. But he thinks it, and the thought feels like a promise he is making to himself. The chapter introduces a minor but significant subplot involving Dean's mother, who has been pressuring him to propose not out of malice, but out of a genuine desire to see her son happy. Dean has a complicated relationship with his mother, who was present but not always emotionally available during his childhood, more focused on keeping the family afloat after his father left than on nurturing her son's emotional needs. He loves her, but he also resents her, a tangled knot of feelings that he has never fully unraveled. Ally has been gently encouraging him to talk to his mother about the past, to clear the air, to find a way to move forward without the weight of unspoken grievances. Dean has been resisting because talking about feelings is hard, because vulnerability is terrifying, because he would rather joke about something than face it directly. But the chapter hints that a reckoning is coming. That Dean cannot keep avoiding the hard conversations forever. The chapter closes with a scene between Dean and Tucker, who appears for the first time in this novella as a supporting character. Tucker is visiting Boston for a few days, taking a break from his graduate program and the chaos of parenting a toddler. And he and Dean meet for a beer at a quiet pub near the water. The two men talk about life, about love, about the terror of commitment, and the surprising joy of being tied to someone in ways you never expected. Tucker, who has always been the most emotionally grounded of the group, tells Dean that he knew Ally was the one the first time she made Dean laugh, really laugh. Not the performative laugh he used to charm people, but the genuine, unguarded laugh that Tucker had rarely heard before. He tells Dean that marriage is not about being ready, because no one is ever ready. It is about being willing, about choosing the same person every day, even on the days when it is hard. Dean listens, and he thinks about Allie, about the life they have built, about the future he wants to build with her. He still does not know when or how he will propose, but he knows, with a certainty that feels like coming home, that he will. The chapter ends with Dean walking home through the cold Boston night, his hands in his pockets, a small velvet box burning a hole in his jacket, the one he bought months ago and has been too scared to open. He is not ready, but he is willing. And maybe, he thinks, that is enough. The chapter closes on that unresolved, hopeful note. Dean's secret burning in his pocket, the proposal waiting for the right moment, the future hanging in the balance. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 shifts the narrative to the fourth and final couple of the legacy, Tucker and Sabrina, and the change in atmosphere is immediate. Where the previous chapters have dealt with the anxieties of impending parenthood, the quiet longing for family, and the fear of commitment, Tucker and Sabrina's story is already deep in the trenches of real life, with all its messiness and exhaustion and unexpected joy. The chapter opens in the small but lovingly kept apartment that Tucker, Sabrina, and their daughter Clara have called home for the past year, and the scene is one of controlled chaos. Clara, who is now a toddler, is in the throes of a tantrum because her socks are the wrong color, a crisis that feels apocalyptic to her 2-year-old brain and merely exhausting to her parents. Sabrina is on the floor with her, trying to use the calm, measured techniques she learned from Dr. Reyes, her therapist, while Tucker is making breakfast, or attempting to make breakfast, while also fielding texts from his graduate program advisor about an upcoming deadline. The apartment smells like burnt toast and coffee, and the faint, sweet scent of baby shampoo. And Sabrina thinks, not for the first time, that this is not the life she imagined for herself when she was a teenager plotting her escape from foster care. It is messier, louder, more exhausting. It is also, in ways she never could have predicted, infinitely better. Sabrina is in her second year of law school now, and the demands of her program are relentless. She spends her days in classes and her nights in the library, and the guilt of missing time with Clara is a constant, low-level hum beneath everything else. Tucker has stepped up in ways that still surprise her, not because she doubted him, but because she never had a model for what an equal partnership looked like. He handles most of the childcare while she is in class. He cooks dinner most nights. He rubs her feet when she comes home too tired to speak. He does not complain, not ever. And sometimes Sabrina finds herself waiting for the resentment to surface, for the moment when he decides that this is not what he signed up for. But that moment never comes. Tucker is steady in a way that still feels miraculous to her, a man who shows up every single day and asks for nothing in return except her presence, her love, her willingness to try. The chapter makes clear that their relationship is not perfect. They still argue, still misunderstand each other, still have to work at communication. But the foundation is solid, built from years of hard conversations and harder choices, and it holds. The central conflict of this chapter arrives in the form of a letter, a physical envelope that Sabrina finds in the mailbox when she gets home from class, her hand trembling as she recognizes the handwriting on the front. It is from her mother, the woman who abandoned her as a child, the woman who wrote the first letter months ago and received Sabrina's careful, guarded response. Sabrina has not heard from her mother since she mailed that letter back, and she had allowed herself to hope that the silence meant the end of it, that her mother had accepted her decision and moved on. But this envelope is thicker than the last one, and Sabrina can feel something inside it besides paper, a small lump that she cannot identify through the envelope. She sits down on the front steps of the apartment building, Clara safely inside with Tucker, and she opens the letter with shaking hands. The first thing she pulls out is a photograph, old and faded. A picture of her mother holding her as a baby, both of them smiling. Her mother's eyes clear and bright in a way Sabrina rarely saw in her later years. The photograph is accompanied by a long letter, pages and pages of her mother's looping handwriting, and Sabrina begins to read. The letter is different from the first one. There is no pleading, no manipulation, no talk of redemption or God. Instead, her mother writes about small things, memories she has held onto for years, the sound of Sabrina's first laugh, the way she used to sing off-key in the car, the particular stubborn set of her jaw that she clearly inherited from her mother. She writes about her own childhood, about the grandmother Sabrina never knew, about the patterns of pain and abandonment that stretched back generations. She writes about her sobriety, not as a triumph, but as a daily struggle, a choice she has to make every morning when she opens her eyes. She writes that she does not expect forgiveness, that she knows she does not deserve it, that she only wants Sabrina to know that she thinks about her every single day, that she has never stopped loving her, even when she was too sick to show it. She writes that she would like to meet Clara one day, if Sabrina ever feels ready, but that she will wait, however long it takes. She writes that she is proud of Sabrina, not for becoming a lawyer or surviving foster care, but for breaking the cycle, for being the mother she herself could not be. Sabrina finishes the letter with tears streaming down her face, the photograph clutched in her hand, and she does not know what to feel. The anger is still there, buried but present. The grief is there too, for the childhood she lost, for the mother she needed and never had. But underneath the anger and the grief, there is something else, something softer, something that might be the beginning of a very fragile, very tentative understanding. She brings the letter inside and shows it to Tucker, who reads it in silence while Clara naps in the next room. When he finishes, he looks at her with those steady, patient eyes, and he asks what she wants to do. Not what she thinks she should do, not what he thinks she should do, but what she actually wants. Sabrina thinks about it for a long time. She wants to protect Clara. She wants to protect herself. She also wants, more than she expected to want it, to know her mother, not as a fantasy or a villain, but as a real person, flawed and broken and trying. She tells Tucker that she is not ready to meet her mother in person, that she may never be ready, but that she is willing to keep writing letters, to open a door just a crack, to see what comes through. Tucker nods and tells her that he will support whatever she decides, that he loves her, that he is proud of her for even considering this. Sabrina leans into him, her head on his shoulder, and she lets herself cry, not from sadness, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of being alive, of having to make impossible choices, of carrying a past that does not weigh less just because the present is good. The chapter then shifts to a lighter moment, a family outing to the park that serves as a palate cleanser after the emotional intensity of the letter. Clara runs through the grass with the unbridled joy of a toddler who has not yet learned that the world can be cruel, and Tucker chases her, his laughter echoing across the playground. Sabrina sits on a bench and watches them, her hand resting on the photograph in her pocket. And she thinks about the mother she is trying to become. She thinks about breaking the cycle, about raising a daughter who will never have to write a letter like the one she just received, about being present in ways her own mother could not be. She knows that she will make mistakes, that she will hurt Clara in ways she cannot predict, that no amount of therapy or medication or good intentions can guarantee a perfect childhood. But she also knows that she will show up. She will apologize when she is wrong. She will let Clara see her cry. She will love her daughter not despite her flaws, but including them. That, she thinks, is the best she can do. And maybe, just maybe, it will be enough. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina putting Clara to bed, the familiar ritual of bath and books and lullabies that has become the anchor of their evenings. After Clara is asleep, Tucker and Sabrina sit on the couch, the apartment quiet around them, and they talk about the future. Tucker has been offered a position at a sports psychology clinic in Boston, a real job with a real salary and real benefits, and he is nervous about taking it, about leaving behind the relative safety of graduate school for the uncertainty of the professional world. Sabrina listens, offers her thoughts, tells him that she believes in him. That he is going to be amazing, that she will support him no matter what. Tucker kisses her, soft and grateful, and then he asks her a question he has never asked before. He asks if she wants to get married. Not now, not tomorrow, but someday, when the time is right. He tells her that he knows they are already a family, that a piece of paper will not change that, but that he wants to stand up in front of everyone they love and declare that she is his person, that he is hers, that they are choosing each other for always. Sabrina looks at him, at this man who walked into her life when she least expected it and refused to leave, and she says yes. Not a hesitant yes or a conditional yes, but a yes that comes from the deepest part of her, the part that has finally learned to trust. They hold each other in the dark, the ring not yet purchased, the date not yet set, but the promise made, unbreakable and real. The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, Tucker's heartbeat steady against her ear, Clara sleeping peacefully down the hall, and she thinks about the word legacy. This is hers. Not money or fame or professional success, but this family, this love, this stubborn, radiant, hard-won happiness. The chapter closes on that note of quiet triumph. The past not forgotten, but no longer ruling her. The future not certain, but no longer terrifying. She is exactly where she is supposed to be. And for Sabrina James, that is the greatest victory of all. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 returns the narrative to Garrett and Hannah, picking up several weeks after the pregnancy test revelation and diving deeper into the emotional and practical chaos of preparing for a baby. The chapter opens with Garrett standing in the middle of a baby superstore, surrounded by aisles of products he cannot name and does not understand, holding a registry scanner that feels like a weapon from another planet. Hannah is beside him, her belly now showing a small but unmistakable bump, her tablet open to a spreadsheet that contains no fewer than 6 separate tabs labeled things like nursery furniture, feeding essentials, safety equipment, and the ominously titled postpartum recovery. Garrett loves his wife with every fiber of his being, but watching her approach pregnancy with the same meticulous, data-driven intensity she once applied to her pre-law coursework is both impressive and mildly terrifying. She has read 12 books already, joined 4 online forums, and created a color-coded calendar for every week of the pregnancy. He, on the other hand, has read approximately half of 1 book and spent most of his free time watching YouTube videos about how to change a diaper, none of which have prepared him for the sheer volume of stuff that apparently accompanies the arrival of a tiny human. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around control, or more specifically, Hannah's need for it, and Garrett's struggle to support her without losing himself. Hannah has always been a planner, a woman who finds safety in spreadsheets and certainty in research, but the pregnancy has amplified these tendencies to a degree that even she recognizes is excessive. She lies awake at night running through worst-case scenarios, the baby not breathing, the cord around its neck, the 1,000 things that can go wrong in a delivery room. She has started checking her blood pressure obsessively, timing her kicks, analyzing every twinge and cramp, as if it might be the first sign of catastrophe. Garrett has tried to comfort her, to remind her that she is healthy, that the baby is healthy, that the odds are overwhelmingly in their favor. But his reassurances bounce off her like rain off glass, because the fear is not rational and cannot be reasoned away. This is the dark underbelly of Hannah's intelligence, her ability to imagine every possible outcome, including the ones that keep her up at night with her heart pounding and her hands clenched in the sheets. The chapter introduces a secondary storyline involving Garrett's work, which has become increasingly stressful as he navigates the politics of sports management. He is representing a promising young hockey player, a kid with more talent than sense, and the negotiations are not going well. The player's father is a nightmare, demanding more money than the kid is worth, threatening to take his son to another agency, making Garrett's job infinitely harder than it needs to be. Garrett comes home from meetings with a tension headache behind his eyes and a short fuse that he tries, with varying degrees of success, to hide from Hannah. She notices anyway because she always notices, and she asks him what is wrong. He tells her about the client, about the father, about the frustration of trying to do a job when everyone seems determined to make it impossible. Hannah listens, offers a few suggestions, and then reminds him that he cannot pour from an empty cup, that he needs to take care of himself too. Garrett knows she is right, but knowing and doing are different things, and he is so tired, bone-tired, in a way that sleep does not fix. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Garrett and his mother, who has come to visit for the weekend, ostensibly to help with nursery preparations, but really to check on her son and daughter-in-law. Garrett's mother is a warm, practical woman who raised him on her own after his father left, and she has always been his anchor, the person he calls when the world feels too heavy. They sit on the back porch of the apartment, the evening cool around them, and she asks him how he is really doing, not the surface answer, but the deep one. Garrett tells her the truth. He is terrified. He is excited. He is worried about Hannah. He is worried about himself. He is not sure he is going to be a good father because he did not have one, because he does not know what a good father looks like up close. His mother takes his hand and tells him that the best fathers she has known were the ones who grew up without one, the ones who had to figure it out for themselves, the ones who showed up every day because they knew exactly what it felt like when someone did not. She tells him that he is already a good father because he is already worrying, already preparing, already loving a person he has not even met yet. Garrett cries, not ashamed, just overwhelmed. And his mother holds him the way she did when he was small and scared, and the world was too big. The chapter closes with a quiet moment between Garrett and Hannah late that night, after his mother has gone to bed, and the apartment is dark. They are lying in bed, facing each other. Hannah's hand on her belly, Garrett's hand on top of hers. They talk about the baby, about names, about the kind of parents they want to be. Hannah admits that she is scared too, that the spreadsheets and the research are her way of coping, that she knows she has been obsessive and she is trying to find a balance. Garrett tells her that he loves her obsessive, that he loves her spreadsheets and her color-coded calendars, that he would rather have a wife who cares too much than one who does not care enough. They laugh, soft and tired, and then they are quiet, listening to the small sounds of the apartment settling around them. Garrett thinks about his mother's words, about showing up, about being present. He thinks about the baby, about the person who will arrive in a few months and change everything. He does not feel ready. He may never feel ready. But he feels something else, something that might be even more important. He feels willing, willing to learn, willing to fail, willing to try again. The chapter ends with Garrett kissing Hannah's forehead, her belly, her hand, a silent promise to both of them. He will show up. He will be there. He will love them both, fiercely and imperfectly, for as long as he lives. The chapter closes on that note of tender determination, the future uncertain but no longer quite so frightening. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, ready for whatever comes next. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up several weeks after their conversation about starting a family and diving into the complex, often painful process of actually trying to make that conversation a reality. The chapter opens with Grace sitting in her small office at the hospital, staring at a calendar on her phone with an intensity that suggests the numbers might rearrange themselves if she looks long enough. She is tracking her cycle, something she never thought she would do with such clinical precision, marking the days when she is most fertile, the days when she and Logan have been intimate, the days when she feels the first faint twinges that might, just might, be something more. She has been trying to keep the process light, to remind herself that these things take time, that stress is the enemy of conception, that she and Logan are young and healthy and have every reason to be optimistic. But the rational part of her brain, the part trained to analyze data and diagnose problems, is at war with the emotional part, the part that wants so badly it hurts. Every month when her period arrives, she feels a small, sharp grief that she tries to hide from Logan, not because she does not trust him with her feelings, but because she does not want to add pressure to his already heavy load. Logan, for his part, has been doing his own research, though he has been quieter about it. He has read articles about male fertility, about the impact of stress and diet and sleep on sperm count, about the ways that his grueling hockey schedule might be affecting his body in ways he never considered. He has cut back on caffeine, started taking vitamins, and tried to reduce the intensity of his workouts, though old habits die hard. He has also been watching Grace, noticing the way her smile does not quite reach her eyes when she tells him it is fine, that they have plenty of time, that there is no rush. He knows her too well to believe the performance. He knows that she is hurting, that she is scared, that she is carrying the weight of this in ways she will not fully share. He wants to fix it for her, to make it better, to give her the baby she wants so desperately. But this is not something he can fix with a fight or a goal or a perfectly timed pass. This is something that requires patience, something that requires sitting in the uncertainty, something that requires trusting that their bodies will figure it out when they are ready. The chapter introduces a significant subplot involving Logan's mother, a woman who has been absent from his life for years, mostly by his own choice. Logan's childhood was marked by violence and neglect, his father an abusive alcoholic, his mother too terrified and too broken to protect him. He has spent his adult life trying to outrun that past, building walls so high that no one could hurt him again. Grace has helped him lower those walls, but they have never fully come down, and the idea of becoming a father has stirred up old wounds he thought he had healed. He is terrified of repeating his father's mistakes, of becoming the man who made his childhood a nightmare. He is also, in a quieter, more shameful part of his heart, angry at his mother for not saving him, for not being stronger, for leaving him alone with a monster. The chapter reveals that his mother has been reaching out, sending letters that Logan has been throwing away unread, leaving voicemails that he deletes without listening. Grace knows about the letters, and she has been gently encouraging him to open one, just one, to see what his mother has to say. Logan has been refusing, because opening the door to the past feels like inviting the pain back in, and he has worked too hard to let that happen. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a quiet evening at home when Grace finds Logan sitting alone in the dark, the television off, his face illuminated only by the pale light of his phone screen. He is looking at a photograph, one he has kept hidden for years, a picture of his mother taken when she was young, before the drugs and the poverty and the abuse stole the light from her eyes. Grace sits down beside him, not touching, just present, and Logan tells her a story he has never told anyone. He tells her about the night his father almost killed his mother, about the sound of her screams, about the way he hid under his bed with his hands over his ears, praying for it to stop. He tells her about the morning after, when his mother packed a bag and walked out the door, leaving him behind because she could not take him with her, because she had nowhere to go, because she was too broken to be the mother he needed. He tells her that he has never forgiven her, that he is not sure he ever can, but that he is tired of carrying the anger. It is heavy, he says, heavier than anyone who has not lived it can understand. Grace takes his hand and tells him that he does not have to forgive his mother to heal, that forgiveness is not a requirement, that sometimes the goal is simply to put down the weight, to stop letting the past dictate the present. The chapter then shifts to a more hopeful note, a scene at the hockey rink where Logan is skating alone, the ice empty around him, the cold air biting at his cheeks. He thinks about his father, about the man who taught him to skate, who was tender and loving when he was sober and a monster when he was not. He thinks about the complicated truth that people are not all good or all bad, that his father was both, that loving someone and being hurt by someone can coexist in the same heart. He thinks about his mother, about the woman who left, about the possibility that she might have changed, that she might be different now, that she might deserve a second chance, even if he is not ready to give one. He skates until his legs burn and his lungs ache, and when he finally steps off the ice, he makes a decision. He is not going to throw away the next letter. He is not going to promise to answer it, not yet, but he is going to read it, just read it, and see what happens. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Grace is half asleep, her body warm against his, and Logan is staring at the ceiling, thinking about the future. He thinks about the baby they are trying to conceive, about the person who might one day call him Dad, about the legacy he wants to leave behind. He does not want to be remembered as the man who survived a terrible childhood. He wants to be remembered as the man who broke the cycle, who loved his children the way he was never loved, who showed up every single day and stayed. He turns his head to look at Grace, at the woman who saw the broken parts of him and loved him anyway, and he feels a gratitude so vast that it almost chokes him. He whispers into the dark that he loves her, that he is sorry he is not better at this, that he is trying. Grace, half asleep, murmurs that he is already better than he knows, that he is already the man she always believed he could be. The chapter ends with Logan closing his eyes, his hand on Grace's belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he is hoping, because hope is the only thing that has ever kept him going, because hope is the legacy he wants to pass on. The chapter closes on that fragile, tender note, the future uncertain, the past not forgotten, but the present full of possibility. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, ready to face whatever comes next, together. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up in the immediate aftermath of Dean's silent decision to propose, the small velvet box still burning a hole in his jacket pocket, the question of when and how weighing on him like a stone in his chest. The chapter opens with Dean standing in front of the bathroom mirror, practicing what he might say, the words feeling clumsy and inadequate, no matter how many times he rearranges them. He has never done this before, never asked anyone to spend their life with him, never wanted to, until Ali. The old Dean would have made a joke of it, would have proposed in a crowded room with a wink and a smirk, would have deflected the vulnerability with humour, the way he always deflected everything. But the old Dean is gone, replaced by a man who has learned that vulnerability is not weakness, that love is not a trap, that asking for what you want is the bravest thing you can do. He still does not feel brave. His hands are sweating, his heart is racing, and he has gone through approximately 17 different opening lines, each one worse than the last. Ali is in the other room, folding laundry and humming along to a podcast, completely unaware that her entire life is about to change. The chapter then shifts to a flashback, giving the reader a glimpse into the early days of Dean and Ali's relationship, when the fake dating arrangement was still in full effect, and neither of them was willing to admit how real their feelings had become. The flashback focuses on a specific moment, a quiet conversation they had late one night on the balcony of the old hockey house, when Ali asked Dean why he was so afraid of commitment. Dean had laughed it off, made a joke, changed the subject. But the question had stayed with him, burrowing under his skin, forcing him to confront truths he had spent years avoiding. He was afraid of commitment because he was afraid of being left. Everyone he had ever loved had left, his father, his mother in her own way, the string of casual hookups who saw him as a good time and nothing more. He had learned to leave first, to keep things light, to never let anyone get close enough to hurt him. Ali had changed that, not by demanding more from him, but by simply staying. She stayed when he was difficult, when he pushed her away, when he showed her the worst parts of himself and waited for her to run. She stayed, and staying taught him that maybe, just maybe, he was worth staying for. Back in the present, Dean has not yet proposed. He has been waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect words, the perfect setting, and the waiting has stretched into weeks, then months. And now he is starting to wonder if the perfect moment even exists. He discusses this with Tucker over a beer, the two of them sitting in a quiet corner of a sports bar, the game on the television above them, but neither of them watching. Tucker, who has always been the most grounded of the group, listens to Dean's spiraling with patient amusement and then offers a piece of advice that cuts through the noise. He tells Dean that there is no such thing as a perfect proposal, that the perfection comes not from the setting or the words, but from the person saying yes. He tells Dean that Ali is not going to care if the lighting is wrong, or if he stumbles over his words, or if the ring is not exactly what she imagined. She is going to care that he asked, that he chose her, that he is willing to stand up in front of everyone and declare that she is the one. Dean listens, and he knows Tucker is right. But knowing and doing are different things, and he is still scared. Tucker claps him on the shoulder and tells him to stop overthinking, to just do it, to trust that love is not a performance, but a leap of faith. The chapter introduces a subplot involving Ali's family, specifically her mother, who has been pressuring Ali to settle down in ways that feel less like love and more like control. Ali's mother has never fully approved of Dean, seeing him as a bad boy, a distraction, a man who will never be good enough for her daughter. She has made this clear in 1,000 small ways. The pointed questions about Dean's job, the comments about his lack of a college degree, the barely veiled suggestions that Ali could do better. Ali has spent years defending Dean to her mother, and she is tired, bone-tired, of having to prove that her relationship is real, that her love is valid, that the man she chose is worthy. The chapter reveals that Ali's mother is coming to visit for the weekend, a prospect that fills Ali with dread and Dean with a quiet, simmering anger that he tries to hide. He knows that he is not what Ali's mother wanted for her daughter. He knows that he will probably never be enough in her eyes. But he also knows that he loves Ali, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be the man she deserves, and that is not nothing. The visit from Ali's mother goes about as well as expected, which is to say, not well at all. The weekend is filled with tense dinners and pointed silences, and moments when Ali has to physically separate herself from her mother to keep from saying something she will regret. Dean handles it with more grace than Ali expected, being polite without being obsequious, standing his ground without being aggressive. He makes breakfast for everyone. He cleans up after meals. He offers to drive Ali's mother to the airport when the weekend is over. None of it makes a difference. On the last night of the visit, Ali overhears her mother on the phone with a relative, saying that Ali is wasting her life on a man who will never amount to anything, that she should have stayed with her ex, that Dean is a mistake she will regret for the rest of her life. The words land like knives, sharp and precise, and Ali stands in the hallway with her hand over her mouth, trying not to cry. She does not tell Dean what she heard. She does not want to hurt him. But the words stay with her, burrowing under her skin, making her question everything she thought she knew about her mother's love. The chapter closes with Dean and Ali alone in their apartment after her mother has finally left, the silence between them heavy with things unsaid. Dean knows that something happened, that Ali is hurting, that she is pulling away into herself the way she does when she is trying to protect him. He sits down beside her on the couch and takes her hand, and he tells her that he loves her, that he will always love her, that no one else's opinion matters. Ali looks at him with red-rimmed eyes and asks if he ever wonders if her mother is right, if he is not good enough, if she should have made different choices. Dean's heart cracks open at the question, because he has wondered those things, has wondered them every single day, has spent his whole life wondering if he is enough. But he looks at Ali, at the woman who chose him when she could have chosen anyone, and he tells her the truth. He tells her that he is not perfect, that he has made mistakes, that he will probably make more. But he tells her that he loves her with every fiber of his being, that he will spend every day of his life trying to be the man she deserves, that she is the best thing that has ever happened to him. Ali cries, and he holds her, and they stay like that for a long time. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, the world outside full of judgment and doubt, but inside, in the small space between them, nothing but love. The chapter ends with Dean reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the velvet box, and for the first time, he does not feel afraid. He feels ready. The proposal is coming. The question is no longer if, but when. The chapter closes on that note of quiet determination. The velvet box still hidden, the words still unspoken, but the promise already made, already felt, already real. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 shifts the narrative back to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up several weeks after Sabrina received her mother's second letter and made the tentative decision to continue the correspondence. The chapter opens with Sabrina sitting at the kitchen table in the early morning, the apartment still quiet, Clara not yet awake, Tucker still sleeping in their bedroom. She has a fresh sheet of paper in front of her and a pen in her hand, and she is trying, for the third time this week, to write a response to her mother's letter. The words will not come. She has started and stopped a dozen times, crossing out sentences, crumpling pages, staring at the blank page as if it might reveal some hidden truth she has been missing. She wants to write something honest, but not cruel, open, but not naive, forgiving, but not forgetful. She wants to find the balance between protecting herself and giving her mother a chance. She wants to be the kind of person who can hold both the anger and the hope at the same time. But the words feel inadequate, too small for the enormity of what she's trying to say. She sets down her pen and rests her head in her hands, exhausted by the weight of the past, by the impossibility of untangling a lifetime of pain in a single letter. Tucker finds her like that a few minutes later, having woken to an empty bed and followed the sound of her restless movements to the kitchen. He does not ask what is wrong. He can see the letter, the crumpled pages, the tension in her shoulders. He pours her a cup of coffee, sets it in front of her, and sits down across the table, waiting. This is one of the things she loves most about him, his ability to be present without pushing, to offer comfort without demanding explanation. She tells him about the letter, about her struggle to find the right words, about the fear that no matter what she writes, it will be wrong. Tucker listens, and then he asks her a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. He asks what she wants from her mother, not what her mother wants from her, not what she thinks she should want, but what she actually, deeply wants. Sabrina thinks about it for a long time. She wants her mother to be sorry. She wants her mother to understand the damage she caused. She wants her mother to be different, to be the mother she needed as a child, even though she knows that is impossible. She wants closure, whatever that means. She wants to stop carrying this weight. Tucker reaches across the table and takes her hand, and he tells her that she does not have to have all the answers today. She does not have to write the perfect letter. She just has to write something, anything, and see what happens. Sabrina nods, picks up her pen, and begins to write, not with confidence, but with courage, which is different and perhaps more important. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Clara's daycare, where Sabrina has come to pick up her daughter and finds herself in an unexpected conversation with another mother, a woman named Jenna, who has a son in Clara's class. Jenna is warm and chatty, the kind of person who seems to make friends everywhere she goes, and Sabrina, who has never been good at small talk or casual friendships, finds herself drawn in despite herself. They talk about the daycare, about the challenges of parenting toddlers, about the exhaustion and the joy and the strange, isolating experience of being a mother in a world that expects you to do it all perfectly. Jenna mentions that she is also a lawyer, though she has taken time off to be home with her son, and Sabrina feels a spark of connection, a recognition of someone who understands the particular pressure of balancing a demanding career with the relentless needs of a small child. By the time they part ways, Jenna has invited Sabrina to a playdate for the kids, and Sabrina has surprised herself by saying yes. She does not make friends easily. She spent her whole life keeping people at arm's length, protecting herself from the possibility of rejection. But Tucker has taught her that connection is not a trap, that letting people in is not the same as losing yourself, and she is trying slowly to learn how to trust. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around a difficult conversation between Sabrina and her grandmother, who has been living with them since Clara was born and who has become an indispensable part of their family unit. The conversation begins with a small thing, a comment about the grocery list, but it quickly escalates into something larger, something that has been brewing beneath the surface for weeks. Sabrina's grandmother is getting older, her health is declining, and she has been hiding the extent of her struggles from Sabrina, not wanting to be a burden. Sabrina, who has spent her whole life anticipating disaster, has noticed the signs, the forgotten appointments, the unsteadiness on the stairs, the weight loss that her grandmother dismisses as nothing. She confronts her grandmother now, not with anger but with fear, asking why she did not say anything, why she tried to hide it, why she does not trust Sabrina enough to ask for help. Her grandmother's eyes fill with tears, and she tells Sabrina that she did not want to be a problem, that she has spent her whole life taking care of others and does not know how to be taken care of, that she is scared of losing her independence, of becoming a burden, of being left behind. The conversation is raw and painful, both women crying, both women saying things they have been too afraid to say. Sabrina tells her grandmother that she is not a burden, that she has never been a burden, that she is the reason Sabrina survived at all. She tells her grandmother that taking care of her is not an obligation, but a privilege, that she wants to help, that she needs to help, because her grandmother did the same for her when she was a scared, angry girl who did not know how to accept love. Her grandmother listens, and then she nods, and they make a plan. They will see a doctor together. They will look into in-home care options. They will figure it out as a family, because that is what families do. The chapter makes clear that this is not a resolution, not a tidy ending to a difficult problem. There will be more hard conversations, more difficult decisions, more moments when Sabrina feels overwhelmed by the weight of caring for someone who once cared for her. But the conversation is a start, and sometimes, the chapter suggests, a start is all you need. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina putting Clara to bed, the familiar ritual of bath and books and lullabies, the small sacred routines that have become the anchor of their lives. After Clara is asleep, they sit on the couch, the apartment quiet around them, and Sabrina tells Tucker about the conversation with her grandmother, about the playdate with Jenna, about the letter she finally managed to write to her mother. She is tired, bone tired, the kind of tired that comes from feeling too much and trying too hard. Tucker pulls her against his chest and holds her, not speaking, just present. Sabrina closes her eyes and listens to his heartbeat, steady and sure, and she thinks about the word family. She used to think family was something you were born into, something that could be taken away, something that was never safe. She has learned that family is something you build, something you choose, something that holds even when it is tested. She has built a family with Tucker, with Clara, with her grandmother, with the friends who have become more like siblings, even tentatively, with a mother she is trying to learn how to forgive. The chapter ends with Sabrina falling asleep on Tucker's chest, the apartment dark around them, the future uncertain but no longer terrifying. She is not alone. She has never been less alone in her life, and that, she thinks, is the greatest legacy of all. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, hard-won peace, two people holding on to each other in the dark, ready for whatever comes next, together. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 returns to Garrett and Hannah, and the passage of time is immediately apparent. Hannah is now visibly pregnant, her belly a firm, round curve beneath her maternity clothes, and the baby's kicks have become strong enough that Garrett can feel them from the outside, a sensation that still makes him stop whatever he is doing and press his palm to her stomach in wonder. The chapter opens with the couple at a routine prenatal appointment, the exam room small and sterile. The ultrasound technician spreading cold gel across Hannah's belly with a practiced efficiency. Garrett holds Hannah's hand, something he does at every appointment, not because she needs the support, but because he needs the connection, the reminder that they are in this together. The technician moves the wand across Hannah's belly, and the image of the baby appears on the screen. A small, perfect profile. A beating heart, fingers and toes so tiny they seem impossible. Garrett feels the familiar lump in his throat, the one that appears every time he sees his child on that screen. The overwhelming love for a person he has not yet met. The technician asks if they want to know the sex, and Hannah looks at Garrett, and Garrett looks at Hannah, and they have had this conversation a dozen times without ever reaching an agreement. Hannah wants to be surprised. Garrett wants to know. In the end, Hannah squeezes his hand and tells the technician to write it down and put it in an envelope, that they will decide together whether to open it. It is a compromise, the kind of small, everyday negotiation that marriage requires, and Garrett loves her for it. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Hannah and her mother, who has come to visit for a long weekend, ostensibly to help with nursery preparations, but really to check on her daughter. Hannah's mother is a warm, practical woman, very different from the cold, critical mother of Ali's story, but she has her own way of showing love that sometimes feels like pressure. She asks about the baby, about the nursery, about Hannah's plans for maternity leave, about whether she is going to keep working after the baby is born. The questions are not malicious, but they land heavily on Hannah's already burdened shoulders. She has been wrestling with the decision to return to work, torn between the career she has worked so hard to build and the desire to be present for her child's first years. She loves her job, loves the intellectual challenge, loves the sense of purpose it gives her. But she also loves the idea of being home with the baby, of not missing a single smile or milestone. There is no right answer, and the pressure to find one is exhausting. Her mother, sensing her distress, backs off, offering instead to help paint the nursery, a practical gesture that Hannah accepts with gratitude. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around Garrett's ongoing struggles with his difficult client, the young hockey player with the nightmare father. The situation has escalated, with the father making unreasonable demands and threatening to pull his son from Garrett's agency entirely. Garrett has been losing sleep over it, the stress bleeding into every corner of his life. He snaps at Hannah over something small, apologizes immediately, then snaps again. He is not himself, and he knows it, but he does not know how to fix it. Hannah, who has always been his anchor, tries to talk to him about it, but he deflects, changes the subject, retreats behind a wall of false cheerfulness. The chapter makes clear that this is not sustainable, that Garrett cannot keep compartmentalizing forever, that the pressure will eventually break him if he does not find a way to release it. But Garrett has always been the fixer, the one who handles things, the one who does not ask for help. Learning to lean on others is a skill he has not yet mastered, and the lack of it is costing him. The chapter introduces a secondary storyline involving Garrett's mother, who has been staying with them for the weekend and who has noticed the tension between her son and daughter-in-law. She pulls Garrett aside after dinner one night, when Hannah is in the nursery with her mother, and she asks him what is really going on. Garrett tries to brush her off, but his mother knows him too well, has seen him through too many struggles to be fooled by a smile and a change of subject. She tells him that he is allowed to be overwhelmed, that he is allowed to ask for help, that being strong does not mean handling everything alone. She tells him about his father, about the way he tried to carry the world on his shoulders until it crushed him, about the lessons she learned from watching that slow, painful collapse. She tells Garrett that he is not his father, that he does not have to repeat his mistakes, that he has people who love him and want to help. Garrett listens, and for the first time, he lets himself cry, not from weakness, but from the relief of being seen, of being understood, of being allowed to be human. The chapter closes with Garrett and Hannah lying in bed, the house quiet around them, the envelope containing the baby's sex sitting on the nightstand, still unopened. Garrett reaches for it, turns it over in his hands, and asks Hannah if she is ready. Hannah nods, and together they open the envelope. Inside is a small card with a single word written on it. Girl. They are having a daughter. Garrett's breath catches, and Hannah starts to cry, and they hold each other in the dark, the weight of the words settling over them like a blessing. A daughter. A girl. Someone Garrett will teach to skate, someone Hannah will read to at bedtime, someone who will grow up knowing she is loved, fiercely and unconditionally. Garrett thinks about his own father, about the ways he failed, about the legacy he wants to leave behind. He will be different. He will be present. He will show up every single day, not because he is perfect, but because he is trying. The chapter ends with Garrett pressing a kiss to Hannah's belly, whispering a promise to the daughter he has not yet met. He promises to protect her, to cherish her, to love her through every triumph and every failure. He does not know if he can keep that promise, but he is going to try. And trying, he is learning, is the most important thing. The chapter closes on that note of tender hope, the envelope discarded, the future still unwritten, but the two of them facing it together, ready for whatever comes next. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 returns to Logan and Grace, and the passage of time has brought with it a new layer of emotional complexity. Several months have passed since they began trying to conceive, and each month that brings a negative pregnancy test has added a small, sharp stone to the weight Grace carries in her chest. The chapter opens with Grace in the bathroom, alone, staring at another negative result, the single line on the plastic stick mocking her with its clarity. She does not cry. She has cried too many times already, and the tears have become a luxury she cannot afford. Instead, she wraps the test in toilet paper, buries it at the bottom of the trash can so Logan will not see it, and splashes cold water on her face. She practices her smile in the mirror, the one that says everything is fine, that she is not falling apart, that they have plenty of time. The smile looks convincing enough. She has had a lot of practice. When she walks out of the bathroom, Logan is sitting on the edge of the bed, watching her with those quiet, perceptive eyes that miss nothing. He knows. He always knows. He does not ask. He just opens his arms, and Grace walks into them. And they sit like that for a long time, not speaking, just holding each other, the weight of the unspoken pressing down on both of them. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Grace and her mother, who has come to visit after sensing, with the particular intuition of a mother, that something is wrong. Grace's mother is a warm, no-nonsense woman who raised her daughters with love and honesty, and she does not accept Grace's practiced smile at face value. She waits until they are alone, drinking tea in the quiet of the living room, and then she asks, gently but directly, "What is going on?" Grace tells her. The words come out in a rush, months of fear and frustration and grief pouring out of her like water from a broken dam. She talks about the negative tests, the tracking, the hope that blooms every month and dies every month. She talks about the guilt, the irrational belief that her body is betraying her, that she is failing Logan, that she is failing at the one thing women are supposed to be able to do. She talks about the jealousy she feels when she sees other women with their babies, a jealousy that shames her because she is not that person. She has never been that person, but she cannot seem to stop. Her mother listens without interrupting, and when Grace finally runs out of words, her mother takes her hand and tells her that she is not broken, that this is not her fault, that infertility is a medical condition, not a moral failing. She tells Grace that she and Logan will get through this together, that there are options, that they are not alone. Grace cries, finally, the tears she has been holding back for months, and her mother holds her the way she did when Grace was small and scared and the world was too big. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes when Logan, after weeks of quiet research and private conversations, suggests that they see a fertility specialist. He brings it up gently, carefully, not wanting to pressure Grace, but unable to watch her suffer in silence any longer. He tells her that he has been reading about their options, that there are tests they can do, that seeing a doctor does not mean they are giving up. It means they are being proactive. Grace's first instinct is to resist, to say that they have not been trying long enough, that she is being dramatic, that they should just give it more time. But she looks at Logan's face, at the concern and love and quiet determination there, and she realizes that she is tired, tired of pretending everything is fine, tired of hiding her grief, tired of carrying this weight alone. She nods, and Logan makes the appointment, and the decision, small as it seems, feels like a door opening, a step forward after months of standing still. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, the two of them sitting in the waiting room surrounded by other couples, all of them wearing the same expression of hopeful anxiety. Grace holds Logan's hand so tightly that her fingers ache, and he does not complain. The doctor is kind and matter-of-fact, a woman with grey hair and steady hands who has seen thousands of couples in exactly this position. She asks questions, orders tests, explains the process in clear, compassionate language. She tells them that most couples who struggle with fertility eventually conceive, that there are many options between where they are now and the more invasive procedures, that they are doing the right thing by seeking help early. Grace feels something loosen in her chest. Not relief exactly, but something close, the sense that they are no longer navigating this blind. When they leave the clinic, Logan pulls her aside in the parking lot and kisses her, soft and slow, and he tells her that he loves her, that he is proud of her, that they are going to figure this out together. Grace leans into him and closes her eyes, and for the first time in months, she lets herself believe that maybe, just maybe, they will be okay. The chapter closes with a quiet scene at home that night. Logan and Grace lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. They talk about the future, about the possibility of children, about the life they are building together. Logan tells Grace about his mother, about the letter he finally opened, about the complicated feelings that came with reading her words after so many years of silence. His mother is sick, he tells her, not terminally, but seriously enough that she has reached out in a way she never has before. She wants to see him, to apologize, to explain. Logan does not know if he is ready, but he is no longer sure that he wants to carry the anger forever. Grace listens, and then she asks if he wants her to come with him. if and when he decides to go. Logan nods, and they hold each other. Two people carrying their own separate weights, but choosing to carry them together. The chapter ends with Grace falling asleep, her head on Logan's chest, his hand in her hair, and she thinks about the fertility specialist, about the tests they will run, about the hope that is flickering back to life after months of darkness. She does not know what the future holds. She does not know if they will have the family she dreams of. But she knows that she has Logan, that he is not going anywhere, that they are in this together. And that, she thinks, is the most important thing. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope, two people holding on to each other in the dark, ready to face whatever comes next, together. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 shifts the narrative back to Dean and Allie, picking up in the tense, emotionally charged days following Allie's mother's visit, with the sting of her cruel words still fresh in both their hearts. The chapter opens with Dean alone in the apartment, Allie having gone to work, the silence pressing in around him like a physical weight. He stands in front of the small mirror in the hallway, the one Allie hung last year because she said the entryway needed something personal, and he looks at his own reflection with a critical eye. He sees the tattoos, the sharp jaw, the faint scar above his eyebrow from a bar fight he got into years ago, the one that should have been a warning sign but was just another Tuesday. He sees the man Allie's mother sees, the bad boy, the mistake, the man who will never be good enough for her daughter. The old Dean would have shrugged off the judgment, would have made a joke, would have used it as armor. But the old Dean is gone, and the man standing in the mirror is someone who cares, someone who wants to be worthy, someone who is terrified that he is not. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the velvet box, the ring he has been carrying for months, the question he has been too afraid to ask. He opens the box and looks at the diamond, small but perfect, the one he spent months saving for, the one he chose because it reminded him of Allie's eyes. He closes the box and puts it back in his pocket, and he makes a decision. He is not going to wait for the perfect moment anymore. He is going to create it. The chapter then shifts to a flashback, giving the reader a glimpse into Dean's childhood, the origin story of the fear that has haunted him for so long. The flashback takes the reader to a small, cramped apartment. Dean as a young boy, sitting on the floor of his bedroom with his ears covered, trying to block out the sound of his parents fighting. His father left when Dean was 9, walked out the door with a suitcase, and never came back. And Dean's mother spent the next several years oscillating between neglect and suffocating clinginess, never quite able to be the parent he needed. Dean learned early that love was unreliable, that people left, that the only person he could count on was himself. He built walls so high that no one could climb them, and he hid behind charm and humor and a carefully cultivated reputation as the guy who did not care. The flashback ends with a specific memory, the day his mother forgot his birthday, the disappointment so sharp that he swore he would never let anyone matter that much again. The present day, Dean carries that boy inside him, still hurting, still waiting for the other shoe to drop. The ring in his pocket is not just a question. It is a leap of faith, a belief that Allie is different, that she will stay, that he is worth staying for. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around a conversation between Dean and his mother, who has come to town unexpectedly, showing up on the apartment doorstep with a suitcase and an apology that Dean is not ready to hear. His mother looks older than he remembers, thinner, more fragile, and there is a tremor in her hands that was not there before. She tells him that she is sick, that she has been sick for a while, that she did not want to tell him because she did not want to burden him. She tells him that she is sorry, not just for the illness, but for everything, for the years of neglect, for the birthday she forgot, for all the ways she failed him. Dean stands in the doorway, frozen, his hand on the doorframe, a hurricane of emotions raging inside him. The old Dean would have slammed the door, would have walked away, would have protected himself at all costs. But the new Dean, the one who has been learning to be vulnerable, is not sure what to do. He looks at his mother, at the woman who gave him life and then let him down, and he sees not a monster, but a person, flawed and broken and trying. He steps aside and lets her in. The conversation that follows is painful and raw, both of them crying, both of them saying things that have gone unsaid for years. Dean tells his mother about the boy who waited by the window, about the birthday she forgot, about the loneliness of being raised by someone who was present but not there. His mother listens, and she does not make excuses. She tells him that she was drowning, that she did not know how to be a mother, that she was so lost in her own pain that she could not see his. She tells him that she is proud of him, that she has always been proud of him, that she has followed his life from afar, reading about his hockey career, seeing the photos of him with his friends, watching him become the man she always knew he could be. She tells him that she does not expect forgiveness, that she knows she does not deserve it, but that she wanted to see him, just once, before it is too late. Dean listens, and he feels the anger begin to shift, not disappearing, but making room for something else, something that might be the beginning of understanding. The chapter closes with Ali coming home from work to find Dean and his mother sitting on the couch, not talking, just sitting. The silence between them no longer hostile, but tentative, like two people who have been in a war and are trying to remember what peace feels like. Ali takes in the scene, the suitcase by the door, the tear tracks on both their faces, and she does not ask questions. She walks over to Dean's mother, takes her hand, and welcomes her into their home. It is a small gesture, a simple one, but it breaks something open in Dean. He watches the woman he loves welcome the woman who hurt him, and he understands, maybe for the first time, that forgiveness is not about forgetting. It is about choosing to move forward anyway. That night, after his mother has gone to sleep in the guest room, Dean and Ali lie in bed, and Dean reaches into his pocket and pulls out the velvet box. He opens it, and Ali's breath catches. He does not make a speech. He does not get down on one knee. He just looks at her, at this woman who has seen him at his worst and loved him anyway, and he asks her to marry him. Ali says yes before he even finishes the question, and they hold each other in the dark, the ring now on her finger, the future now certain in a way it has never been. The chapter ends with Dean kissing her forehead, her nose, her lips, and he thinks about the boy who swore he would never let anyone matter. That boy was wrong. Letting someone matter is the bravest thing he has ever done. The chapter closes on that note of hard-won victory. The past not erased, but no longer in control. The future bright and terrifying, and theirs. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up several weeks after Sabrina's difficult conversation with her grandmother and her tentative decision to continue writing to her mother. The chapter opens with the family in the midst of a chaotic morning, the kind that defines life with a toddler. Clara is refusing to eat her breakfast, throwing pieces of toast onto the floor with the gleeful precision of a tiny tyrant. Sabrina is running late for a study group, her law school exams looming like a storm on the horizon. Tucker is trying to mediate between the two of them, while also packing Clara's daycare bag and answering emails on his phone. The apartment feels too small, the morning too short, the demands of daily life too relentless. Sabrina feels the familiar prickle of anxiety at the back of her neck. the sense that she is failing at everything, that she is not enough, that she will never be enough. But then Tucker catches her eye across the kitchen, and he gives her that look, the one that says, "I see you, I love you, we are in this together," and the anxiety loosens its grip, just a little. She takes a breath, kisses Clara's head, grabs her bag, and heads out the door. The chaos does not stop, but she no longer feels alone in it. The central conflict of this chapter arrives in the form of a phone call from Sabrina's mother. Not a letter this time, but a voice on the line, real and trembling and achingly familiar, despite the years of silence. Sabrina is in the law library when her phone buzzes, an unknown number, and something makes her answer, something she cannot name, some combination of hope and dread and the stubborn refusal to hide. Her mother's voice is older than she remembers, rougher, but underneath it, Sabrina can still hear the woman who used to sing her to sleep, who read her stories, who held her hand on the first day of kindergarten before everything fell apart. Her mother is crying, apologizing, saying that she knows she should not have called, that she is sorry, that she will hang up if Sabrina wants her to. Sabrina sits in the corner of the library, her books spread out around her, and she does not tell her mother to hang up. She does not know what to say, so she says nothing, and her mother fills the silence with words that have been waiting for years to be spoken. Her mother talks about the relapse she had after Sabrina's last letter, the one that sent her back to rehab, the one that almost killed her. She talks about the hard work of getting sober again, the meetings, the therapy, the daily struggle to choose life over oblivion. She talks about the grandmother Sabrina never knew, the one who died of liver failure when her mother was only 23, the one whose choices haunted her daughter long after she was gone. She talks about the cycle of addiction and abandonment that has run through their family for generations. And she tells Sabrina that she wants to break it, that she is trying to break it, that she knows she has failed 1,000 times, but she is still trying. She asks for nothing. She does not ask to meet Clara, does not ask for forgiveness, does not ask for a relationship. She just asks to be heard. And Sabrina, who has spent her whole life running from this woman's voice, listens. When the call ends, Sabrina sits in the library for a long time, her phone cold against her ear, her books forgotten. She does not know what to feel. The anger is still there, the grief, the sense of betrayal that has shaped her entire life. But there is something else too, something that might be compassion. The recognition that her mother is not a villain but a wounded person, that the woman who hurt her was also hurting, that pain does not travel in straight lines. She texts Tucker, a single line that says, "My mother called." His response comes immediately, not asking questions, not offering advice, just a simple message that says, "I love you. I am here. Come home when you are ready." Sabrina packs up her books, walks out of the library, and goes home. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the apartment, where Sabrina's grandmother is waiting, having sensed that something has happened. Sabrina tells her about the phone call, about the relapse, about the rehab, about the grandmother she never knew. Her grandmother listens, her face unreadable, and when Sabrina finishes, she takes her granddaughter's hands in her own and tells her a story she has never told before. She talks about the night Sabrina's mother was born, about the hope she felt, about the dreams she had for her daughter. She talks about the first time she realized something was wrong, the missing money, the strange behavior, the slow, agonizing realization that her daughter was an addict. She talks about the years of trying to help, the interventions, the rehabs, the endless cycles of hope and disappointment. She talks about the night she finally let go, not because she stopped loving her daughter, but because she realized that she could not save someone who did not want to be saved. She tells Sabrina that she does not know if her mother has truly changed, that only time will tell, but that she is proud of Sabrina for answering the phone, for listening, for being brave enough to stay on the line. Sabrina cries, and her grandmother holds her, and the two of them sit in the quiet of the apartment, the weight of generations on their shoulders, but the love between them strong enough to carry it. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina on the couch after Clara is asleep, the apartment dark, the city quiet outside their windows. Sabrina tells Tucker that she does not know what to do next, that she does not know if she wants a relationship with her mother, that she does not know if she is capable of forgiving her. Tucker tells her that she does not have to decide today, that she does not have to decide tomorrow, that she can take as much time as she needs. He tells her that whatever she chooses, he will support her, that he loves her, that she is the strongest person he knows. Sabrina leans into him, her head on his chest, and she thinks about the word legacy. She used to think that legacy was something you left behind, something you built, something you achieved. She is learning that legacy is also something you break, the patterns you refuse to pass on, the cycles you choose to end. She looks at Clara's closed door, at the daughter sleeping peacefully in her crib, and she makes a promise. Clara will never know the pain of a mother who cannot stay. Clara will never wonder if she is loved. Clara will grow up knowing that she is enough, not because she achieves anything, but because she exists. That is the legacy Sabrina is building, not in courtrooms or classrooms, but in the quiet, daily choices of showing up, of staying, of loving even when it is hard. The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, Tucker's arms around her, Clara's soft breathing from down the hall, and she feels something she has not felt in a long time. She feels peace. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace of a happy ending, but the peace of knowing that she is exactly where she is supposed to be, doing exactly what she is supposed to be doing. The chapter closes on that quiet, hard-won note, the phone silent on the table, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 returns to Garrett and Hannah, and the passage of time has brought them to the final weeks of Hannah's pregnancy, a liminal space between anticipation and exhaustion, hope and terror. The chapter opens with Hannah sitting on the couch, her swollen belly making it difficult to find a comfortable position, a book open in her lap that she has not read a single word of. Garrett is at work, the apartment is quiet, and Hannah finds herself alone with her thoughts for the first time in days. The baby is moving, a steady rhythm of kicks and rolls that has become as familiar as her own heartbeat, and she rests her hand on her belly, trying to memorize the sensation. She knows that everything is about to change, that this quiet, private relationship she has with the person inside her will soon be replaced by the chaos of a newborn, by crying and feeding and sleepless nights. She is ready, she thinks. Or she is not ready. She is not sure there is a difference anymore. Her phone buzzes with a text from Garrett, a photo of himself making a ridiculous face, the message reading, "Thinking about you, missing you, counting the minutes until I get home." Hannah smiles, the first real smile of the day, and she texts back a heart emoji and a promise to have dinner waiting. She is learning that love lives in the small things, the texts and the shared silences, and the hand on the small of her back. The grand gestures are nice, but they are not what holds a marriage together. It is the everyday choosing, the showing up, the being there, even when there is nothing grand to say. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Garrett's office, where he is finally wrapping up the nightmare client situation that has been plaguing him for months. The young hockey player, whose father has been making unreasonable demands, has finally made a decision, and it is not the one Garrett expected. The player has fired his father as his agent, hired Garrett instead, and told his father that he will no longer be involved in his career decisions. The phone call was tense, the father furious, the player terrified but resolute. Garrett listened, offered advice, and then hung up with a sense of relief so profound that he almost wept. He has been carrying this weight for so long that he forgot what it felt like to breathe without it. He thinks about the baby, about the daughter who will arrive soon, about the kind of father he wants to be. He thinks about the way his own father left, about the legacy of absence he is determined to break. He will not be the father who puts work before family. He will not be the father who is never there. He will show up every single day, even when it is hard. The chapter makes clear that this is not a resolution, not a tidy ending to a difficult story. There will be other clients, other challenges, other moments when the balance between work and family feels impossible. But for now, in this moment, Garrett allows himself to feel proud, to feel hopeful, to feel ready. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a routine prenatal visit that takes an unexpected turn. Hannah is alone, Garrett stuck in a meeting that he could not get out of, and the doctor's face is serious in a way that makes Hannah's heart stop. The baby's growth has slowed, the doctor explains, not dangerously, not yet, but enough that they want to monitor her more closely. They are scheduling an additional ultrasound, running extra tests, taking every precaution. Hannah listens to the words, but they do not make sense at first. Something is wrong. Something might be wrong. Her baby, her daughter, the person she has been growing and protecting for 9 months, might be in danger. She nods, makes the appointments, walks out of the office, and then sits in her car in the parking lot and cries. She cries for the baby, for herself, for Garrett, for all the plans they made that might have to change. She cries until she has no tears left, and then she calls Garrett. He answers on the first ring, and she tells him everything, her voice shaking, her hands shaking, her whole body shaking. Garrett tells her he is coming, that he will be there in 10 minutes, that they will figure this out together. Hannah waits in the car, her hand on her belly, whispering to the baby that everything is going to be okay, not because she knows it is true, but because she needs to believe it. Garrett arrives in what feels like both an eternity and an instant, and he holds Hannah the way he has held her through every difficult moment of their marriage, tightly and without hesitation. He does not tell her not to worry. He does not tell her that everything will be fine. He just holds her, and that is exactly what she needs. They drive home in silence, and when they get there, they sit on the couch, the same couch where they have had so many important conversations, and they talk about the possibilities. The tests might show nothing. The baby might be perfectly healthy. But if the tests show something, they will deal with it. They will find the best doctors, the best treatments, the best care. They will not give up. They will not fall apart. They will face whatever comes, together, the way they always have. Hannah looks at Garrett, at the fear in his eyes that he is trying so hard to hide, and she loves him so much that it hurts. She tells him that she is scared, and he tells her that he is scared too, and somehow, admitting it makes it easier to bear. The chapter closes with the two of them lying in bed that night, the apartment dark, the baby moving between them. Garrett has his hand on Hannah's belly, feeling the kicks, the rolls, the proof that their daughter is still fighting. Hannah is staring at the ceiling, running through worst-case scenarios in her head, trying to prepare herself for news that she hopes will never come. Garrett speaks into the dark, his voice low and steady, and he tells her a story about his childhood, about the time he broke his arm and was too scared to tell his mother, about the way she found out anyway and held him while the doctor set the bone. He tells Hannah that his mother was not perfect, that she made mistakes, that she was scared too, but that she always showed up. He tells Hannah that they will show up too, for each other, for their daughter, for whatever comes. Hannah turns her head to look at him, at this man who has grown so much since the day they met, and she feels a flicker of hope, small but persistent. The chapter ends with her closing her eyes, Garrett's hand still on her belly, and she whispers a prayer to a God she is not sure she believes in. Please let our baby be okay. Please let us be strong enough for whatever comes. Please let love be enough. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, desperate hope, the tests still to come, the future uncertain, but the two of them holding on to each other in the dark, ready to face whatever comes next, together. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 shifts the narrative back to Logan and Grace, picking up in the tense, emotionally charged days following their first fertility appointment. The chapter opens with Grace at the hospital, not as a patient but as a doctor, going through the motions of her shift with a professionalism that masks the turmoil beneath. She reviews charts, consults with colleagues, comforts a young patient who is frightened about her own diagnosis, and through it all, she carries the weight of the fertility test results that are waiting in her email inbox, unopened. She has been avoiding them for 2 days, telling herself that she is too busy, that she needs to be in the right headspace, that she will look at them when she is alone. The truth is simpler and more painful. She is afraid. She is afraid that the tests will confirm her worst fears, that there is something wrong with her, that she is the reason they have not conceived. She is afraid that the tests will show nothing, leaving her with no explanation and no path forward. She is afraid that she will never be a mother, that the dream she has carried for so long will remain just that, a dream. Her phone buzzes with a text from Logan, a simple question asking if she has looked at the results yet. She types back a lie, saying she has been too busy, and shoves the phone back in her pocket, ashamed of her own cowardice. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, where Logan has made an appointment for them to review the results together, refusing to let Grace face this alone. They sit in the same waiting room as before, surrounded by other couples with the same hopeful, anxious faces, and Grace holds Logan's hand so tightly that her knuckles are white. The doctor is kind, as she always is, and she does not make them wait. She pulls up the results on her screen and explains them in clear, compassionate language. The tests show that Grace's ovaries are functioning normally, that her hormone levels are within the expected range, that there is no obvious physiological reason why she has not conceived. The relief is immediate and overwhelming, a flood of warmth that makes Grace's knees weak. There is nothing wrong with her. She is not broken. But then the doctor continues, and the relief curdles into something else. Logan's tests have come back with abnormalities. His sperm count is lower than average, and his motility, the ability of the sperm to move effectively, is significantly reduced. The doctor explains that this does not mean they cannot conceive, only that it may take longer, that they may need assistance, that there are options. Grace turns to look at Logan, at his face, which has gone pale and still, and she sees the guilt and shame and fear written there as clearly as if he had spoken them aloud. The drive home is silent, the kind of silence that feels thick enough to touch. Logan stares out the passenger window, his jaw tight, his hands clenched in his lap. Grace steals glances at him when she can, searching for the right words, the words that will make this better. But they do not come. When they get home, Logan disappears into the bedroom and closes the door, and Grace hears the shower turn on, the water running for a long time, longer than any shower needs to run. She sits on the couch, alone, and she thinks about what the doctor said. There are options. They are not out of options. But she knows Logan, knows the way his mind works, knows that he is blaming himself, that he is seeing this as proof that he is broken, that he does not deserve happiness, that he is punishing her by association. She wants to go to him, to hold him, to tell him that this changes nothing, that she loves him, that they will figure it out. But she also knows that he needs space, that he processes pain differently than she does, that pushing him before he is ready will only make it worse. So she waits, patient as always, and the waiting is its own kind of torture. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes when Logan finally emerges from the bedroom, his hair damp, his eyes red, and sits down beside Grace on the couch. He does not look at her. He stares at his hands, at the calluses on his palms from years of gripping a hockey stick, and he tells her that he understands if she wants to leave. The words land like stones in still water, sending ripples of shock and pain through every part of her. She asks him what he is talking about, and he tells her that he cannot give her the one thing she wants most, that he is failing her, that she deserves someone who can give her a family. Grace feels the anger rise, hot and fierce, and she grabs his face in her hands and forces him to look at her. She tells him that she did not marry him for his sperm count. She tells him that she loves him, not despite his flaws, but including them. She tells him that they are a team, that this is not his fault, that there is no one to blame. She tells him that if they cannot have biological children, they will adopt, they will foster, they will find another way to build a family. She tells him that he is not broken, that he is the strongest person she knows, that she is not going anywhere. Logan cries, the tears he has been holding back since the doctor spoke, and Grace holds him, and they sit like that for a long time. Two people holding on to each other in the wreckage of their expectations. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Logan and Tucker, who has come over after receiving a cryptic text from Grace asking him to check on his friend. The two men sit on the balcony, the night cold around them, and Logan tells Tucker everything, the test results, the guilt, the fear that he is not enough. Tucker listens, the way he always does, and when Logan finishes, he tells a story about his own struggles, about the months of uncertainty when he and Sabrina were trying to navigate her postpartum depression, about the moments when he felt like he was failing, like he was not enough. He tells Logan that the measure of a man is not his ability to produce a child, but his willingness to show up, to stay, to love even when it is hard. He tells Logan that Grace chose him, that she continues to choose him every single day, and that her choice is not a mistake. Logan listens, and the guilt does not disappear, but it shifts, making room for something else, something that might be the beginning of acceptance. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. They talk about the future, about the options the doctor mentioned, about the possibility of fertility treatments, about the possibility of adoption. They talk about what they want, what they are willing to try, what they are not willing to try. They do not have answers. The path forward is unclear, full of uncertainty and potential heartbreak. But they have each other, and they have the willingness to try, and that, they are learning, is often enough. The chapter ends with Logan's hand on Grace's belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he likes the feel of her, the warmth of her, the proof that she is real and here and his. He whispers into the dark that he is sorry, not for the test results, but for almost pushing her away, for letting his fear speak louder than his love. Grace turns her head and kisses him, soft and slow, and she tells him that they are going to be okay. Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, the future uncertain, but their commitment to each other unshakable. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is enough. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up in the luminous, breathless days following their engagement. The chapter opens with Ali staring at the ring on her finger, the diamond catching the morning light, still unable to believe that this is real, that after all the uncertainty and fear and waiting, she is going to marry Dean Hayward de Laurentiis, the man who once drove her absolutely insane and now makes her heart feel too large for her chest. She has been engaged for exactly 48 hours, and she has already called her best friend 3 times, texted her sister approximately 17 photos of the ring from different angles, and cried twice. Once from joy, and once from the sheer overwhelming weight of being this happy. Dean is still asleep beside her, his dark hair mussed, one arm thrown across his face, and Ali watches him with a tenderness that still surprises her. She used to think that love was supposed to be easy, that if you found the right person, everything would fall into place without effort. Dean has taught her that love is not easy, that it is work, that it is choosing the same person over and over again, even on the days when you want to strangle them. But he has also taught her that the work is worth it, that the hard days make the good days sweeter, that the best things in life are the ones you fight for. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Ali and her mother, who has called to congratulate her on the engagement, though the congratulation feels forced, the warmth strained. Ali's mother has not apologized for the cruel words Ali overheard during her last visit, and Ali has not asked her to. The wound is still there, buried but present, and neither of them knows how to begin the work of healing it. Her mother asks about wedding plans, about venues and guest lists and dates, and Ali answers in monosyllables, her enthusiasm dampened by the weight of everything left unsaid. When the call ends, Ali sits on the couch, the phone in her lap, and she feels the familiar ache of wanting her mother's approval, of wanting to be seen and celebrated by the woman who gave her life. She knows, intellectually, that she does not need her mother's approval, that her love for Dean is real and valid, regardless of what anyone else thinks. But knowing and feeling are different things, and the ache does not go away just because she understands its source. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around a conversation between Dean and his own mother, who has been staying with them since her unexpected arrival. Her illness, a quiet presence in the apartment that neither of them knows how to address directly. Dean's mother has good days and bad days. Days when she has energy and appetite, and the tremor in her hands is barely noticeable, and days when she can barely get out of bed. Dean has been trying to find the balance between helping and hovering, between being present and being overbearing. He has also been trying to process his own feelings about her illness, about the years of neglect, about the complicated tangle of love and resentment that defines their relationship. His mother, sensing his struggle, asks him to take a walk with her, just the two of them, and they end up at a small park near the apartment, sitting on a bench in the weak afternoon sun. She tells him that she is proud of him, that she has always been proud of him, that watching him build a life with Ali has been the greatest joy of her difficult life. She tells him that she knows she failed him, that she carries that failure with her every single day, that she is not asking for forgiveness, but for the chance to be part of his life, however small a part. Dean listens, and he feels the anger rise and fall, and he realizes that forgiveness is not a single moment, but a process, a series of small choices to let go of the hurt, to make space for something new. The chapter introduces a subplot involving the wedding planning itself, which has become a source of unexpected comedy and stress. Ali has always imagined a small, intimate wedding, just family and close friends, but her mother is pushing for something larger, more traditional, more in line with the society weddings of her own youth. Dean, who has no strong opinions about flowers or centerpieces, has become the unlikely mediator between the two women, trying to keep the peace without taking sides. He tells Ali privately that she should have the wedding she wants, not the wedding her mother wants, that this is their day, their marriage, their life. Ali knows he is right, but standing up to her mother is harder than it sounds, and the wedding planning has become a battleground for a much older war, the war between who Ali is and who her mother wants her to be. The chapter makes clear that this conflict will not be resolved in a single chapter, that it will take time and therapy and hard conversations, but that the first step is naming it, seeing it for what it is, refusing to pretend that everything is fine. The chapter closes with a quiet scene late that night. Dean and Ali lying in bed, the apartment dark, Dean's mother asleep in the guest room down the hall. Ali has her head on Dean's chest, and she is playing with the ring on her finger, twisting it around and around, as if trying to convince herself that it is real. Dean asks her what she is thinking, and she tells him that she is thinking about her mother, about the wedding, about the fear that she is going to spend her whole life trying to please someone who will never be pleased. Dean kisses the top of her head and tells her that she does not have to please anyone, that she is enough exactly as she is, that he loves her not for who she might become, but for who she already is. Ali closes her eyes, and the words settle over her like a blanket, warm and protective. She does not believe them yet, not completely, but she is starting to. The chapter ends with Dean reaching over to turn off the lamp, the room falling into darkness, and Ali whispers into the quiet that she loves him, that she is grateful for him, that she cannot imagine her life without him. Dean holds her tighter and tells her that he feels the same way, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be worthy of her, that he knows he will fall short, but he will keep trying. The chapter closes on that note of imperfect, persistent love. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, the future uncertain but the present, for once, enough. The ring glows faintly on Ali's finger, a promise not of perfection but of presence, of showing up, of staying. And that, they are learning, is the most important promise of all. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up several weeks after Sabrina's phone call with her mother, a conversation that has been echoing in her mind like a stone dropped into a deep well. The chapter opens with Sabrina in the middle of her law school finals, the pressure of exams combining with the emotional weight of her mother's re-emergence to create a perfect storm of anxiety and exhaustion. She is sitting in the library, surrounded by outlines and flashcards and empty coffee cups, trying to force the principles of constitutional law into her overtired brain. But the words blur on the page, and her thoughts keep drifting back to the phone call, to her mother's voice, to the grandmother she never knew. She has not called her mother back. She has not written another letter. She has been paralyzed by the fear of opening a door she cannot close, of letting someone into her life who might hurt her again. Tucker has been supportive, as he always is, giving her space when she needs it and holding her when she does not. But even he cannot fix this, cannot tell her what to do, cannot carry the weight of this decision for her. She is alone with it, and the loneliness is familiar and terrible. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Clara's daycare, where Sabrina has come to pick up her daughter and finds herself in another conversation with Jenna, the other mother she met several weeks ago. Jenna is warm and easy to talk to, and Sabrina, who has spent her whole life keeping people at arm's length, finds herself opening up in ways she did not expect. She tells Jenna about her mother, about the phone call, about the fear that she is repeating the cycle of abandonment by keeping her mother at a distance. Jenna listens without judgment, And then she tells Sabrina about her own complicated relationship with her father, about the years of estrangement, about the slow, painful process of rebuilding trust. She tells Sabrina that there is no right answer, that forgiveness is not a duty, that Sabrina gets to decide what kind of relationship she wants, if any, and on what terms. She tells Sabrina that she is not her mother, that the choices her mother made do not define her, that she gets to write her own story. Sabrina listens, and she feels something loosen in her chest, not the resolution she has been searching for, but permission, the permission to make her own choices without guilt or obligation. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Sabrina and Tucker late that night, after Clara is asleep and the apartment is quiet. Tucker asks her what she wants to do about her mother, not what she thinks she should do, not what she is afraid of, but what she actually deeply wants. Sabrina thinks about it for a long time, and then she admits something she has been afraid to say out loud. She wants to see her mother, not to forgive her, not to rebuild a relationship, but to look her in the eye, to ask the questions that have been burning inside her for years, to see if the woman on the other end of the phone is real or just another performance. Tucker asks if she wants him to come with her, and Sabrina shakes her head. This is something she needs to do alone, something she needs to face by herself, to prove to herself that she is strong enough, that she is not the scared girl who was left behind all those years ago. Tucker nods, though she can see the worry in his eyes, and he tells her that he will support whatever she decides, that he will be waiting for her when she comes back, that she is the bravest person he knows. Sabrina leans into him, her head on his shoulder, and she feels the fear and the hope tangled together in her chest, indistinguishable from each other. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, where Sabrina has gone for a routine checkup, part of the ongoing care she has received since Clara's birth. The doctor, a kind woman who has seen Sabrina through postpartum depression and the challenges of new motherhood, asks how she is doing, really doing, and Sabrina finds herself telling the truth. She talks about her mother, about the phone call, about the fear of opening old wounds. The doctor listens, and then she tells Sabrina something that stops her cold. She says that unresolved trauma can affect fertility, that the stress of carrying these emotions can impact the body in ways that are not always visible. She is not saying this to scare Sabrina, but to encourage her to keep doing the work, to keep going to therapy, to keep facing the hard things. Sabrina leaves the appointment with a new understanding, the knowledge that the work she is doing is not just for her own healing, but for her body, for her future, for the possibility of more children someday. It is a lot to carry, but she is learning that she is stronger than she thinks. The chapter closes with Sabrina sitting alone in the living room after Tucker has gone to bed, the apartment dark, the city quiet outside. She pulls out her phone and scrolls to her mother's number, the one she saved after the phone call but has not had the courage to use. She stares at the screen for a long time, her thumb hovering over the call button, and then she does something unexpected. She puts the phone down and walks to Clara's room instead. She stands in the doorway, watching her daughter sleep, the rise and fall of her tiny chest, the peace on her face. She thinks about the cycle of abandonment, about the grandmother she never knew, about the mother who left her, about the daughter she is determined to stay for. She makes a decision. She is not going to call her mother tonight. She is not ready. But she is not going to run away either. She is going to sit in the uncertainty, to let herself feel the fear without being consumed by it, to trust that the answer will come when she is ready to hear it. The chapter ends with Sabrina climbing into bed beside Tucker, her body curling into his arm wrapping around her even in sleep. She closes her eyes and listens to his breathing, steady and sure, and she thinks about the word home. She used to think home was a place, a building, a roof over her head. She has learned that home is a person, is people, is the ones who stay. Tucker is her home. Clara is her home. Her grandmother is her home. And maybe someday her mother could be too. But that someday is not today, and that is okay. The chapter closes on that note of hard-won acceptance, the phone silent on the nightstand, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. She is exactly where she is supposed to be, doing exactly what she is supposed to be doing, and that, she is learning, is the greatest victory of all. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 returns to Garrett and Hannah, picking up in the tense, heart-pounding days following the doctor's concern about the baby's slowed growth. The chapter opens with Hannah and Garrett in the waiting room of a maternal fetal medicine specialist, a different office than their usual OB, with different chairs and different magazines and a different kind of fear hanging in the air. Hannah is 37 weeks pregnant, so close to the finish line that she can almost taste it, and yet the possibility that something might be wrong has made the final stretch feel longer than all the months that came before. Garrett is holding her hand, his thumb tracing small circles on her skin, a gesture that is meant to be soothing, but that Hannah barely feels through the fog of her anxiety. They have been here before, in waiting rooms, facing uncertainty, but this feels different. This is not about grades or career or even their relationship. This is about their daughter, about her health, about her future. Hannah has spent her whole life believing that she could control her destiny through hard work and careful planning, but pregnancy has taught her that some things are beyond control, that the body does not care about spreadsheets, that the only way through is through. The specialist is a woman in her 50s with grey-streaked hair and kind eyes, and she does not make them wait long. She performs an ultrasound, the wand moving across Hannah's belly with practiced precision, and she points out the baby's measurements on the screen. The growth has slowed, she confirms, but not dangerously, not yet. The baby is still moving well, still has a strong heartbeat, still appears healthy in every other way. She explains that sometimes babies have growth spurts at different times, that the measurements are an estimate, not an exact science. She recommends monitoring, more frequent appointments, and possibly an induction at 39 weeks if the growth does not pick up. She tells them that the vast majority of babies in this situation are born healthy and small, that there is no reason to panic, that they are doing everything right. Hannah listens, and the fear does not disappear, but it shifts, making room for something else. Something that might be the beginning of cautious hope. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Hannah and her mother, who has come back to town after hearing about the specialist appointment, her presence a quiet comfort in the midst of the chaos. Hannah's mother is not a demonstrative woman, not someone who offers hugs and platitudes, but she shows up, she always shows up, and that is its own kind of love. They sit in the kitchen drinking tea, and Hannah talks about her fears, about the possibility of an induction, about the terror of holding her daughter for the first time and not knowing if she is okay. Her mother listens, and then she tells a story Hannah has never heard before. She talks about Hannah's own birth, about the complications, about the moment when the doctors told her that Hannah might not survive. She talks about the terror, the helplessness, the desperate prayer she made to a God she was not sure she believed in. She talks about the relief when Hannah cried for the first time, the sound so loud and so alive that it undid her completely. She tells Hannah that she understands the fear, that it does not go away, that even now, with Hannah grown and married and about to become a mother herself, she still worries, She tells Hannah that worrying is not weakness, that it is love, that the fear is the price of caring so deeply. Hannah cries, and her mother holds her, and the two of them sit in the quiet kitchen, the weight of generations on their shoulders, but the love between them strong enough to carry it. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes when Garrett, unable to sit still any longer, calls his own mother for advice. His mother, who raised him alone, who worked 2 jobs to put food on the table, who never once made him feel like a burden, listens to his fears with the patience of someone who has been exactly where he is. She tells him that the moment his daughter is born, he will understand something he has never understood before. He will understand that love is not a feeling, but a force, something that exists outside of himself, something that he would die to protect. She tells him that the fear will not go away, that it will change shape, but never disappear, that he will spend the rest of his life worrying about this child, and that is exactly as it should be. She tells him that the fact that he is scared means he is already a good father, that the ones who are not scared are the ones who should be. Garrett hangs up with tears in his eyes, and he walks back into the living room where Hannah is sitting with her mother, and he sits down beside his wife and takes her hand. He tells her that they are going to be okay, not because he knows it, but because he needs to believe it, and sometimes believing is the first step toward making something true. The chapter then shifts to a lighter moment, a brief respite from the tension, as Garrett and Hannah tour the hospital's labor and delivery wing, preparing for the possibility of an early induction. The nurse who gives the tour is cheerful and efficient, pointing out the birthing tubs and the epidural options, and the nursery where the baby will be monitored. Hannah listens, taking mental notes, while Garrett makes jokes to cover his own nervousness. They stop in front of the door to the neonatal intensive care unit, and the nurse explains that most babies do not need to go there, but that it is there if they do. Hannah stares at the door, at the small sign that reads NICU, and she feels the fear rise again, the possibility of her daughter being on the other side of that door, small and vulnerable and fighting. Garrett puts his arm around her and steers her away, and they finish the tour in silence. When they get back to the car, Hannah rests her head against the headrest and closes her eyes, and she thinks about all the women who have come before her, who have faced the same fear and survived it, who have held their babies and watched them grow. She is not alone. She has never been less alone. The chapter closes with Garrett and Hannah at home that night, lying in bed, the baby moving between them. Hannah has her hand on her belly, counting the kicks, monitoring the movements, trying to reassure herself that everything is still okay. Garrett is reading a book about newborn care, his brow furrowed in concentration, occasionally muttering observations about swaddling techniques and feeding schedules. Hannah watches him, at this man who has grown so much since the day they met, and she feels a surge of love so powerful that it almost chokes her. She reaches over and takes the book from his hands, setting it aside, and she pulls him close. They do not have sex. They are both too tired, too anxious, too full of the weight of everything that is coming. They just hold each other, breathing together, existing in the same small space. Hannah whispers into the dark that she is scared, and Garrett whispers back that he is scared too, and somehow, admitting it makes it easier to bear. The chapter ends with Hannah closing her eyes, Garrett's arms around her, the baby kicking softly against her ribs, and she thinks about the word hope. She used to think hope was passive, something you felt, something that happened to you. She has learned that hope is active, that hope is a choice, that hope is the decision to keep going even when you do not know the outcome. She chooses hope now, not because she is certain, but because she is willing. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, active hope, two people holding on to each other in the dark, waiting for their daughter, ready to love her no matter what. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up in the weeks following the fertility test results, as the initial shock begins to settle into something more permanent, more manageable. The chapter opens with Grace at her weekly therapy appointment, a practice she has maintained since her residency began, not because she is broken, but because she believes in the value of tending to her own mind the way she tends to her patients' minds. Her therapist, a calm woman with silver hair and a gentle voice, asks her how she is doing, and Grace tells the truth. She is sad. She is angry. She is scared. She is also unexpectedly relieved. The tests showed a reason, a cause, something they can address. The months of not knowing, of wondering if she was imagining things, of blaming herself for something that was not her fault, are over. There is a path forward, even if the path is hard. Her therapist asks her about Logan, about how he is handling the news, and Grace hesitates. Logan is struggling, she admits. He is carrying guilt that he does not need to carry, shame that he does not deserve. He has withdrawn into himself in ways that remind her of the early days of their relationship, before he learned to trust her, before he learned to let her in. She knows he is not pulling away from her, not really, but the distance hurts nonetheless. Her therapist nods and says that this is common, that men often process fertility struggles differently than women, that the key is communication, even when it is hard, even when the words do not come easily. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the hockey rink where Logan is skating alone, the ice empty around him, the cold air biting at his cheeks. He has been coming here more often lately, seeking the familiar rhythm of the blades on the ice, the physical exhaustion that quiets his mind. He thinks about the test results, about the low sperm count, about the poor motility, about the sense that his body has betrayed him in the most fundamental way. He thinks about his father, about the violence and the neglect, about the possibility that the damage runs deeper than he ever knew, that the trauma of his childhood has left marks on his body as well as his mind. He thinks about Grace, about the baby she wants so badly, about the fear that he cannot give her what she wants, that he is failing her, that she will eventually realize she deserves someone whole. The thoughts spiral, dark and relentless, and Logan skates harder, faster, until his lungs burn and his legs ache, and he cannot think about anything except the next stride, the next breath, the next moment. When he finally steps off the ice, his body is exhausted, but his mind is not. The thoughts are still there, waiting for him, the way they always are. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Logan and Garrett, the two friends meeting for a beer at a quiet pub near the arena. Garrett, who is dealing with his own fears about Hannah and the baby, listens as Logan talks about the fertility results, about the guilt and shame and fear. Garrett does not offer advice. He does not try to fix it. He just listens, the way he has learned to listen over the years, the way Logan has listened to him through his own struggles. When Logan finishes, Garrett tells him about his own fears, about the possibility that his daughter might be born with health problems, about the helplessness of watching someone you love face something you cannot control. He tells Logan that they are both learning the same lesson, that love is not about fixing, but about showing up, about being present, about staying even when staying is hard. Logan looks at his friend, at this man who started as a rival and became a brother, and he feels something loosen in his chest. He is not alone. He has never been less alone. The two men sit in comfortable silence, the game on the television above them, the noise of the pub around them. And they do not solve anything. but they do not need to. They just need to be there for each other. And they are. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, where Logan and Grace have returned for a consultation about their options. The doctor explains intrauterine insemination, a procedure that involves placing specially prepared sperm directly into the uterus around the time of ovulation. It is less invasive than in vitro fertilization, less expensive, and for couples with mild to moderate male factor infertility, it can be highly effective. The doctor is careful not to promise success, but she is hopeful, and her hope is contagious. Grace asks questions, taking notes, her planner's mind kicking into gear. Logan sits quietly, his hand on Grace's knee, and he listens. The procedure is not guaranteed. It may take multiple tries, it may not work at all, but it is a path forward, a door that has opened where before there was only a wall. When they leave the clinic, Grace is holding the information packet against her chest like a lifeline, and Logan is holding her hand. And they are both crying, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming relief of having a plan. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. They talk about the procedure, about the timeline, about the possibility of success and the possibility of failure. They talk about what they will do if it does not work, about adoption, about fostering, about the many ways to build a family. They talk about their fears and their hopes, and they do not hide from either. Logan tells Grace that he is sorry, not for the test results, but for pulling away, for letting his shame create distance between them. Grace tells him that she understands, that she loves him, that she is not going anywhere. They hold each other, and the silence is no longer heavy but soft, the kind of silence that comes from two people who know each other deeply and do not need to fill every moment with words. The chapter ends with Logan's hand on Grace's belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he is hoping, because hope is the only thing that has ever kept him going, because hope is the legacy he wants to pass on. He whispers into the dark that he loves her, that he is grateful for her, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be worthy of her. Grace turns her head and kisses him, soft and slow, and she tells him that he already is. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope, two people holding on to each other in the dark, the path forward uncertain but no longer invisible. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is enough. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up in the whirlwind of wedding planning that has consumed their lives in the weeks since the engagement. The chapter opens with Ali standing in the middle of a bridal boutique, surrounded by white dresses and tulle and the gentle pressure of a saleswoman who has clearly done this hundreds of times before. Her mother is beside her, offering opinions that feel less like suggestions and more like commands, and her sister is on FaceTime from across the country, offering commentary that is equal parts helpful and chaotic. Ali has tried on 7 dresses already, and each one has felt wrong in a different way, too fussy or too plain, or too reminiscent of a version of herself she no longer recognizes. She wants to feel beautiful, but more than that, she wants to feel like herself, and none of these dresses seem to understand who that is. Her mother holds up an 8th dress, a beaded confection that costs more than Ali's first car, and says that this is the one, that this is what a bride should look like. Ali looks at the dress, at the price tag, at her mother's expectant face, and she feels the familiar pressure to conform, to please, to be the daughter her mother wants her to be. But then she thinks about Dean, about the way he looks at her when she is wearing sweatpants and no makeup, about the fact that he fell in love with her long before he ever saw her in a fancy dress. She tells the saleswoman that she needs a moment, and she walks out of the boutique, leaving her mother open-mouthed behind her. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Ali and Dean, who has been waiting for her in a coffee shop down the street, having wisely declined to participate in the dress shopping extravaganza. Ali slides into the booth across from him, orders a latte that she does not really want, and tells him about the dresses, about her mother, about the crushing weight of expectations that she has been carrying for her entire life. Dean listens, and then he asks her a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. He asks what she wants, not what her mother wants, not what anyone else thinks she should want, but what she actually, deeply wants. Ali thinks about it, and she realizes that she has not asked herself that question in a long time. She has been so busy trying to be the person everyone else expects her to be that she has forgotten to check in with the person she actually is. She wants a small wedding, she says finally. She wants to get married outside, in the garden behind the old church where her grandparents were married. She wants good food and good music and people who love them. She does not want a 5-tier cake or a choreographed dance or a dress that costs more than her rent. She wants Dean, and she wants their friends, and she wants to celebrate the beginning of their life together without the performance of it all. Dean reaches across the table and takes her hand, and he tells her that they will have exactly that wedding, no matter what her mother says. Ali smiles, the first real smile of the day, and she feels the weight lift, just a little. The central conflict of this chapter revolves around a conversation between Dean and his mother, who has been staying with them, and whose health has been declining in ways that are becoming impossible to ignore. Dean's mother has been hiding the extent of her illness, not wanting to burden him. But the evidence is everywhere: the weight loss, the fatigue, the days when she cannot get out of bed. Dean has been avoiding the conversation, because facing it means facing the possibility that he might lose her, that the fragile reconciliation they have been building might be cut short. But after a particularly bad morning, when his mother cannot keep down her breakfast and has to lie down on the couch, Dean sits beside her and asks the question he has been dreading. What is the prognosis? His mother is quiet for a long time, and then she tells him the truth. The illness is serious, but not terminal, not yet. With treatment, she could have years. Without it, she might have months. She has been avoiding treatment because she is scared, because the treatment is brutal, because she is not sure she has the strength to fight. Dean listens, and he feels the anger rise, the old anger at her for leaving him, for neglecting him, for being weak when he needed her to be strong. But underneath the anger, there is something else, something that might be love, or might be the memory of love, or might be the possibility of love in the future. He tells his mother that he wants her to get treatment, that he wants her to fight, that he is not ready to lose her. His mother cries, and Dean holds her, and they sit like that for a long time, two people who have hurt each other and been hurt by each other, trying to find a way forward. The chapter introduces a subplot involving the wedding guest list, which has become a battleground between Ali and her mother. Ali wants a small, intimate wedding with only their closest friends and family. Her mother wants to invite half the town, including relatives Ali has not seen in years and business associates she has never met. The conflict comes to a head during a phone call, when Ali's mother threatens not to come to the wedding at all if Ali does not agree to a larger guest list. Ali is stunned into silence. Her mother has always been difficult, but she has never been cruel like this, has never used her presence as a bargaining chip. Ali hangs up the phone without answering, her hands shaking, and she walks into the bedroom where Dean is reading. She tells him what her mother said, and Dean's face darkens with anger. Not at Ali, but at her mother, at the manipulation, at the cruelty of using love as a weapon. He tells Ali that her mother is wrong, that she does not get to dictate the terms of their wedding, that if she chooses not to come, that is her loss, not theirs. Ali knows he is right, but the thought of her mother not being there, of walking down the aisle without her, of starting her marriage with that wound unhealed, is almost too much to bear. The chapter closes with a quiet scene late that night. Dean and Ali lying in bed, the apartment dark, Dean's mother asleep in the guest room down the hall. Ali is staring at the ceiling, her mind racing, and Dean is lying beside her, his hand on her stomach, tracing small circles on her skin. He asks if she is okay, and she tells him that she does not know, that she is tired of fighting with her mother, that she is tired of feeling like she has to choose between the family she came from and the family she is building. Dean turns on his side to face her, and he tells her that she does not have to choose. She can love her mother and still set boundaries. She can want her mother at the wedding and still have the wedding she wants. The two things are not mutually exclusive. Ali looks at him, at this man who has taught her so much about love and boundaries and self-respect, and she feels a surge of gratitude so powerful that it almost chokes her. She leans over and kisses him, soft and slow, and she tells him that she loves him, that she is grateful for him, that she cannot imagine her life without him. The chapter ends with Dean pulling her close, his arms around her, her head on his chest, and they lie there in the dark, not solving anything, but not needing to. They just need to be together, and they are. The chapter closes on that note of imperfect, persistent love, the wedding still months away, the conflict still unresolved, but the two of them holding on to each other, ready to face whatever comes next, together. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up in the immediate aftermath of Sabrina's decision to sit with the uncertainty rather than rush to call her mother. The chapter opens with Sabrina in her therapist's office, Dr. Reyes's familiar space with its soft lighting and comfortable chairs, a place that has become a sanctuary over the past year. Dr. Reyes asks how she has been, and Sabrina tells her about the phone call, about the letter she did not write, about the decision to wait. She expects Dr. Reyes to push her, to encourage her to take the next step, but instead, the therapist nods and tells her that waiting is its own kind of courage, that knowing when not to act is just as important as knowing when to act. Sabrina feels something loosen in her chest, the permission to not have all the answers, the freedom to move at her own pace. She talks about her grandmother, about the conversation they had about the cycle of addiction and abandonment, about the fear that she is repeating the pattern even as she tries to break it. Dr. Reyes asks her what she wants for Clara, what kind of relationship she hopes her daughter will have with her, and Sabrina answers without hesitation. She wants Clara to feel safe, to know that she is loved unconditionally, to never doubt that her mother will be there for her. Dr. Reyes asks if Sabrina deserved that too, as a child, and Sabrina's eyes fill with tears. She did. She deserved it. And the fact that she did not get it was not her fault. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Clara's daycare, where Sabrina has come for a parent-teacher conference, a milestone that feels absurdly grown up for a toddler who still eats with her hands. Clara's teacher, a young woman with endless patience and a kind smile, tells Sabrina that Clara is thriving, that she is smart and social and stubborn in ways that will serve her well. She mentions that Clara has been asking questions about families, about why some children have two mommies or two daddies or live with their grandparents. Sabrina listens, and she realizes that the questions are only going to get bigger, that Clara will eventually ask about her own family, about why she does not have a second set of grandparents, about the woman who is her biological grandmother, but whom she has never met. Sabrina is not ready for those questions, not yet, but she knows that she will have to be ready someday. The teacher, sensing her discomfort, tells her that there is no right way to be a family, that the only thing that matters is love, and that Clara is clearly loved. Sabrina thanks her and leaves, the words settling over her like a blanket, warm and protective. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Sabrina and her grandmother that evening, after Clara is asleep and Tucker is at a late study group. Sabrina's grandmother has been quieter than usual lately, her health still fragile, her energy still low, and Sabrina has been trying to find the balance between helping and hovering. They sit on the couch together, an old black and white movie playing on the television that neither of them is really watching, and Sabrina tells her grandmother about the parent-teacher conference, about Clara's questions, about the fear that she will not know how to answer them when they come. Her grandmother is quiet for a long time, and then she takes Sabrina's hand and tells her a story she has never told before. She talks about her own mother, the grandmother Sabrina never knew, the one who died of liver failure when her mother was only 23. She talks about the secrets her mother kept, the shame she carried, the way addiction ran through their family like a river, drowning generation after generation. She talks about the moment she decided that the river would stop with her, that her daughter and her granddaughter would not drown the way her mother did. She tells Sabrina that breaking the cycle is not a single act, but 1,000 small choices made every day to show up, to stay, to love even when it is hard. She tells Sabrina that she is already breaking the cycle, that Clara is growing up in a home that is safe and stable and full of love, that the questions will come, but Sabrina will know how to answer them because she is living the answer every single day. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Tucker's graduate program, where he is presenting his final research project on the psychological impact of career-ending injuries on professional athletes. The presentation goes well, better than he expected, the audience engaged, the questions thoughtful. Afterward, his advisor pulls him aside and tells him that she is proud of him, that he has a real gift for this work, that she would like to recommend him for a fellowship at a prestigious sports psychology clinic in Chicago. The fellowship is a year-long, fully funded, and it would be a huge step forward in his career. It would also mean moving across the country, away from Boston, away from Sabrina's law school, away from Clara's daycare and her grandmother's doctors and everything they have built. Tucker thanks his advisor and says he will think about it, but his mind is already racing, already calculating, already trying to find a way to make it work, without asking Sabrina to give up everything she has worked for. He drives home in silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on him, and he does not mention the fellowship to Sabrina that night. He is not ready. He is not sure he will ever be ready. The chapter closes with Sabrina and Tucker lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Sabrina can tell that something is bothering him, can see the tension in his shoulders, the furrow in his brow, but she does not push. She has learned that he will tell her when he is ready, that pushing only makes him retreat further. Instead, she rests her head on his chest and listens to his heartbeat, steady and sure, and she thinks about the conversation with her grandmother, about breaking the cycle, about the 1,000 small choices that add up to a life. She thinks about her mother, about the phone call she has not returned, about the possibility that she might never be ready to see her. She thinks about Clara, about the questions that are coming, about the answers she will give. She does not have all the answers, not yet, but she has something better. She has Tucker, and she has her grandmother, and she has the knowledge that she is not the person she used to be. The chapter ends with Sabrina closing her eyes, Tucker's hand in her hair, and she whispers into the dark that she loves him. He whispers it back, and they hold each other. Two people who have come so far from where they started. Two people who are still learning, still growing, still choosing each other every single day. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, persistent love, the fellowship unspoken, the mother unanswered, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 returns to Garrett and Hannah, picking up in the final days before Hannah's scheduled induction, a countdown that has brought equal measures of anticipation and terror. The chapter opens with Hannah lying on the couch, her belly so large that getting comfortable has become a distant memory, her phone in her hand as she scrolls through yet another parenting forum, looking for reassurance that she is not alone in her fears. Garrett is at work. The apartment is quiet, and the silence allows her thoughts to wander to places she would rather not go. She thinks about the induction, about the possibility of complications, about the moment when she will finally hold her daughter and know, one way or another, if she is healthy. She thinks about her mother's story, about the complications at her own birth, about the terror her mother felt and survived. She thinks about the women in her online due date group, the ones who have already had their babies, the ones who are still waiting, the ones whose stories have happy endings, and the ones whose stories do not. She has to put the phone down eventually, the anxiety becoming too much, and she closes her eyes and tries to focus on her breathing, the way her therapist taught her. In and out, in and out. The baby kicks, a sharp jab to her ribs, and Hannah laughs despite herself. Even now, even in the fear, her daughter is letting her know that she is there, that she is fighting, that she is not going anywhere. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Garrett's office, where he is wrapping up his final projects before taking paternity leave. His colleagues have thrown him a small celebration, with cake and balloons and a card signed by everyone in the firm. Garrett smiles and makes jokes and accepts the congratulations, but his mind is elsewhere, with Hannah, with the baby, with the induction that is now only 2 days away. His boss pulls him aside and tells him that he is doing the right thing, that family comes first, that the work will still be there when he gets back. Garrett thanks him, but the words feel hollow because he does not need permission to put his family first. He has already made that choice, has already committed to being the father he never had, has already decided that no job is worth missing his daughter's first smile, first word, first step. He leaves the office early, something he almost never does, and he drives to the park near their apartment, the same park where he used to run when he was training for hockey, the same park where he proposed to Hannah on a cold winter night. He sits on a bench and watches the families around him, parents pushing strollers, toddlers learning to walk, older couples holding hands. He thinks about the legacy he wants to leave, not in the form of championships or awards, but in the form of a daughter who knows she is loved, a wife who knows she is cherished, a family that is whole. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Hannah and her father, who has come to town for the birth, his quiet presence a balm to Hannah's frayed nerves. Hannah's father is a man of few words, a retired engineer who shows his love through actions rather than speeches, and he has always been a steadying force in her life. They sit in the kitchen drinking tea, and Hannah talks about her fears, about the induction, about the possibility that something might go wrong, about the weight of responsibility that comes with bringing a new life into the world. Her father listens, and then he tells her a story she has never heard before. He talks about the night she was born, about the complications, about the moment when the doctor told him that he might lose both his wife and his daughter. He talks about the terror, the helplessness, the desperate prayer he made to a God he was not sure he believed in. He talks about the relief when Hannah cried for the first time, the sound so loud and so alive that it undid him completely. He tells Hannah that he has spent her entire life trying to protect her, and that he knows he cannot protect her from this, from the fear and the pain and the uncertainty of becoming a mother. But he tells her that she is stronger than she knows, that she comes from a long line of strong women, that she is ready for this, even if she does not feel ready. Hannah cries, and her father holds her, and the two of them sit in the quiet kitchen, the weight of generations on their shoulders, but the love between them strong enough to carry it. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the hospital, where Hannah and Garrett have come for a final pre-induction appointment. The doctor performs an ultrasound, and the baby's measurements show that her growth has improved, not dramatically, but enough that the doctor is no longer recommending an immediate induction. She tells them that they can wait, that they can let the baby come on her own timeline, that the risk is low and the benefits of waiting are significant. Hannah feels the relief wash over her, so powerful that her knees go weak. She is not ready. She has been telling herself that she is ready, that she wants this to be over. But the truth is that she is terrified, and the extra time feels like a gift, a reprieve, a chance to breathe. Garrett holds her hand, and they walk out of the hospital together, the spring air warm on their faces. And Hannah feels something she has not felt in weeks. She feels hope. The chapter closes with Garrett and Hannah at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the baby moving between them. Hannah has her hand on her belly, feeling the kicks, the rolls, the proof that their daughter is still growing, still fighting, still not ready to meet the world. Garrett is reading a book about newborn care, the same book he has been reading for weeks, and Hannah reaches over and takes it from his hands. She tells him that she wants to just be here, with him, without the books and the forums and the endless preparation. She wants to remember what it feels like to be just the two of them, before everything changes. Garrett puts the book aside and pulls her close, and they lie there in the dark, not talking, just breathing, just being. Hannah thinks about the induction, about the extra time, about the fear that has not disappeared, but has quieted, just a little. She thinks about her father's words, about the long line of strong women, about the legacy she is inheriting and the legacy she will pass on. She does not know what the future holds. She does not know if her daughter will be healthy, if the birth will be easy, if she will be the mother she hopes to be. But she knows that she is not alone, that she has Garrett, that she has her family, that she has the strength of all the women who came before her. The chapter ends with Hannah closing her eyes, Garrett's arms around her, and she whispers into the dark that she is ready. Not because she is not afraid, but because she is afraid, and she is choosing to show up anyway. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, courageous readiness, two people holding onto each other in the dark, waiting for their daughter, ready to love her no matter what. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up on the morning of their first intrauterine insemination procedure, a day that has been marked on their calendar for weeks and that has arrived with the weight of hope and terror in equal measure. The chapter opens with Grace standing in the bathroom, staring at her reflection in the mirror, her hand resting on her stomach as if she can already feel the possibility growing inside her. She has done everything right, taken the medications, tracked her ovulation, followed every instruction to the letter. Her body is ready. The question is whether the procedure will work, whether the sperm will find the egg, whether this will be the beginning of their long-awaited family. Logan is still in bed, and Grace can hear him moving around, the soft sounds of him getting dressed, the quiet tension in his movements. Neither of them has said much this morning. The words feel too big, too fragile, too easily broken. Instead, they have moved through the apartment in a careful dance, making coffee, packing a bag, checking and rechecking the time. Grace looks at her reflection one more time and whispers a prayer to no one in particular. Please, please, please. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic. The waiting room familiar now, the same chairs, the same magazines, the same quiet hum of anxious hope. Logan holds Grace's hand, his thumb tracing small circles on her skin, and she is grateful for the grounding pressure, for the reminder that she is not alone. The procedure itself is quick, barely uncomfortable, the doctor's voice calm and professional as she explains each step. Grace lies on the exam table, her legs in stirrups, her eyes on the ceiling, and she tries to breathe, to relax, to let her body do what it needs to do. Logan sits beside her, holding her hand, and she can feel the tension in his grip, the hope and fear that mirror her own. When it is over, the doctor tells them to rest, to avoid stress, to wait 2 weeks before taking a pregnancy test. 2 weeks, 14 days, an eternity. Grace thanks the doctor, and Logan helps her sit up, and they walk out of the clinic together, the spring air warm on their faces, the possibility of everything hanging in the balance. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Grace and her sister, who calls to check in after the procedure. Grace's sister is 2 years older, with 2 children of her own, and she has been a steady source of support throughout the fertility struggles. Grace tells her about the procedure, about the 2-week wait, about the fear that it will not work. Her sister listens, and then she tells Grace about her own struggles to conceive her first child, about the months of trying, about the negative tests, about the moment when she finally saw 2 pink lines and could not believe her eyes. She tells Grace that the waiting is the hardest part, that the hope is both a gift and a curse, that there is nothing to do except feel the feelings and keep living. She tells Grace that no matter what happens, she is not alone, that her family loves her, that they will be there for her whether the test is positive or negative. Grace cries, not from sadness, but from the relief of being understood, of being seen, of being loved without conditions. She hangs up feeling lighter, not because the fear is gone, but because it is shared. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Logan's mother's house, a place he has not visited in years, a place he swore he would never see again. But after the fertility diagnosis, after the guilt and the shame and the long conversations with Grace, Logan made a decision. He would see his mother. He would face the past. He would try, if not to forgive, then at least to understand. Grace is with him, her hand in his, and they stand on the front porch of the small house, the paint peeling, the garden overgrown, the curtains drawn. Logan knocks, and his mother answers, and for a moment, neither of them speaks. His mother looks older than he remembers, thinner, frailer, her eyes sunken but still the same color as his own. She is crying, and Logan is crying, and Grace is crying, and they stand there in the doorway, 3 people who have been broken by life in different ways, trying to find a way forward. His mother steps aside, and Logan walks into the house, into the past, into the possibility of something new. The conversation that follows is painful and raw, the kind of conversation that has been waiting years to happen. Logan's mother talks about his father, about the violence, about the fear that kept her silent, about the shame that kept her from leaving sooner. She talks about the night she finally left, about the guilt of leaving Logan behind, about the years of trying to make a new life and failing. She talks about the addiction, the relapses, the moments when she wanted to give up and almost did. She talks about the letter she wrote, the one Logan threw away, the one that said everything she was too afraid to say in person. Logan listens, and the anger is still there, the old familiar rage, but it is quieter now. drowned out by something else, something that might be compassion. He tells his mother about the fertility struggles, about the diagnosis, about the guilt and shame he has been carrying. He tells her that he understands, maybe for the first time, that people are not all good or all bad, that the same person who hurt him was also hurting. His mother reaches for his hand, and he lets her take it, and they sit there in the small living room, the weight of the past pressing down on them, but the possibility of the future opening up, just a crack. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace driving home, the sun setting behind them, the road stretching out ahead. Logan is quiet, his eyes on the road, his jaw tight, and Grace reaches over and rests her hand on his thigh. She does not ask if he is okay, because she knows he is not yet. But she is there, and that is what matters. Logan pulls the car over to the side of the road, and he turns to look at her, his eyes red, his face open in a way she has rarely seen. He tells her that he loves her, that he is grateful for her, that he does not know what he would do without her. He tells her that he is ready to be a father, not because he knows how, but because he wants to learn, because he wants to be better than his own father, because he wants to give his children the love he never had. Grace leans over and kisses him, soft and slow, and she tells him that he is already a better man than his father ever was, that their children will be lucky to have him, that she is lucky to have him. The chapter ends with Logan pulling back onto the road, his hand on Grace's knee, the 2-week wait still ahead of them, the possibility still unknown. But they are together, and that is enough. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope, 2 people driving into the sunset, the past not forgotten, but no longer in control, the future uncertain, but no longer terrifying. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up in the chaotic, emotional final stretch before their wedding, which is now only a week away. The chapter opens with Ali standing in the garden behind the old church where her grandparents were married, the same garden where she and Dean decided to hold the ceremony, surrounded by overgrown roses and the soft sound of wind chimes hanging from a nearby tree. She is alone, having slipped away from the apartment while Dean was on the phone with the caterer, and her mother was reorganizing the seating chart for the 5th time. The garden is peaceful in a way that her life has not been for weeks, the wedding planning having consumed every waking moment with decisions and compromises and the endless, exhausting work of trying to please everyone. She sits on a wooden bench, the same bench where her grandmother used to sit and read, and she closes her eyes and tries to remember why she wanted this in the first place. She wanted to marry Dean. She wanted to stand in front of the people she loved and promise to spend the rest of her life with him. The rest of it, the flowers and the music and the guest list, was supposed to be secondary, but somewhere along the way, it became primary, and she has lost sight of what matters. She opens her eyes and looks at the garden, at the roses that are just beginning to bloom, and she makes a decision. She is going to stop trying to please everyone. She is going to have the wedding she wants, the one she and Dean dreamed of, and anyone who does not like it can stay home. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Dean and his mother, who has been undergoing treatment for her illness and who is finally strong enough to leave the apartment for short outings. Dean takes her to a small cafe near their apartment, a place she used to love when he was a child, and they sit at a table by the window, the spring sunlight warming their faces. Dean's mother is thinner than she used to be, her hair thinner too, but her eyes are brighter, clearer, the fog of illness and depression lifting now that she is finally getting the care she needs. She asks Dean about the wedding, about his suit, about the vows he has written. Dean admits that he has not written his vows yet, that every time he tries, the words feel inadequate, too small for the enormity of what he wants to say. His mother smiles, a real smile, the kind he has not seen in years, and she tells him that the words do not have to be perfect, that Ali will not be listening to the words so much as the feeling behind them. She tells him that love is not about saying the right thing, but about showing up, about being present, about staying even when staying is hard. Dean listens, and he thinks about his father, about the man who left, about the legacy of absence he is determined to break. He will show up. He will stay. He will be the husband his father never was. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Ali and her mother, the two of them sitting in the living room of the apartment, the tension between them so thick it can almost be cut with a knife. Ali's mother has been difficult throughout the wedding planning, pushing for a larger guest list, a more expensive dress, a more traditional ceremony, and Ali has reached her limit. She tells her mother that she loves her, that she wants her at the wedding, but that she will not be manipulated anymore. She tells her mother that the wedding will be small, that the guest list is final, that if her mother chooses not to come, that is her decision, but that Ali will not beg her to change her mind. Her mother is silent for a long time, her face unreadable, and Ali braces herself for the worst, for the tears or the anger or the cold silence that has been her mother's weapon of choice for as long as she can remember. But instead, her mother reaches across the table and takes her hand. She apologizes. Not for everything, not yet, but for the wedding, for the pressure, for trying to make Ali's day into something it was never meant to be. She tells Ali that she is proud of her, that she is proud of the woman she has become, that she knows she has not always shown it, but that she loves her. Ali cries, and her mother cries, and they hold each other, two women who have been at war for so long that they forgot what peace felt like. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the wedding rehearsal, the garden transformed with fairy lights and white chairs, the roses in full bloom, the late afternoon light golden and soft. Ali's friends are there, Hannah and Grace and Sabrina gathered around her, helping her with her hair, adjusting her veil, making her laugh when the nerves threaten to overwhelm her. Dean is on the other side of the garden, surrounded by Garrett and Logan and Tucker, the four of them joking and shoving each other the way they always have, the years of friendship evident in every easy gesture. Ali watches him from across the garden, at this man who started as an annoyance and became her everything, and she feels the tears prick at her eyes again. She thinks about the first time she met him, about the fake relationship that was supposed to be just for show, about the moment she realized that she was not pretending anymore. She thinks about the proposal, about the ring on her finger, about the life they are going to build together. She thinks about her mother, about the apology, about the possibility that their relationship might finally be healing. She thinks about the future, uncertain and terrifying and wonderful, and she feels ready. The chapter closes with Dean and Ali alone in the garden after the rehearsal, the fairy lights twinkling above them, the rest of the world falling away. They stand facing each other, the way they will stand tomorrow, and Dean pulls a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. His vows. He has been working on them for weeks, rewriting them over and over, and now, in the quiet of the garden, he reads them to her for the first time. He tells her that he was scared to love her, that he spent so long building walls that he forgot how to let anyone in. He tells her that she knocked those walls down without even trying, that she saw the worst parts of him and stayed anyway. He tells her that he is not perfect, that he will make mistakes, that he will hurt her sometimes without meaning to. But he tells her that he will always come back, that he will always choose her, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be the man she deserves. Ali is crying, and Dean is crying, and they hold each other in the garden, the roses blooming around them, the fairy lights casting soft shadows on their faces. The chapter ends with Dean kissing her, soft and slow, and he whispers against her lips that he cannot wait to marry her. Ali whispers back that neither can she. The chapter closes on that note of radiant, hard-won joy. The wedding still a day away, the future still uncertain, but the two of them ready, finally ready, for whatever comes next. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up on the morning of Dean and Ali's wedding, a day that has brought with it a flurry of activity and emotion. The chapter opens with Sabrina standing in front of the bathroom mirror, wearing a soft blue dress that she bought for the occasion, her hair curled, her makeup done. Clara sitting on the counter beside her, watching with wide-eyed fascination. Sabrina looks at her reflection and barely recognizes the woman staring back. This is not the girl who grew up in foster care, who wore second-hand clothes and never went to a party, who believed that happiness was something that happened to other people. This is a woman with a ring on her finger, a daughter on the counter, a partner who loves her. This is a woman who has friends, real friends, the kind who show up when you need them. Hannah texted her this morning to wish her a good day. Grace sent a photo of her own wedding outfit, asking for opinions. Ali, the bride herself, called to thank Sabrina for helping with the decorations, her voice bright with nervous excitement. Sabrina is not used to being included, to being part of a circle, to being someone people think of. She is learning to accept it, to let herself be loved, to believe that she deserves it. Clara babbles something unintelligible and pats Sabrina's cheek with a sticky hand. And Sabrina laughs, the sound surprising her, the joy rising up unbidden. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the wedding venue, the same garden behind the old church, now transformed with white chairs and flowers, and the soft glow of fairy lights, even in the daylight. Tucker is helping Dean with his tie, the two of them standing in a small room off to the side, away from the bustle of guests and caterers. Dean is nervous, his hands shaking, and Tucker is teasing him in that gentle way he has, the way that makes fun without cruelty. Dean asks Tucker if he ever gets used to it, the fear of messing up, the terror of not being enough. Tucker thinks about Sabrina, about the early days of their relationship, about the constant fear that he would say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, lose her before he ever really had her. He tells Dean that the fear does not go away, but it changes. It becomes less about losing the other person and more about wanting to be worthy of them. It becomes a motivation rather than an obstacle. Dean listens, and he nods, and Tucker claps him on the shoulder and tells him that he is going to be a great husband, that Ali is lucky to have him, that they are lucky to have each other. Dean smiles, the first real smile of the day, and he walks out of the room to take his place at the altar. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during the wedding ceremony itself, as Sabrina sits in the front row, Clara on her lap, Tucker beside her. The garden is beautiful, the roses in full bloom, the late afternoon light golden and soft. Ali walks down the aisle on her father's arm, her dress simple and elegant, her face radiant, and Sabrina feels the tears prick at her eyes. She is not a crier, has never been a crier, but something about this moment, about the love and the hope and the promise of it all, undoes her. She looks at Tucker, and he is crying too, not hiding it, just letting the tears fall, and she loves him so much that it hurts. Dean and Ali say their vows, the words simple and true, and when they kiss, the crowd erupts in applause, and Sabrina finds herself clapping along with everyone else. Clara clapping too, her little hands making a soft patting sound that is almost lost in the noise. Sabrina thinks about her own relationship with Tucker, about the ring on her finger, about the wedding they have not yet planned. She is not ready, not yet. There is still too much unresolved: her mother, her grandmother's health, the question of whether she can ever truly let go of the past. But she is closer than she has ever been, and that is something. The chapter then shifts to the wedding reception, held in a large tent behind the church, the tables decorated with flowers and candles, the dance floor crowded with guests. Sabrina is sitting at a table with Hannah and Grace, the three of them watching the chaos around them, laughing at something Garrett has done, some ridiculous dance move that has everyone cheering. Hannah's belly is huge now, the baby due any day, and she rests her hand on it absently, the way pregnant women do, as if checking that everything is still okay. Grace is quieter than usual, her mind clearly elsewhere, and Sabrina knows about the fertility treatments, about the 2-week wait, about the hope and fear that Grace is carrying along with everything else. Sabrina reaches over and squeezes Grace's hand, and Grace looks at her surprised, and then smiles. A real smile. Grateful for the acknowledgement, for the silent show of support. These women, Sabrina thinks, these women who started as strangers, as acquaintances, as the girlfriends of her boyfriend's friends, have become something more. They have become her people. She has never had people before, not like this, not people who show up and stay. She is learning to let them in, and it is terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina on the dance floor, Clara asleep in her stroller nearby, the music slow and soft. Tucker holds her close, his hand on her lower back, her head on his chest, and they sway together, not saying anything, just being. Sabrina thinks about the fellowship Tucker was offered, the one in Chicago, the one he has not mentioned to her yet. She knows about it. She found the letter on his desk weeks ago, and she has been waiting for him to bring it up, to trust her enough to share the decision. She has been angry at first, hurt that he would hide something so important, but the anger has faded, replaced by understanding. He is scared. He is scared of asking her to give up everything she has worked for, scared of the answer, scared of what it might mean for their future. She does not bring it up now, not at the wedding, not in this moment of joy. But she makes a mental note to talk to him tomorrow, to tell him that she knows, to tell him that they will figure it out together. The chapter ends with Tucker spinning her around, and she laughs, the sound bright and free, and she thinks about the word legacy. She used to think legacy was about the past, about what you leave behind. She is learning that legacy is also about the present, about the choices you make every day, about the love you give and receive. Her legacy is Clara. Her legacy is Tucker. Her legacy is this moment, this dance, this joy. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, persistent hope, the music playing, the lights twinkling, the two of them holding on to each other, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 returns to Garrett and Hannah, picking up in the early morning hours, 3 days after Dean and Ali's wedding, with the kind of sudden, heart-pounding chaos that changes everything in an instant. The chapter opens with Hannah waking to a sensation she has never felt before, a deep, rhythmic tightening that rolls across her belly like a wave, followed by a sharp, unmistakable gush of fluid. Her eyes fly open in the dark, and for a moment she is too stunned to move, too stunned to speak. Then the reality crashes over her. Her water has broken, the baby is coming, and she is not ready, She is not ready. She is not ready. She reaches over and shakes Garrett awake, her voice calm in a way that surprises her, telling him that it is time. Garrett is awake in an instant, the alertness of an athlete who has trained his body to respond to the smallest stimulus, and he is out of bed before she finishes the sentence, grabbing the hospital bag, calling the doctor, helping her into the car. The drive to the hospital is a blur of streetlights and stop signs, Garrett's hand gripping hers so tightly that she thinks he might break her fingers, and Hannah focuses on her breathing, on the spaces between the contractions, on the fact that in a matter of hours, she is going to meet her daughter. The chapter then shifts to the hospital, the delivery room bright and chaotic, nurses moving with practiced efficiency, monitors beeping, voices calling out numbers that Hannah does not understand. Garrett never leaves her side. He holds her hand through every contraction, every cervical check, every wave of pain that makes her want to scream. He fetches ice chips when her mouth goes dry, rubs her lower back when the pain settles there, and tells her she is amazing so many times that the word loses all meaning. The labor progresses slowly at first, then all at once, the contractions coming faster and harder, until Hannah is lost in the rhythm of them, the world narrowing to the inside of her body, to the baby who is fighting to be born. The doctor tells her it is time to push, and Hannah pushes with everything she has, with all the fear and hope and love that have accumulated over 9 months. And then, with one final shuddering effort, the baby is there. A cry, loud and fierce and alive, fills the room, and Hannah reaches for her daughter, pulling her onto her chest, counting the fingers and the toes, 10 each. And the tears come then, hot and silent and unstoppable. Garrett is crying too, great silent sobs that shake his shoulders, and he reaches out one finger to touch the baby's cheek as if she might disappear. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes when the doctor, after the initial rush of delivery, performs a thorough examination of the baby. The growth concerns that plagued the final weeks of Hannah's pregnancy are still present. The baby is small, smaller than average, and the doctor wants to run some tests to make sure everything is okay. Hannah watches as they take her daughter to a warmer across the room, as they prick her heel for blood, as they listen to her heart and check her reflexes. And the fear that she has been holding at bay for months comes crashing back in. What if something is wrong? What if her daughter is sick? What if she has failed before she has even begun? Garrett is beside her, his hand in hers, and he is whispering that it is going to be okay, that the doctors know what they are doing, that their daughter is strong. But Hannah cannot hear him over the roar of her own terror. The minutes stretch into an eternity, and then the doctor comes back, a smile on her face, and she tells them that the tests are normal, that the baby is healthy, that she is just small, nothing more. Hannah feels the relief wash over her, so powerful that her whole body shakes, and she reaches for her daughter, holding her close, promising her everything, promising her forever. The chapter then shifts to a scene in the recovery room, Hannah in the bed, the baby in her arms, Garrett asleep in the vinyl chair beside her, exhausted and peaceful. Hannah cannot sleep. She is too full, too overwhelmed, too aware that her life has changed forever. She looks down at her daughter, at the tiny face, the rosebud mouth, the fingers curled into fists, and she thinks about the future. She thinks about first steps and first words and first days of school. She thinks about the woman this child will become, the choices she will make, the joys and sorrows she will experience. She thinks about all the mothers who came before her, the ones who held their daughters and worried and hoped and loved. She thinks about her own mother, about the story she told, about the complications at Hannah's birth, about the terror and the relief and the love that has never stopped. She whispers a prayer to no one in particular. A prayer of gratitude, a prayer of hope, a prayer for strength. The baby stirs, her eyes opening for just a moment, and Hannah sees herself reflected there, and Garrett, and the long line of women who have brought her to this moment. The chapter closes with Garrett waking up, his eyes finding Hannah and the baby, and the smile that spreads across his face is so full of love and wonder that Hannah starts crying again. He crosses the room and sits on the edge of the bed, and he looks at his daughter with an expression she has never seen before, something between awe and terror and overwhelming love. He reaches out and touches the baby's hand, his finger so much larger than hers, and he whispers that he loves her, that he will protect her, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be worthy of her. Hannah leans her head on his shoulder, and they sit like that, the three of them, in the quiet of the recovery room, the world outside continuing to spin, but inside, time standing still. They have not named her yet. They have been waiting to see her face, to know who she is. And now, looking at her, Hannah knows. She looks at Garrett, and he looks at her, and they say the name together. Ava. Ava Grace Graham. The name means life and breath and a bird, something that soars. Hannah thinks about the legacy she wants to leave, about the daughter who will carry her name and her love into the world. The chapter ends with Hannah closing her eyes, Ava warm against her chest, Garrett's hand in hers, and she lets the exhaustion take her, not into darkness, but into the deepest, most peaceful sleep she has ever known. The chapter closes on that note of radiant, hard-won joy, the fears not gone but quieted, the future uncertain but bright, the three of them together at last. A family. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up in the final days of the 2-week wait after their intrauterine insemination procedure, a stretch of time that has stretched into an eternity of hope and fear and desperate, quiet longing. The chapter opens with Grace standing in the bathroom, alone, staring at the pregnancy test in her trembling hands. She promised herself she would wait the full 2 weeks, that she would not test early, that she would not put herself through the agony of uncertainty. But she woke up this morning, feeling different, something subtle and unnameable, a shift in her body that she cannot ignore. The test is in her hand now, the plastic stick that holds the answer to everything, and she is terrified to look. She thinks about Logan, still asleep in their bed, about the hope in his eyes every time they talk about the future, about the way he has been carrying the guilt of the diagnosis, even though she has told him 1,000 times that it is not his fault. She thinks about the baby she wants so badly, the child she has been dreaming of for years, the one she is afraid she may never hold. She takes a breath, and she looks. The test is negative. The single line is stark and clear, unmistakable, and Grace feels the world tilt beneath her feet. She sinks onto the edge of the bathtub, the test still in her hand, and the tears come, silent and hot, sliding down her cheeks without permission. She is not surprised. She has been preparing herself for this outcome, telling herself that the first try rarely works, that they have options, that they will try again. But the preparation does not dull the pain. The hope she allowed herself to feel, the fragile, desperate hope that this might be the month, that this might be the beginning, crashes down around her, leaving her hollow and empty. She thinks about telling Logan, about watching his face fall, about the guilt that will consume him, even though it is not his fault. She thinks about the doctor, about the next round of treatment, about the endless cycle of hope and disappointment. She thinks about the women who have walked this path before her, who have survived this pain, and found their way to the other side. She does not know how they did it. She does not know if she is strong enough. The chapter then shifts to a scene in the kitchen where Logan has made breakfast, eggs and toast and coffee, the smell of it filling the small apartment. Grace has washed her face and composed herself, hiding the evidence of her tears. But Logan knows her too well to be fooled. He takes one look at her face, and he knows. He does not ask. He just crosses the room and pulls her into his arms, holding her tightly. And she breaks. The sobs she has been holding back, tearing out of her, ugly and raw. He holds her through all of it, not speaking, just present. And when the sobs finally subside, he leads her to the couch and sits beside her, his hand on her knee. He tells her that he is sorry, not because the failure is his fault, but because she is hurting, because he cannot fix it, because he would trade places with her in an instant if he could. Grace looks at him, at the man who has loved her through every difficult moment, and she loves him so much that it aches. She tells him that she is not giving up, that they will try again, that they will keep trying as many times as it takes. Logan nods, and he tells her that he is with her, always, that they are a team, that they will get through this together. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Grace and her mother, who calls, after sensing that something is wrong, the particular intuition of a mother who knows her child better than anyone. Grace tells her about the negative test, about the hope and the disappointment, about the fear that it will never happen. Her mother listens, and then she tells Grace about her own struggles to conceive, about the years of trying before Grace was born, about the miscarriages and the tests and the moments when she wanted to give up. She tells Grace that she is not alone, that this path is hard, that there is no shame in struggling. She tells Grace that she is proud of her, not for the outcome, but for the courage it takes to keep trying. She tells Grace that she loves her, that she is praying for her, that she believes with all her heart that Grace will be a mother someday. Grace cries, and her mother cries with her across the miles, and the connection, the shared experience, the knowledge that she is not alone, is a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, where Grace and Logan have returned to talk to the doctor about the next steps. The doctor is kind, compassionate, explaining that the first IUI attempt has a success rate of only 10 to 20%, that it is not unusual for it to fail, that they can try again as soon as Grace's next cycle begins. She offers to adjust the medication protocol, to try a different approach, to do everything in her power to increase their chances. Grace listens, takes notes, asks questions, her planner's mind kicking into gear. Logan sits beside her, quiet and steady, his hand on her knee. When they leave the clinic, Grace feels something she did not expect. She feels hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of the 2-week wait, but something quieter, more grounded. The hope of knowing that they have a plan, that they have options, that they are not at the end of the road, but only at the beginning. She looks at Logan, and he is looking at her, and they both know that this is not going to be easy, that there will be more disappointments, more tears, more moments when they want to give up. But they also know that they will not give up. They will keep going, together, for as long as it takes. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. They talk about the next cycle, about the next attempt, about the baby they are still hoping for. They talk about adoption, about fostering, about the many ways to build a family if the medical interventions do not work. They talk about their fears and their hopes, and they do not hide from either. Logan tells Grace that he loves her, that he is grateful for her, that he does not know what he would do without her. Grace tells him that she loves him too, that she is proud of him, that she chose him, and she chooses him still, every single day. They hold each other, and the silence is no longer heavy, but soft. The kind of silence that comes from two people who know each other deeply and do not need to fill every moment with words. The chapter ends with Grace closing her eyes, Logan's hand on her belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he is hoping, because hope is the only thing that has ever kept him going, because hope is the legacy he wants to pass on. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope. The negative test discarded. The next cycle on the horizon. The future uncertain, but no longer terrifying. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is enough. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 returns to Dean and Ally, picking up in the golden haze of newlywed life, 1 week after their wedding, the guests gone, the gifts unpacked, the reality of forever beginning to settle in. The chapter opens with Ally in the kitchen of their apartment, making breakfast in a pair of Dean's boxer shorts and an old t-shirt, her hair a mess, her face bare, humming a song she cannot name. She is happy, truly happy, in a way she has never been before. The wedding was everything she wanted, small and intimate and full of love, and her mother came, not just came, but smiled, really smiled, and danced with Dean, and told Ally that she was proud of her. It was not a perfect reconciliation, not yet, but it was a start, and Ally is learning that starts matter. Dean comes up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, pressing a kiss to her neck, and she leans back against him, savoring the warmth of him, the solid reality of him. They are married. They are married, and she still cannot quite believe it. He spins her around and kisses her, soft and slow, and the pancakes burn, and they laugh, and the morning is perfect in its imperfection. The chapter then shifts to a conversation between Dean and his mother, who is still staying with them, her health improving slowly, her presence a quiet constant in their home. Dean's mother has been helping with the wedding thank you notes, a task she took on without being asked, and Dean finds her at the kitchen table, her glasses perched on her nose, her handwriting neat and careful. He sits down across from her, and they talk about the wedding, about the guests, about the moment when Dean saw Ally walking down the aisle and forgot how to breathe. His mother smiles, the smile that has become more frequent, less forced, and she tells him that she has never seen him so happy. She tells him that she is grateful to Ally, not just for loving him, but for helping him become the man she always knew he could be. Dean feels the familiar lump in his throat, the complicated tangle of love and resentment that defines his relationship with his mother, and he reaches across the table and takes her hand. He tells her that he is glad she is here, that he is glad they are trying, that he is not ready to lose her. His mother cries, and Dean cries, and they hold hands across the kitchen table, two people who have hurt each other and been hurt by each other, trying to find a way forward. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Ally and her father, who has driven into the city for the day to take her to lunch. Ally's father is a quiet man, a mechanic who never says much, but shows his love through actions, and Ally has always felt closer to him than to her mother. They sit in a small diner, the kind of place they used to go when she was a child, and Ally tells him about the wedding, about the honeymoon they are planning, about the life she and Dean are building. Her father listens, and then he asks her a question that catches her off guard. He asks if she is happy, not if she is in love, not if she is grateful, but if she is truly, deeply happy. Ally thinks about it, and she realizes that she is. She is happy in a way she did not know was possible, a way that does not depend on external circumstances or other people's approval. She is happy because she has chosen to be, because she has learned to accept love, because she has stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop. She tells her father this, and he nods, and she sees the relief in his eyes, the relief of a parent who has worried about his child for her entire life and is finally able to let some of that worry go. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's gym, where he is working out with Garrett and Logan, the three of them pushing each other the way they always have. Dean is distracted, his mind elsewhere, and Garrett calls him on it, teasing him about being lovesick, about being unable to focus now that he is a married man. Dean laughs, but the laughter fades, and he tells them about the conversation with his mother, about the complicated feelings that will not go away, about the fear that he is not doing enough, not forgiving enough, not loving enough. Garrett and Logan listen, and then they share their own stories. Garrett about his father, Logan about his mother, about the ways they have both struggled to reconcile with the people who hurt them. They tell Dean that there is no timeline for forgiveness, that it is not a destination, but a process, that the only thing that matters is that he is trying. Dean listens, and he feels the weight lift, just a little. The knowledge that he is not alone, that his friends have walked similar paths, that they are all still learning, still growing, still trying. The chapter closes with Dean and Ali at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Ali has her head on Dean's chest, and she is playing with his fingers, tracing the lines of his palm, the calluses from years of gripping weights. She tells him about the lunch with her father, about the question he asked, about the realization that she is happy. She tells him that she never thought she would be happy, that she spent so long trying to please everyone else that she forgot to ask herself what she wanted. Dean kisses the top of her head and tells her that he is happy too, that he never thought he deserved happiness, that she taught him that he does. They lie there in the dark, not talking, just breathing, just being, and the silence is soft and full of love. The chapter ends with Ali closing her eyes, Dean's hand in her hair, and she thinks about the future, about the children they might have, about the life they will build, about the fights they will have, and the making up that will follow. She does not know what comes next, but she knows that she is not afraid. She has Dean, and she has herself, and she has the knowledge that she is exactly where she is supposed to be. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, hard-won contentment, two people holding on to each other in the dark, the wedding behind them, the future ahead, the present, for once, enough. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up several weeks after Dean and Ali's wedding, the golden haze of that celebration now replaced by the familiar rhythm of daily life, with a toddler and the looming pressure of Sabrina's law school finals. The chapter opens with Sabrina in the law library, surrounded by towering shelves of books that smell of old paper and ambition, her laptop open to an outline that has stopped making sense hours ago. She has been studying for 7 hours straight, surviving on coffee and determination, and her eyes are blurring, her head pounding, the words on the screen swimming together until they are meaningless. She closes her laptop and rests her forehead on the cool wood of the table, and she thinks about the fellowship Tucker was offered, the one in Chicago, the one he still has not mentioned to her. She found the letter weeks ago, and she has been waiting for him to bring it up, to trust her enough to share the decision, to let her in. But the days have passed, and the silence has grown, and now she is not sure if she is more hurt or angry or simply tired. She loves Tucker, she trusts Tucker, but silence, especially about something this important, feels like a crack in the foundation, small now, but capable of widening if left unaddressed. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the apartment, where Tucker is home with Clara, the two of them building a tower out of blocks that Clara is determined to knock down as soon as it is completed. Tucker's mind is elsewhere, on the fellowship, on the conversation he has been avoiding, on the fear that asking Sabrina to move to Chicago will be asking too much. He knows she has worked too hard to give up her law school, her network, her life in Boston. He knows that her grandmother is here, that her friends are here, that the support system she has spent years building is here. He also knows that the fellowship is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that it could change the trajectory of his career, that turning it down might mean turning down his best chance at the future he wants. He looks at Clara, at her chubby hands and her gap-toothed smile, and he thinks about the kind of father he wants to be, the kind of partner he wants to be, the kind of man who shows up and stays. He does not know what to do. He has never felt so torn in his life. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Sabrina and Tucker that night, after Clara is asleep, the apartment quiet, the weight of the unspoken pressing down on both of them. Sabrina is the one who breaks the silence, because she cannot wait anymore, because the crack in the foundation has grown too wide to ignore. She tells Tucker that she knows about the fellowship, that she found the letter, that she has been waiting for him to talk to her. Tucker's face goes pale, and he looks at her with an expression she cannot read, something between guilt and fear and relief. He asks why she did not say something sooner, and she tells him that she wanted him to come to her, that she wanted to know that he trusted her enough to share the hard things. Tucker takes a breath, and he tells her everything. He tells her about the fellowship, about the opportunity, about the fear that asking her to move would be selfish. He tells her that he does not want to lose her, that he is afraid she will resent him if she gives up her life here, that he is afraid she will say no. He tells her that he loves her, that he loves Clara, that he wants to build a life with them, but he does not know how to do that without asking her to sacrifice. Sabrina listens, her heart pounding, and when he finishes, she takes his hand and tells him that she is not going anywhere, that they are a team, that they will figure it out together. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Sabrina's grandmother's room, where Sabrina goes after the conversation, needing a moment to process, needing the wisdom of the woman who has guided her through so much. Her grandmother is awake, sitting up in bed, her knitting in her lap, and she takes one look at Sabrina's face and knows that something has happened. Sabrina tells her about the fellowship, about Tucker's fear, about her own fear that she is holding him back, that she is the reason he might not achieve his dreams. Her grandmother listens, and then she sets down her knitting and takes Sabrina's hands in her own. She tells Sabrina that love is not about holding someone back, but about helping them fly. She tells Sabrina that if Tucker stays, it must be his choice, not her sacrifice. She tells Sabrina that she is strong enough to handle whatever comes, that she has survived worse, that she will survive this too. She tells Sabrina that the answer is not in running away or hiding, but in sitting down together and making a plan, a real plan, one that honors both of their dreams. Sabrina cries, and her grandmother holds her, and the love between them is a quiet, steady force, unbreakable and true. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina sitting at the kitchen table late that night, the lights low, a pad of paper between them. They are making a list, pros and cons, options and possibilities. Could Sabrina transfer to a law school in Chicago? Could Tucker defer the fellowship for a year? Could they manage a long-distance relationship while she finishes her degree? They talk through each option, the practical and the emotional, the sacrifices and the compromises. They do not find an answer tonight, The problem is too big, too complicated, too full of unknowns. But they have started the conversation, and the starting, they are learning, is the most important part. The chapter ends with them going to bed, tired but lighter, the crack in the foundation beginning to seal. Sabrina rests her head on Tucker's chest, and he wraps his arms around her, and they lie there in the dark, not talking, just breathing, just being. The future is still uncertain, the decision still unmade, but they are facing it together, and that is everything. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent partnership, two people holding on to each other, the fellowship still looming, the conversation not over, but the love between them steady and sure. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together, and for now, that is enough. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 returns to Garrett and Hannah, picking up in the exhausted, euphoric, sleep-deprived blur of new parenthood, 1 month after the birth of their daughter Ava. The chapter opens with Hannah sitting on the couch in the middle of the night, the apartment dark except for the soft glow of a nightlight, Ava cradled against her chest, nursing with the fierce concentration that newborns bring to everything. Hannah has not slept more than 2 consecutive hours in weeks, and her body feels foreign, aching in places she did not know she had, her hair unwashed, her clothes stained with spit-up, her mind foggy with exhaustion. And yet, as she looks down at her daughter, at the tiny fingers curled around her own, at the peaceful expression on Ava's face, she feels a joy so profound that it takes her breath away. She understands now what every parent has tried to explain, that the love is not a feeling, but a force, something that exists outside of herself, something she would die to protect. Garrett is asleep on the other end of the couch, having crashed an hour ago while trying to keep Hannah company, his head thrown back, his mouth open, snoring softly. Hannah smiles, and she thinks about how far they have come, from the early days of their relationship when they could not stand each other, to this, to a living room in the middle of the night, a baby between them, a life built together. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the pediatrician's office, where Hannah and Garrett have brought Ava for her 1-month checkup. The waiting room is filled with other parents, other babies, and Hannah finds herself studying them, comparing, worrying. Is Ava gaining enough weight? Is she meeting her milestones? Is she too small, too quiet, too something? The doctor, a kind woman with grey hair and steady hands, examines Ava with practiced efficiency, asking questions, making notes. Then she delivers the news that Hannah has been dreading. Ava is still below the growth curve, not dangerously so, but enough that the doctor wants to monitor her closely. She recommends supplementing breastfeeding with formula to help Ava put on weight, and she schedules another appointment for 2 weeks out. Hannah nods, makes the appointment, carries Ava out to the car, and then sits in the driver's seat and cries. She has been trying so hard, breastfeeding on demand, waking up every 2 hours, doing everything right, and it is still not enough. Garrett holds her hand and tells her that it is not her fault, that she is a good mother, that Ava is going to be fine. But Hannah cannot hear him over the roar of her own inadequacy. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Hannah and her mother, who has come to visit and who finds Hannah in the nursery, crying over a can of formula. Hannah's mother sits down beside her, takes the can from her hands, and tells her a story she has never heard before. She talks about Hannah's first month, about the struggles to breastfeed, about the guilt and shame she felt when she had to supplement with formula. She talks about the pressure to be perfect, the fear of being judged, the exhaustion of trying to do everything right and still feeling like a failure. She tells Hannah that she is not failing, that formula is not poison, that fed is best. that the most important thing is that Ava is healthy and loved. She tells Hannah that the guilt does not go away, that she still feels it sometimes, even now, even after all these years. But she tells Hannah that the guilt is not the truth, that the truth is that she is a good mother, that she is doing her best, that her best is enough. Hannah cries, and her mother holds her, and the two of them sit in the nursery, the weight of generations on their shoulders, but the love between them strong enough to carry it. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Garrett's office, where he is back at work after his paternity leave, the transition harder than he expected. He misses Hannah, misses Ava, misses the quiet chaos of the apartment. He finds himself looking at photos of his daughter on his phone instead of working, counting the minutes until he can go home. His boss notices his distraction and pulls him aside, not to reprimand him, but to check in. Garrett tells him about the pediatrician's appointment, about the growth concerns, about the guilt and fear that he is trying to hide. His boss, a father of 3, listens and then tells Garrett that the fear never goes away, that it just changes shape, that the best thing he can do is show up, be present, love his daughter with everything he has. Garrett nods, and he feels a small measure of relief, the knowledge that he is not alone, that other fathers have walked this path, that he will survive it too. The chapter closes with Garrett and Hannah at home that night, Ava asleep in her bassinet, the apartment quiet around them. They are sitting on the couch, not talking, just being, and Hannah reaches over and takes Garrett's hand. She tells him that she is scared of being a bad mother, of failing Ava, of not being enough. Garrett pulls her close and tells her that she is already a great mother, that he sees it every day, that Ava is lucky to have her. He tells her that they are in this together, that they will figure it out together, that they will not let the fear win. Hannah leans her head on his shoulder, and she closes her eyes, and she thinks about the word legacy. She used to think legacy was about achievement, about leaving a mark on the world. She is learning that legacy is also about love, about showing up, about being present, about holding your daughter in the middle of the night and knowing that you are exactly where you are supposed to be. The chapter ends with Hannah opening her eyes, looking at Ava's bassinet, and she makes a promise. She will not let the fear win. She will keep showing up, keep trying, keep loving. She will be the mother Ava deserves, not a perfect mother, but a present one. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, determined hope, 2 parents holding on to each other, their daughter sleeping nearby. The future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up in the tense, emotionally charged days of their second intrauterine insemination cycle, the hope more guarded this time, the fear more familiar. The chapter opens with Grace at the fertility clinic, alone, because Logan had a mandatory team meeting that he could not get out of, and she is trying not to feel abandoned, trying not to let the old wounds creep in. She lies on the exam table, the same ceiling, the same clinical smell of antiseptic and hope, and she thinks about the first cycle, the negative test, the tears, the way Logan held her and told her they would try again. She is trying again. Her body is ready. The procedure is quick, the doctor's voice calm, and when it is over, Grace walks out of the clinic and sits in her car and lets herself cry. Not from sadness, not exactly, but from the weight of it all, the endless cycle of hope and disappointment, the fear that this will never work, the fear that she is asking too much of her body, of Logan, of the universe. She texts Logan a single word, "Done," and he texts back a heart and a promise to be home early. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Logan's mother's house, where Logan has gone after practice, needing to see her, needing to understand, needing to find a way to carry the weight of the past without being crushed by it. His mother is doing better, the treatment working, her energy returning, and she greets him at the door with a smile that is still tentative, but more genuine than it used to be. They sit in the living room, the same living room where Logan spent so many unhappy hours as a child, and they talk about the fertility treatments, about Grace, about the baby they are hoping for. Logan's mother tells him that she is proud of him, that she never thought he would be this kind of man, this kind of partner, that she is grateful to Grace for helping him become who he is. Logan listens, and the anger is still there, quieter now, but present. He tells his mother that he is not sure he can forgive her, not yet, maybe not ever, but that he is trying to understand. He tells her that he does not want to carry the anger forever, that it is too heavy, that he wants to be free of it. His mother nods, and she does not ask for forgiveness, does not demand it, just accepts what he is willing to give, and that, somehow, makes it easier. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Grace and a woman she meets at a fertility support group, a group she has been attending for weeks, a group that has become a lifeline in the storm. The woman's name is Diana, and she has been trying to conceive for 5 years, through multiple rounds of IVF, through miscarriages, through losses that would have broken a weaker person. Diana tells Grace that she is not going to tell her to stay positive, that toxic positivity is its own kind of cruelty. Instead, she tells Grace that it is okay to be angry, to be sad, to be terrified. She tells Grace that the only way through is through, that she cannot skip the hard parts, that she has to feel them to survive them. She tells Grace that she is stronger than she knows, that the very fact that she keeps trying, keeps hoping, keeps showing up, is proof of that strength. Grace listens, and she feels something shift inside her. Not a solution, not an answer, but a permission. The permission to feel whatever she feels without guilt or shame. She thanks Diana, and she drives home with the windows down, the spring air warm on her face, and she lets herself hope, just a little, just for today. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the apartment, where Logan has come home early, bringing dinner and flowers and a quiet determination to be present. Grace tells him about the support group, about Diana, about the permission to feel. Logan listens, and then he tells her about his mother, about the conversation, about the anger that is still there but not as heavy as it used to be. They sit on the couch, the food growing cold, the flowers on the table, and they talk about the 2-week wait, about the hope and the fear, about the life they are building together. They do not have answers. They do not know if this cycle will work, if they will ever be parents, if the future will look the way they imagined. But they have each other, and they have the willingness to try, and that, they are learning, is often enough. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Grace has her head on Logan's chest, and she is listening to his heartbeat, steady and sure, and she thinks about the word hope. She used to think hope was passive, something you felt, something that happened to you. She is learning that hope is active, that hope is a choice, that hope is the decision to keep going even when you do not know the outcome. She chooses hope now, not because she is certain, but because she is willing. Logan kisses the top of her head and tells her that he loves her, that he is proud of her, that he will be with her no matter what. Grace closes her eyes, and she thinks about the second cycle, about the 2-week wait, about the possibility that this time might be different. She does not know what will happen, but she knows that she is not alone, that she has Logan, that she has Diana, that she has the support group, that she has a whole village of people who understand. The chapter ends with Grace falling asleep, Logan's hand on her belly, not because she is pregnant, but because he is hoping, because hope is the only thing that has ever kept him going, because hope is the legacy he wants to pass on. The chapter closes on that note of fragile, persistent hope, the 2-week wait stretching ahead, the future uncertain, but the two of them holding on to each other, ready for whatever comes next, together. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up several weeks after their wedding, the newlywed glow beginning to settle into the comfortable, familiar rhythm of married life. The chapter opens with Ali at work, her physical therapy practice busier than ever, the days long and exhausting, but fulfilling in a way she never expected. She is working with a young athlete, a teenager recovering from a knee injury, and she watches him push through the pain, determined to get back on the field, and she sees something of herself in him. The stubborn refusal to give up, the belief that hard work can overcome almost anything. The session ends, the boy leaves with his mother, and Ali sits in her office, alone, and she thinks about Dean. She thinks about the way he looks at her when he thinks she is not watching, the softness in his eyes that he tries to hide. She thinks about the fights they have had, the ones that left them both breathless and angry, and the making up that followed, the apologies and the forgiveness and the learning. She thinks about the future, about the children they might have, about the house they might buy, about the life they are building together. She is happy. She is terrified. She is exactly where she is supposed to be. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's gym, where he is training a new client, a Zhongnian woman who wants to get in shape for her daughter's wedding. Dean is patient, encouraging, nothing like the cocky, arrogant trainer he used to be, and he watches the woman's face light up when she completes a set she did not think she could finish. He thinks about his mother, about her illness, about the way she is fighting to get stronger, to have more time. He thinks about Ali, about the way she has changed him, softened him, made him want to be better. He thinks about the father he never had, about the man he swore he would never become, about the promise he made to himself to be different. He is not perfect. He still has moments of anger, of selfishness, of fear. But he is trying, and the trying, he is learning, is what matters. The client finishes her session, thanks him, and leaves, and Dean stands in the empty gym, the weights racked, the mirrors clean, and he feels something he has not felt in a long time. He feels peace. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Ali and Dean that evening, after dinner, after the dishes are washed, after the apartment is quiet. They are sitting on the couch, the television off, and Ali tells Dean that she has been thinking about the future, about children, about when they might be ready. Dean's heart speeds up, because the question has been hovering between them for weeks, unspoken but present. He tells her that he wants children, that he has always wanted children, but that he is scared, terrified, of repeating his father's mistakes. He tells her that he does not know how to be a father, that he never had a model, that he is afraid he will fail. Ali takes his hand and tells him that the fear is normal, that the fear means he cares, that the worst fathers are the ones who are not afraid. She tells him that they will figure it out together, the way they have figured out everything else, through trial and error, through patience and forgiveness, through love. Dean pulls her close, and he holds her, and he lets himself imagine the future, a child with Ali's eyes, a child he will teach to skate, to laugh, to be kind. He is still scared, but he is also, for the first time, ready. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's mother's apartment, where she has finally moved into her own place, a small one-bedroom not far from Dean and Ali, close enough for visits, but far enough to give everyone the space they need. Dean is helping her unpack, hanging pictures, arranging furniture, and they work in a comfortable silence that would have been impossible a year ago. His mother thanks him, not just for the help, but for giving her a second chance, for letting her back into his life. Dean tells her that he is still angry, that he may always be angry, but that he is tired of carrying it alone. His mother nods, and she tells him that she understands, that she does not expect forgiveness, that she is just grateful for the chance to know him, to see the man he has become. Dean looks at her, at the woman who failed him in so many ways, at the woman who is trying now, and he feels something shift, not forgiveness, not yet, but something like acceptance. He helps her hang the last picture, a photograph of him as a child, grinning at the camera with a gap-toothed smile, and he thinks about the boy in that photograph, about the man he has become, about the distance between them and the journey that brought him here. The chapter closes with Dean and Ali at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. They talk about the future, about children, about the timeline that is still uncertain. They talk about their fears and their hopes, and they do not hide from either. Dean tells Ali that he loves her, that he is grateful for her, that he does not know what he would do without her. Ali tells him that she loves him too, that she is proud of him, that she chose him, and she chooses him still, every single day. They hold each other, and the silence is no longer heavy, but soft, the kind of silence that comes from two people who know each other deeply and do not need to fill every moment with words. The chapter ends with Ali closing her eyes, Dean's hand in her hair, and she thinks about the word family. She used to think family was something you were born into, something you could not choose. She has learned that family is something you build, something you choose, something that holds, even when it is tested. She has built a family with Dean, with his mother, with her father, with the friends who have become more like siblings. She is not alone. She has never been less alone. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, hard-won contentment, two people holding on to each other in the dark, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, picking up several weeks after their conversation about the Chicago Fellowship, a conversation that opened the door to a decision neither of them has been able to walk through. The chapter opens with Sabrina in her law school's career services office, sitting across from an advisor who is reviewing her resume, her grades, her prospects for post-graduation employment. The advisor is impressed, more than impressed, and she tells Sabrina that she has multiple offers from top law firms in Boston, that she could have her pick of jobs, that her future is bright. Sabrina listens, and she nods, and she thanks the advisor, but her mind is elsewhere, on Chicago, on Tucker, on the fellowship that would take him away from her if she stays. She has been avoiding this decision, telling herself that there is time, that they do not have to decide yet, that something will change. But the deadline for Tucker's fellowship is approaching, and the offers from the law firms are real, and the decision is no longer theoretical. She walks out of the career services office and sits on a bench outside the building, the spring sun warm on her face, and she lets herself feel the fear, the confusion, the weight of choosing between her dreams and his. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Tucker's graduate program, where he is meeting with his advisor to discuss the fellowship. His advisor is encouraging, telling him that this is the opportunity of a lifetime, that it could open doors he cannot even imagine, that he would be a fool to turn it down. Tucker listens, and he nods, and he thanks his advisor, but his mind is elsewhere, on Sabrina, on Clara, on the life they have built in Boston. He has been trying to find a way to make it work, a way to take the fellowship without asking Sabrina to give up everything. He has looked into transferring her law school credits, into long-distance arrangements, into every possible compromise. None of them feel right. None of them feel fair. He walks out of the advisor's office and stands in the hallway, the fluorescent lights buzzing above him, and he feels the weight of the decision pressing down on him, heavy and unrelenting. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Sabrina and Tucker that night. After Clara is asleep, the apartment quiet, the two of them sitting on the couch with the lights low. Tucker tells her about the meeting with his advisor, about the pressure to accept the fellowship, about the fear that turning it down will mean giving up on his dreams. Sabrina tells him about the offers from the law firms, about the pressure to stay, about the fear that leaving will mean giving up on everything she has worked for. They sit in silence for a long moment, the weight of their separate dreams pressing against each other. And then Tucker asks the question that has been hovering between them for weeks. What if they both give something up? What if they find a middle ground? He tells her that he has been looking into other fellowships, ones that are closer to Boston, ones that would not require them to move. They are not as prestigious, not as well funded, but they are options. He tells her that he would rather have a less prestigious fellowship and a life with her than a dream job and an empty apartment. Sabrina's eyes fill with tears because she has been so focused on the binary choice, stay or go, that she forgot to look for the third option. She tells Tucker that she loves him, that she is grateful for him, that she does not want a life without him. They hold each other, and the weight does not disappear, but it shifts, making room for something else, something that might be the beginning of a solution. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Sabrina's grandmother's room, where Sabrina goes after the conversation, needing to process, needing the wisdom of the woman who has guided her through so much. Her grandmother is awake, sitting up in bed, a book in her lap, and she takes one look at Sabrina's face and knows that something has shifted. Sabrina tells her about the conversation, about the third option, about the possibility of compromise. Her grandmother listens, and then she sets down her book and takes Sabrina's hands in her own. She tells Sabrina that love is not about sacrifice, but about collaboration. She tells Sabrina that the strongest relationships are the ones where both people bend, where neither one breaks. She tells Sabrina that she is proud of her, not for having the answers, but for asking the questions. Sabrina cries, and her grandmother holds her, and the love between them is a quiet, steady force, unbreakable and true. The chapter closes with Tucker and Sabrina at the kitchen table late that night, a pad of paper between them, a list of options that is no longer binary, but full of possibility. They research fellowships together, Tucker reading aloud, Sabrina taking notes, the two of them working as a team in a way they have not done in weeks. They find a program in Connecticut, less prestigious than Chicago, but still excellent, close enough to Boston that Sabrina could keep her job and her support system. Tucker makes the call the next morning, and by the end of the chapter, he has an interview scheduled. It is not a solution, not yet, but it is a path forward, and the path forward, they are learning, is often enough. The chapter ends with Tucker and Sabrina lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Sabrina has her head on Tucker's chest, and she is listening to his heartbeat, steady and sure, and she thinks about the word compromise. She used to think compromise was a loss, a giving up, a failure to get what you want. She is learning that compromise is not a loss, but a choice, a decision to prioritize the relationship over the individual, to build something that is bigger than either of them alone. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, collaborative hope. Two people holding on to each other, the fellowship still uncertain, the future still unknown, but the two of them facing it together, ready for whatever comes next. They do not know what will happen, but they know they will figure it out together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 returns to Garrett and Hannah, picking up 2 months after Ava's birth, the family settling into a new rhythm that is equal parts exhaustion and wonder. The chapter opens with Hannah in the nursery, the morning light filtering through the curtains, Ava awake and alert in her arms, her dark eyes taking in the world with an intensity that makes Hannah's heart ache. Hannah has returned to work part-time, leaving Ava with Garrett on the days she is at the hospital, and the separation has been harder than she expected. She finds herself checking her phone constantly, looking at photos of Ava, texting Garrett for updates, counting the minutes until she can go home. She thought she would be relieved to return to the adult world, to use her brain, to feel like herself again. Instead, she feels torn, divided, pulled in 2 directions by the love she has for her work and the love she has for her daughter. She looks down at Ava, at the tiny face that is already changing, already growing, and she knows that she will blink, and this time will be gone. She makes a decision. She is going to reduce her hours further, to be home more, to be present for these moments that she will never get back. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Garrett's office, where he is wrapping up a meeting with a new client, a young hockey player with a bright future and a complicated family situation. Garrett handles the meeting with patience and professionalism, drawing on everything he has learned about sports management and everything he has learned about himself. When the client leaves, Garrett sits at his desk and pulls out his phone, scrolling through photos of Ava, a smile spreading across his face. He has become that person, the one who shows photos of his baby to anyone who will look, and he is not embarrassed. He thinks about Hannah, about the conversation they had last night, about her reducing her hours, about the financial implications, about the adjustments they will have to make. He told her he supports her, because he does, because he wants her to be happy, because he knows that a happy mother is the best thing for Ava. But underneath the support, there is a small, quiet fear. Can they afford this? Can he provide enough on his own? He pushes the fear down, the way he always does, and he goes back to work. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Hannah and Grace, the 2 women meeting for coffee at a small cafe near the hospital. Grace is in the middle of her 2-week wait after the second IU1, the hope and fear written on her face in equal measure, and Hannah recognizes the look because she has worn it herself. They talk about the fertility struggles, about the fear of never becoming a mother, about the complicated emotions that come with wanting something so badly you can barely breathe. Hannah listens, and she holds Grace's hand, and she tells her that she believes in her, that she knows she will be a mother someday, that she will be there for her no matter what. Grace cries, and Hannah cries, and the 2 women hold each other in the corner of the cafe, the weight of their separate struggles pressing against each other, but the friendship between them strong enough to carry it. Grace tells Hannah about the support group, about Diana, about the permission to feel. Hannah tells Grace about her decision to reduce her hours, about the guilt and the fear and the overwhelming love that is driving her. They talk about the messiness of life, the impossibility of having it all, the beauty of choosing what matters most. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the Graham apartment, where Garrett is alone with Ava, trying to get her to take a bottle while she screams in protest. He has been at this for an hour, and he is exhausted, frustrated, on the verge of tears himself. He thinks about Hannah, about how she makes this look easy, about the fear that he is not as good at this as she is. He takes a breath, shifts Ava to a different position, tries a different bottle, and finally, she latches on and begins to drink. The relief is so profound that his knees go weak. He looks down at his daughter, at her contented face, and he feels a surge of love so powerful that it almost chokes him. He is not as good at this as Hannah, not yet, but he is learning. He is showing up. He is trying. And the trying he is learning is what matters. The chapter closes with Hannah coming home to find Garrett asleep on the couch, Ava asleep on his chest, the two of them breathing in sync, the afternoon light golden and soft. Hannah stands in the doorway and watches them, her heart so full that she cannot move. She thinks about the decision to reduce her hours, about the money they will lose, about the sacrifices they will make. She thinks about the fear that she is giving up too much, that she will regret it, that she is not making the right choice. And then she looks at Garrett and Ava, at the peace on their faces, at the love that fills this small apartment, and she knows that she is making the right choice. She tiptoes across the room and lies down on the other end of the couch, curling around them, and she closes her eyes. She is tired, bone tired, the kind of tired that comes from a sleepless night and an early morning and a heart that has been working overtime. But underneath the tired, there is a joy, quiet and steady, the joy of being exactly where she is supposed to be. The chapter ends with Hannah falling asleep, her hand on Ava's back, Garrett's hand on hers, the three of them tangled together on the couch, a family. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, hard-won contentment, the fears not gone but quieted, the future uncertain but the present, for once, enough. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 returns to Logan and Grace, picking up in the final days of the second 2-week wait, a stretch of time that has stretched into an eternity of cautious hope and guarded fear. The chapter opens with Grace in the bathroom, alone, staring at the pregnancy test in her trembling hands. The same bathroom, the same test, the same terror that has become familiar in the worst way. She promised herself she would not test early this time, that she would wait the full 14 days, that she would not put herself through the agony of uncertainty. But the hope is too strong, the need to know too urgent, and she woke up this morning feeling different again, something subtle and unnameable, a shift in her body that she cannot ignore. The test is in her hand now, the plastic stick that holds the answer to everything, and she is terrified to look. She thinks about Logan, still asleep in their bed, about the hope in his eyes that she sees even when he tries to hide it, about the way he has been carrying the guilt, even though she has told him 1,000 times that it is not his fault. She takes a breath, and she looks. The test is positive. 2 lines, faint but unmistakable. A second pink line that was not there before. A line that changes everything. Grace stares at it, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to believe what she is seeing. She has imagined this moment so many times, rehearsed it in her head, pictured the tears and the joy and the relief. But now that it is here, she feels none of those things. She feels shock, pure and total, the kind of shock that empties the mind and freezes the body. She sinks onto the edge of the bathtub, the test still in her hand, and she stares at those two lines as if they might disappear, as if this might be a dream, as if her body might be playing a cruel trick. But the lines do not disappear. They stay, faint but present, a promise, a possibility, a beginning. The chapter then shifts to a scene in the bedroom where Grace wakes Logan with a gentle shake, the test hidden behind her back, her heart pounding so loudly that she is sure he can hear it. Logan sits up, groggy and confused, and he asks if she is okay, his voice thick with sleep. Grace does not answer. She just holds out the test, her hand shaking, and she watches his face as he reads the result. The confusion clears, replaced by disbelief, then hope, then joy so raw and overwhelming that it takes his breath away. He looks at her, at the tears streaming down her face, and he pulls her into his arms, holding her so tightly that she can barely breathe. They cry together, not from sadness, but from the sheer overwhelming relief of it all. The months of struggle, the negative tests, the fear that it might never happen. And now this. 2 pink lines, a baby, a family. Logan pulls back and looks at her, his face wet with tears, and he tells her that he loves her, that he is grateful for her, that he cannot believe this is real. Grace laughs, a wet, hiccuping laugh, and she tells him that it is real, that they are going to have a baby, that all the waiting and the hoping and the fear was worth it. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Grace and her mother, who calls later that morning, having sensed that something has happened, the particular intuition of a mother who knows her child better than anyone. Grace tells her about the positive test, about the shock and the joy and the fear that is still there, the fear that something might go wrong, that they might lose this baby the way they have lost so much. Her mother listens, and then she tells Grace that the fear does not go away, that it changes shape but never disappears, that she still worries about Grace even now, even though she is grown and married and about to become a mother herself. She tells Grace that the fear is the price of love, that it is worth paying, that she would not trade a single moment of worry for a single moment of the joy she has experienced as a mother. She tells Grace that she is going to be a wonderful mother, that she has waited for this, fought for this, earned this. Grace cries, and her mother cries with her across the miles, and the connection, the shared experience, the knowledge that she is not alone, is a comfort beyond measure. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility clinic, where Grace and Logan have gone for a blood test to confirm the pregnancy, the doctor's voice calm and professional as she delivers the news that the hormone levels are strong, that everything looks good, that they will schedule an ultrasound in 2 weeks. Grace walks out of the clinic with Logan's arm around her, the spring air warm on her face, and she feels something she has not felt in a long time. She feels hope, not the fragile, desperate hope of the 2-week wait, but something deeper, more grounded, the hope of knowing that this is real, that this is happening, that after all the struggle and the tears, they are finally here. The chapter closes with Logan and Grace at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Grace has her head on Logan's chest, and she is listening to his heartbeat, steady and sure. And she thinks about the baby, about the tiny person growing inside her, about the future that is no longer just a dream, but a reality. Logan has his hand on her belly, not because she is showing, but because he wants to be close, because he wants to feel connected, because he wants to believe that this is real. They talk about names, about nurseries, about the kind of parents they want to be. They talk about their fears and their hopes, and they do not hide from either. Logan tells Grace that he loves her, that he is proud of her, that he will spend the rest of his life trying to be worthy of her and their child. Grace tells him that he already is. The chapter ends with Grace closing her eyes, Logan's hand on her belly, and she whispers into the dark that she is grateful, so grateful, for this moment, for this love, for this life. The chapter closes on that note of radiant, hard-won joy, the positive test on the nightstand, the future stretching out before them, full of possibility and promise. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 returns to Dean and Ali, picking up several months after their wedding, the newness of married life beginning to settle into the comfortable, familiar rhythm of two people who have chosen each other and continue to choose each other every day. The chapter opens with Ali at her physical therapy practice, working with a middle-aged woman who is recovering from a hip replacement. The session going well until the woman mentions, casually, that her daughter just had a baby, that she is a grandmother now, that there is nothing like it. Ali smiles and nods and finishes the session, but the words stay with her, burrowing under her skin. She has been thinking about children more and more lately, about the family she and Dean might have, about the timeline that is still uncertain. She is not ready, not yet. There is still so much she wants to do, so much she wants to achieve, so much she wants to experience before she becomes a mother. But the clock is ticking, or so she has been told, and the pressure is real, even if it is self-imposed. She sits in her office after the patient leaves, staring at the wall, and she feels the familiar tug of the future, the pull of the unknown, the fear of making the wrong choice. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's gym, where he is training a young boxer, a teenager with more talent than discipline, and Dean is trying to teach him that talent is not enough, that hard work is the only thing that separates the good from the great. The teenager listens, or pretends to, and Dean watches him leave, and he thinks about his own youth, about the wasted years, about the man he might have become if someone had believed in him earlier. He thinks about his father, about the absence, about the legacy of neglect that he is determined to break. He thinks about Ali, about the children they might have, about the father he wants to be. He is scared, terrified, of repeating his father's mistakes, of not knowing how to love a child the way a child needs to be loved. But he is also hopeful, because he has Ali, because she believes in him, because she has taught him that he is capable of more than he ever imagined. He closes the gym early and drives home, the spring sun warm on his face, and he makes a decision. He's going to talk to Ali about children, not to make a plan, not to set a timeline, but to open the door, to start the conversation, to let her know that he is ready to think about the future. The central emotional pivot of this chapter comes during a conversation between Dean and Ali that evening, after dinner, after the dishes are washed, after the apartment is quiet. They are sitting on the couch, the same couch where they have had so many important conversations, and Dean takes Ali's hand and tells her that he has been thinking about children. Ali's heart speeds up, because the question has been hovering between them for weeks, unspoken but present. She tells him that she has been thinking about it too, that she wants children, that she wants a family with him, but that she is scared, not ready, not yet. Dean listens, and he tells her that he is scared too, that he does not know how to be a father, that he never had a model, that he is afraid of failing. But he tells her that he is willing to learn, that he wants to learn, that he will not let his fear stop him from building a life with her. Ali pulls him close, and she holds him, and she lets herself imagine the future, a child with Dean's eyes, a child they will raise together, a child who will never know the pain that they have known. She is still scared. She is still not ready. But she is willing to start the conversation, and the starting, she is learning, is the most important part. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's mother's apartment, where Dean has gone to visit her after the conversation with Elle, needing to process, needing to understand, needing to find a way to carry the weight of the past without being crushed by it. His mother is doing well, the treatment continuing, her energy stable, and she greets him at the door with a smile that is more genuine than it used to be. They sit in the living room, and Dean tells her about the conversation with Elle, about the fear of becoming a father, about the legacy of his own father that he is determined to break. His mother listens, and then she takes his hand and tells him that he is not his father, that he has never been his father, that the very fact that he is afraid proves that he is different. She tells him that she is proud of him, that she has always been proud of him, that she wishes she had been the mother he deserved. Dean cries, and his mother holds him, and the two of them sit in the small living room, the weight of the past pressing down on them, but the possibility of the future opening up, just a crack. The chapter closes with Dean and Elle at home that night, lying in bed, the room dark, the city quiet outside their window. Elle has her head on Dean's chest, and she is listening to his heartbeat, steady and sure. And she thinks about the word family. She used to think family was something you were born into, something you could not choose. She has learned that family is something you build, something you choose, something that holds even when it is tested. She has built a family with Dean, with his mother, with her father, with the friends who have become more like siblings. She is not alone. She has never been less alone. The chapter ends with Elle closing her eyes, Dean's hand in her hair, and she thinks about the future, about the children they might have, about the life they will build. She does not know when they will be ready. She does not know if they will ever feel ready. But she knows that they will figure it out together, the way they have figured out everything else, through trial and error, through patience and forgiveness, through love. The chapter closes on that note of quiet, collaborative hope. Two people holding on to each other in the dark, the future uncertain, but the present, for once, enough. They do not know what comes next, but they know they will face it together. And for now, that is everything. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, and the Chicago Fellowship decision has finally been made. Not with a grand declaration or a tearful compromise, but with a quiet Tuesday evening and a spreadsheet. Sabrina is at the kitchen table, Clara already asleep, her laptop open to a color-coded document that compares Tucker's fellowship options side by side. The Connecticut program has emerged as the clear winner. It is close enough to Boston that Sabrina can keep her job and finish her degree without transferring. It is less prestigious than Chicago, but Tucker's advisor made a few calls and learned that the director there is someone who values practical experience over pedigree. Tucker is on the couch, reading the fine print of the offer letter for the 5th time, his brow furrowed not with anxiety, but with the simple effort of understanding legal jargon. He looks up and catches Sabrina watching him. She does not smile. She just nods, a small, decisive movement. He nods back. That is it. Decision made. The chapter then moves to a conversation that has been delayed for months. Sabrina finally calls her mother. Not because she feels ready, not because she has forgiven anything, but because the fellowship decision reminded her that life is short and silence is its own kind of weight. Her mother answers on the second ring, her voice cautious, almost frightened. Sabrina does not say anything profound. She does not say, "I forgive you," or "I miss you," or "let's pretend the past never happened." She says, "I'm not ready to see you, but I'm ready to talk." On the phone, sometimes. Her mother starts crying and Sabrina lets her. She does not cry herself. She sits at the kitchen table, the spreadsheet still glowing on her laptop, and she listens to the woman who gave her life sob with relief. When the call ends, Sabrina feels lighter, not because anything has been resolved, but because she has stopped pretending that the choice was between total estrangement and total reconciliation. There is a middle ground. She is standing on it. The central event of the chapter is not dramatic, but practical. Tucker and Sabrina drive to Connecticut to see the town where they might live. It is a small place, nothing like Boston, with a main street that has one coffee shop, one bookstore, and a diner that has been there since 1952. They walk Clara in her stroller past old Victorian houses and a public library that looks like a castle. Tucker points out a park with a decent playground. Sabrina finds a sign for a community college that offers evening law classes. Neither of them says this is perfect, because it is not. The town is quiet, almost sleepy. Sabrina will miss the energy of Boston, the late-night libraries, the competitive edge of her peers. Tucker will miss his friends, the easy camaraderie of the hockey world, the familiarity of the rink where he learned to skate. But they also see a small house with a for sale sign, a front porch with a swing, a backyard big enough for Clara to run. They do not buy the house. They do not even go inside. But they stand on the sidewalk and look at it for a long time, and the silence between them is not heavy or hopeful. It is simply the silence of two people imagining a future that might work. Back in Boston, the chapter shifts to a scene that has nothing to do with moving or fellowships or family drama. Sabrina's grandmother has a good day. Not a remarkable day. Just a day when her energy holds, when her mind is clear, when she can walk to the corner store without getting winded. Sabrina comes home from the library to find her grandmother in the kitchen, making spaghetti sauce from scratch, the way she used to make it when Sabrina was a child. The apartment smells like garlic and oregano and something older, something like memory. Clara is in her high chair, banging a spoon on the tray, delighted by the noise. Sabrina stands in the doorway and watches the two of them, her grandmother stirring the pot, her daughter making a mess, and she does not feel overwhelming joy or crushing fear. She feels something simpler. She feels like staying right where she is. The chapter ends with an email. Tucker's phone buzzes late at night, after Clara is asleep and Sabrina is in the shower. It is from the director of the Connecticut program, offering him the fellowship. The salary is lower than Chicago, the funding less generous. But the director writes that he is excited to work with someone who chose family over prestige. Tucker reads the email twice, then sets the phone down on the nightstand. When Sabrina comes out of the bathroom, her hair wet, wearing an old t-shirt, he tells her that he accepted the offer. She does not cheer or cry. She climbs into bed, lies down beside him, and says, "Okay." Tucker turns off the light. They do not say they love each other, because they do not need to. They have said it 1,000 times, and they will say it 1,000 more. Tonight, okay is enough. The chapter ends there, not with a promise or a prayer, but with the quiet click of a lamp being switched off and two people settling into sleep. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 returns to Garrett and Hannah, and the chaos of new parenthood has shifted into something almost resembling a routine. Ava is 4 months old now, sleeping in longer stretches, smiling at faces, grabbing at toys with a concentration that makes Garrett laugh out loud. Hannah is back at work 3 days a week, and the separation has become easier, not because she misses Ava less, but because she has learned that missing someone and functioning are not mutually exclusive. The chapter opens with Garrett alone with Ava, attempting to assemble a play yard that came with instructions in 6 languages, and none of them helpful. He has been at it for an hour, and the thing still wobbles. Ava is on a blanket nearby, kicking her legs and cooing at a stuffed elephant. Garrett gives up on the instructions and starts over from scratch. And this time, piece by piece, the play yard takes shape. When he finally locks the last joint into place, he lifts Ava and sets her inside. She looks around, bewildered, then delighted. Then she promptly rolls over and tries to eat the corner of the mat. Garrett calls it a win. The chapter then shifts to Hannah at the hospital. She is reviewing a patient's chart when her phone buzzes with a text from Garrett. A photo of Ava in the newly assembled play yard, captioned Father of the Year. Hannah laughs, and a nurse passing by gives her a curious look. Hannah has become known as the resident who smiles at her phone, a reputation she does not mind. She finishes her shift and drives home through early summer traffic, the windows down, the radio playing something she does not recognize. She thinks about the early days of Ava's life, the sleepless nights, the terror of every little sniffle, the moment when she realized that she would never stop worrying, that worry was just love in a different form. She used to think that becoming a mother would make her softer, more vulnerable. Instead, it has made her sharper. She has less patience for nonsense, less tolerance for people who waste her time. She knows what matters now, and everything else is just noise. The central event of the chapter is a visit from Garrett's mother, who has come to spend the weekend. She arrives with a bag of groceries and an armful of baby toys, and within an hour, she has taken over the kitchen and is lecturing Garrett on the proper way to fold a fitted sheet. Hannah watches from the doorway, Ava on her hip, and she feels a warmth she did not expect. Garrett's mother is not her mother. They do not have the easy intimacy of shared history, but there is something about watching this woman tease her son, criticize his cooking, and then kiss Ava's forehead with such tenderness that Hannah feels like she belongs, not because she has earned it, but because she has been accepted. That is different. That is something she is still learning to trust. Garrett and his mother have a conversation on the back porch after dinner, while Hannah puts Ava to bed. The sun is setting, the air is warm, and his mother asks him if he is happy. Not if he is managing, not if he is surviving, but if he is truly happy. Garrett thinks about it. He thinks about the exhaustion, the financial pressure, the moments when he wants to lock himself in the bathroom just for 5 minutes of silence. Then he thinks about Hannah's laugh, about Ava's smile, about the way his life has expanded to include things he never knew he wanted. He tells his mother that he is happy, not perfectly happy, not effortlessly happy, but really happy. His mother nods and says that is all she ever wanted for him. She does not apologize again for the past. She does not need to. The apology has been made, accepted, set aside. What remains is simply 2 people sitting on a porch, watching the sun go down, glad to be in each other's lives. The chapter ends with a small, unexpected moment. Hannah comes downstairs after putting Ava to bed and finds Garrett alone in the living room, the play yard still standing, the stuffed elephant now on the couch. He is holding a small framed photograph that Hannah has never seen before, a picture of him as a teenager, in his hockey uniform, grinning at the camera with the unearned confidence of youth. He tells her that his mother brought it, that he had forgotten it existed, that looking at it makes him feel strange, like he is looking at a stranger. Hannah sits beside him and takes the photograph. She studies the boy in the picture, the sharp edges, the cocky smile, the eyes that have not yet seen enough of the world to be tired. She tells Garrett that she would have hated that boy if she had met him in high school. Garrett laughs, surprised. She would have found him insufferable, she says. Arrogant, loud, too sure of himself. But she tells him that she loves the man he became, the one who learned to be unsure, the one who asks for help, the one who assembles play yards on a Tuesday afternoon because his daughter needs a safe place to play. Garrett puts the photograph on the shelf, facing outward, and he does not say anything. He does not need to. The chapter ends with them sitting on the couch, the television off, the apartment quiet, the photograph of a boy they no longer know watching over them. It is not a dramatic ending. It is just a moment, ordinary and complete, and that is exactly what it should be. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 returns to Logan and Grace, and the pregnancy is real now in a way that no amount of positive tests could make it. Grace is 12 weeks along, past the first trimester, past the highest risk window, and she has a small but unmistakable bump that she catches herself touching when she thinks no one is looking. The chapter opens with Logan and Grace at the obstetrician's office for the first official ultrasound, the one where the baby goes from a cluster of cells on a screen to a person with limbs and a heartbeat and a face that looks like a tiny alien. Grace is nervous, not because she expects bad news, but because the fear has become a habit, something her body does automatically, like breathing. Logan holds her hand, and his palm is sweaty, which makes her feel better. At least she is not the only one. The ultrasound technician is a young woman with a cheerful voice and steady hands. She applies the gel, moves the wand, and there it is. The baby. Not a blur this time, not a suggestion, but a real, recognizable shape, with a head and a body and arms and legs that are already moving. Grace watches the screen, and she does not cry. She is too stunned for tears. Logan makes a sound, something between a laugh and a gasp, and the technician points out the heartbeat, strong and fast, and the spine, and the tiny hands that are already curling and uncurling. Grace feels the tears coming now, hot and insistent, and she does not fight them. Logan is crying too, silently, his free hand covering his mouth. The technician prints out several photographs and hands them over with a smile. Grace takes them, her fingers trembling, and she stares at the images as if they might disappear if she looks away. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Logan's mother's house. He has come alone this time, because Grace is resting, because he needs to tell his mother the news in person, because some conversations cannot happen over the phone. His mother is in the kitchen making tea, and he watches her move around the small space with a fragility that still makes him angry, even now, even after months of trying to let the anger go. He tells her that Grace is pregnant. His mother stops mid-step, her hand on the kettle, and she looks at him with an expression he cannot read. Then she smiles. A real smile. Not the tentative one she has been offering for months, and she crosses the room and hugs him. Logan stands still, rigid, not hugging back, not pulling away. She apologizes again, not for the pregnancy but for everything else, for the childhood she failed to give him, for the years she was not there. Logan listens, and he does not say it is okay, because it is not, but he does not say it is unforgivable either. He lets her hug him, and that is something. The central emotional moment of the chapter happens not in a dramatic confrontation, but in a quiet conversation between Grace and Logan that night. They are in bed, the lights off, the ultrasound photographs on the nightstand. Grace asks Logan if he is scared. He says yes. She asks if he is happy. He says yes. She asks if he is ready. He is quiet for a long time, and then he says no. He is not ready. He does not know if anyone is ever ready. But he tells her that he is willing, that he wants to learn, that he will not run away the way his father ran. Grace reaches for his hand in the dark, and they lie there, not talking, the baby between them in a way that is not physical, but is no less real. Grace thinks about the women in her support group, about Diana, about the ones who are still trying, about the ones who have given up. She thinks about how lucky she is, and she feels guilty for the luck, and then she lets the guilt go. Luck is not a finite resource. Someone else's struggle does not diminish her joy. The chapter ends with a small, unexpected development. Logan's phone buzzes late at night, a text from an unknown number. He reads it, his face shifting from confusion to something harder. Grace asks who it is. Logan says it is his father. The man who abandoned them, who drank himself into oblivion, who has not contacted Logan in over a decade, has somehow found his number and wants to meet. Logan stares at the screen, his thumb hovering over the keyboard, and Grace watches him, not speaking, not advising. He types out a response, deletes it, types another, deletes that too. Finally, he puts the phone down on the nightstand, face down, and turns off the light. He does not tell Grace what he decided. He does not tell her if he responded or ignored it or blocked the number. He just rolls over and closes his eyes, and Grace does not push. The chapter ends in silence, the phone dark, the ultrasound photographs glowing faintly in the moonlight, the question of Logan's father hanging in the air like smoke. There is no resolution. There is only the quiet of two people lying side by side, each carrying something the other cannot fully understand, choosing to stay anyway. Chapter 39. Chapter 39 returns to Dean and Allie, and the question of children has moved from abstract to almost concrete. Allie is the one who brings it up, not with a plan or a timeline, but with a simple statement over breakfast. I think I might be ready to think about it. Dean, mid-bite of his toast, stops chewing. He swallows and says, "Think about thinking about it?" Allie shrugs. Something like that. They do not make a decision. They do not set a date or stop using birth control or start tracking cycles. They just acknowledge that the door has shifted from closed to slightly ajar. That is enough for now. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Dean's gym where he is training a new client, a teenager who has been getting into fights at school. The kid is angry, not because he is bad, but because his parents are going through a divorce, because his life feels out of control, because he does not know how to handle the emotions that are eating him alive. Dean recognizes something of himself in the boy. The same rage, the same defensiveness, the same fear of being seen. He does not lecture the kid about discipline or respect. He tells him about his own father, about the man who left, about the years he spent pretending not to care. The kid listens, and at the end of the session, he asks if Dean is still angry. Dean thinks about it. He tells the kid that he is still angry sometimes, but the anger is smaller now, quieter. He tells the kid that the goal is not to stop being angry. The goal is to not let the anger win. The central event of the chapter is a confrontation that has been building for months. Allie's mother shows up at the apartment unannounced, not with an apology, but with a peace offering. She brings a box of Allie's favorite cookies from the bakery near her old house, the one they used to visit when Allie was a child. They sit in the living room, and Allie's mother does not apologize for the wedding drama or the years of criticism or the 1,000 small wounds she has inflicted. Instead, she tells Allie that she has been seeing a therapist, that she has realized that some of her behavior came from fear, from her own mother's expectations, from a lifetime of trying to be perfect and failing. She tells Allie that she is not asking for forgiveness, not yet, but that she is trying to change. Allie listens, and she does not say it is okay, because it is not. But she eats a cookie. That is something. Dean comes home to find the two of them sitting in silence, the cookie box empty, the afternoon light fading. He assesses the scene, reads the tension, and decides to make dinner. He does not ask questions. He does not demand explanations. He just goes into the kitchen and starts chopping vegetables. Ali follows him a few minutes later and stands beside him at the counter. She tells him that her mother is trying. Dean says that is good. Ali says she does not know if it is enough. Dean says that is fair. They cook together in silence, and the silence is not uncomfortable. It is the silence of two people who do not need to fill every space with words. The chapter ends with a phone call. Dean's mother calls late at night, her voice unsteady. She has been feeling worse lately, the treatment not working as well as the doctors hoped. She is not dying, not yet, but she is scared. Dean listens, and he feels the familiar tug of anger and pity and love, all tangled together. He tells his mother that he will come see her tomorrow, that they will figure out the next steps together. When he hangs up, Ali is awake, watching him from the bed. She does not ask what is wrong. She just holds out her hand. Dean takes it and lies down beside her, and they stare at the ceiling in the dark. The chapter ends there, not with a resolution, but with an image. Dean's phone on the nightstand, the screen dark. Ali's hand in his, the ceiling above them, unchanged, indifferent. They are not okay, not entirely, but they are here, and that is where they need to be. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 returns to Tucker and Sabrina, and the move to Connecticut is happening. Not in a dramatic rush, but in a slow, methodical process of packing boxes and changing addresses and saying goodbye to a city that has become home. The chapter opens with Sabrina in the apartment, surrounded by half-filled boxes, a roll of packing tape in her hand, Clara napping in the other room. She is supposed to be sorting through the kitchen, but she has been sitting on the floor for 20 minutes, holding a chipped mug that used to belong to her grandmother. The mug is ugly, a faded floral pattern that has no business being in a modern kitchen, but Sabrina cannot throw it away. She thinks about all the mornings her grandmother made tea in this mug, all the conversations they had across this kitchen table, all the times this mug was the only warm thing in a cold apartment. She wraps it in newspaper and places it carefully in the box. Some things are not about usefulness. Some things are about memory. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Tucker's gym, where he is saying goodbye to his clients. The teenager with the anger issues has made progress, not huge progress, but enough that his teachers have noticed. The Zhongnian woman, who wanted to get in shape for her daughter's wedding, has lost 15 pounds and gained a confidence that makes Tucker proud. He shakes hands, accepts hugs, promises to stay in touch. He does not know if he will. The promises are polite, the way goodbye promises always are. But he means them when he makes them, and that has to count for something. His last client of the day is an older man, a retired firefighter who has been coming to Tucker for years. The man tells Tucker that he reminds him of his own son, who moved away and never came back. He tells Tucker to take care of his family, to not let the distance make him forget where he came from. Tucker nods, and he feels the weight of the words, the way advice from old men always lands heavier than it should. The central event of the chapter is a conversation between Sabrina and her grandmother about the move. Her grandmother is not coming with them. She has decided to stay in Boston, where her doctors are, where her friends are, where she can live independently for as long as possible. Sabrina has known this for weeks, but the reality of it is only now settling in. They sit in the living room, the boxes stacked around them, and Sabrina tells her grandmother that she is scared. Not of the move, not of Connecticut, but of leaving her behind. Her grandmother takes Sabrina's hands and tells her that she is not being left behind. She is choosing to stay. There is a difference. She tells Sabrina that she has spent her whole life taking care of other people, and now it is time for her to take care of herself. She tells Sabrina that she is proud of her, that she always has been, that she will visit often and expect phone calls every Sunday. Sabrina cries, and her grandmother cries, and they hold each other on the couch while the afternoon light fades and the boxes wait. The chapter then moves to a scene in Clara's room, where Tucker is taking apart the crib. He works slowly, carefully, labeling each piece, placing the screws in a small bag. Sabrina watches him from the doorway, and she thinks about the night they brought Clara home from the hospital, how terrified they both were, how they had no idea what they were doing. They still do not know what they are doing, not really, but they are better at pretending now. Tucker finishes disassembling the crib and looks up at her. He asks if she is okay. Sabrina says she does not know. He nods because he understands. Okay is not a requirement, it is just a word. The chapter ends with a late-night walk through the neighborhood. Tucker and Sabrina take Clara in the stroller, the summer air warm and thick, the streetlights casting long shadows. They pass the corner store where Sabrina used to buy coffee when she was studying for the bar. They pass the park where Clara took her first steps. They pass the apartment building where Tucker first told her he loved her, the words clumsy and unexpected, the moment so ordinary that she almost missed it. They stop at the end of the block, and Sabrina turns to look back at the apartment one last time. She does not say anything. She does not need to. Tucker puts his arm around her, and they stand there for a minute, 2 minutes, 5. Then they keep walking. The chapter ends with the three of them disappearing around the corner, the streetlights flickering, the apartment growing smaller behind them. No grand speeches, no dramatic farewells. Just a family, moving forward, one step at a time. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 returns to Garrett and Hannah, and Ava is 6 months old now, sitting up on her own, eating solid food with a messiness that defies logic, and saying "dada" with no apparent understanding of what it means. Garrett pretends not to care that her first word was his name, but he has told everyone he knows, including the barista at the coffee shop and a stranger on the elevator. The chapter opens with Hannah coming home from work to find Garrett and Ava on the floor of the living room, surrounded by toys, a video playing on Garrett's phone of Ava saying "dada" over and over. Hannah rolls her eyes, but she is smiling, and Garrett catches her smile and grins back. This is their life now. It is not glamorous. It is not what either of them imagined when they were younger. But it is theirs, and that makes it enough. The chapter then shifts to a scene at Garrett's office. He has been offered a promotion, a senior position with more responsibility and a significant raise. The offer comes from his boss, who pulls him aside after a meeting and tells him that he has earned it, that the firm values him, that they want him to stay for the long term. Garrett listens, and he thanks his boss, and he says he needs to think about it. The promotion would mean more travel, longer hours, less time at home. He thinks about Hannah, about Ava, about the way his daughter reaches for him when he walks through the door. He thinks about his own father, about the man who was never there, about the promise he made to himself to be different. He does not know if the promotion is worth the cost. He does not know if he will regret turning it down. He puts the offer letter in his bag and goes home, the decision unsettled, the weight of it pressing on him. The central event of the chapter is a conversation between Hannah and Garrett that night, after Ava is asleep. They are sitting on the couch, the television off, the apartment quiet. Garrett tells Hannah about the promotion, about the travel, about the money. Hannah listens, and then she asks him what he wants. Not what he thinks he should want, not what she wants him to want, but what he actually wants. Garrett is quiet for a long time. He wants to be home for dinner. He wants to be the one who puts Ava to bed. He wants to go to the park on Saturday mornings and push his daughter on the swings. He does not want to be his father, a man who measured his worth by his paycheck and his absence by the things he bought to make up for it. He tells Hannah that he is going to turn down the promotion. Hannah asks if he is sure. He says he is not sure, but he is certain enough. That is the best he can do. The chapter then moves to a scene at Hannah's hospital. She is in a meeting with her supervisor, who has also been discussing her future. There is an opening for a senior resident position, a competitive role that would lead to better opportunities down the line. Hannah has been considered for it, but her supervisor wants to know if she is willing to commit to the hours, the travel, the demands. Hannah thinks about Garrett turning down his promotion. She thinks about the work she has already reduced to be home with Ava. She thinks about the guilt she feels every time she leaves her daughter, the way it tugs at her all day, the relief she feels when she walks through the door. She tells her supervisor that she is not interested. The supervisor is surprised, disappointed, but she nods. Hannah walks out of the meeting and calls Garrett. She tells him that she turned down the position. He is quiet for a moment, and then he says, "Okay, that is all." Okay. The chapter ends with a small, quiet scene. Garrett and Hannah are in the kitchen making dinner together, Ava in her high chair banging a spoon on the tray. They are not talking about the promotions or the money or the future. They are talking about nothing, about the weather, about a funny thing Ava did earlier, about what to watch on television later. The food is simple, pasta and sauce from a jar, but it tastes good because they are hungry and because they made it together. After dinner, Garrett puts Ava to bed while Hannah washes the dishes. He comes back into the kitchen and stands beside her, picking up a towel to dry. They work in silence, the way they have worked 100 times before, and the silence is not heavy or hopeful. It is just the silence of two people who have chosen each other, who keep choosing each other, who do not need a grand gesture to prove that the choice was right. The chapter ends with them turning off the kitchen light and walking down the hall together, the apartment settling into darkness behind them. No fireworks, no tears, just a Tuesday night, ordinary and complete, and that is exactly what they need. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 returns to Logan and Grace is 24 weeks pregnant, well into the second trimester. The baby's kicks now strong enough that Logan can feel them from the outside. The chapter opens with Grace at a routine prenatal appointment, alone because Logan is at practice, and the doctor delivers unexpected news. The ultrasound shows that the baby is measuring small, not dangerously so, but enough that the doctor wants to monitor her more closely. Grace listens, nods, asks the right questions, and schedules the additional appointments. Then she walks out to her car, sits in the driver's seat, and cries. She is tired of measurements, of numbers, of the constant vigilance that pregnancy has become. She thought that once she got past the first trimester, the fear would ease. Instead, it has just changed shape. She calls Logan from the parking lot, and he answers on the first ring. She tells him about the appointment, and he tells her that he will come home early, that they will talk about it, that she is not alone. Grace hangs up and sits for a while longer, her hand on her belly, feeling the baby move. The fear is still there, but it is quieter now. She starts the car and drives home. The chapter then shifts to a scene at the fertility support group, which Grace has continued attending even though she is pregnant. She sits in the circle with women who are still trying, women who have given up, women who have had losses that would break a weaker person. Diana is there, still trying after 5 years, still hoping, still showing up. Grace feels guilty for her success, the way survivors always feel guilty, and she tells the group this. Diana reaches over and takes her hand. She tells Grace that her pregnancy is not an insult to anyone else's struggle. She tells Grace that she is allowed to be happy and scared at the same time. She tells Grace that the group is not about jealousy, but about solidarity. Grace cries, and Diana cries, and the other women cry too, not from sadness, but from the recognition of a feeling they all share. The meeting ends, and Grace drives home with the windows down, the summer air warm on her face, the guilt lighter than it was before. The central event of the chapter is a conversation between Logan and his father. After weeks of ignoring the text message, after weeks of debating whether to respond, Logan has agreed to meet. The meeting takes place in a neutral location, a coffee shop halfway between their homes, a place where neither of them has any history. Logan's father is older than he remembers, his face weathered, his hands shaking. He looks nothing like the man who left, nothing like the monster from Logan's childhood. He looks ordinary, even sad. He apologizes, not with excuses, not with justifications, but with a simple, "I am sorry for what I did to you and your mother." Logan listens, and he does not feel the satisfaction he expected. He does not feel closure. He feels tired. He tells his father that he does not forgive him, that he may never forgive him, but that he is tired of carrying the anger. He tells his father that he is going to have a child, a daughter, and that he will not let her grow up with the same weight. He tells his father that this is the only conversation they will have. Then he stands up and walks out. He does not look back. The chapter then moves to a scene at the apartment where Grace is waiting for Logan. She sees his face when he walks in, the exhaustion, the emptiness, the faint trace of something that might be relief. She does not ask what happened. She just takes his hand and leads him to the couch. They sit in silence, and Logan tells her the bare bones of the conversation, the apology, the lack of forgiveness, the walking away. Grace tells him that she is proud of him, not for going, but for coming back. Logan leans his head on her shoulder, and they sit like that, the baby kicking between them, the afternoon light fading. Logan thinks about his father, about the man he will never be, about the daughter he will raise differently. He does not know if he made the right choice. He does not know if he will regret the meeting or the walking away, but he knows that he is done with the hope that his father might change, done with the anger that has consumed so much of his life, done with the past. The chapter ends with a late-night conversation in bed. Grace is reading a book about newborn care, and Logan is staring at the ceiling. He asks her if she thinks he's going to be a good father. Grace puts down her book and looks at him. She tells him that he is already a good father, that the baby can feel him, that she knows his voice and his touch and the way he hums off key when he thinks no one is listening. She tells him that the fear he feels is not a weakness, but a proof that he cares. Logan does not say anything. He just reaches over and puts his hand on her belly, and after a moment, the baby kicks, right where his palm is resting. He smiles, a small, tired smile, and Grace smiles too. The chapter ends there, not with a resolution, but with a hand on a belly and a kick in response. No promises, no guarantees, just a moment, ordinary and strange, and enough. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 brings the main narrative of the legacy to its close, returning one final time to each of the 4 couples in a series of short, interconnected scenes that span a single summer weekend. The chapter opens with Garrett and Hannah at a park near their apartment, watching Ava take her first wobbly steps between them. Hannah holds out her arms, Garrett holds out his, and Ava lurches from one parent to the other, her face lit up with the pure, uncomplicated joy of a child who has not yet learned that the world can be cruel. Garrett catches her and lifts her into the air, and she shrieks with laughter. Hannah leans against him, her hand on his back, and they watch other families around them, other children, other parents doing exactly what they are doing. Garrett thinks about the promotion he turned down, about the money they lost, about the future that is less certain than it used to be. He looks at Ava, at Hannah, and he knows he made the right choice. He does not feel triumphant, he does not feel proud, he just feels settled. The scene shifts to Logan and Grace, who are at the obstetrician's office for what will likely be their last ultrasound before the baby arrives. Grace is 36 weeks now, her belly huge, her feet swollen, her patience thin. Logan sits beside her holding her hand, and they watch the screen as the technician measures the baby's head, her femur, her abdomen. The growth has improved, not dramatically, but enough that the doctor is no longer concerned. Grace feels the relief wash over her, not the sharp relief of a crisis averted, but something slower, quieter, the relief of a long, steady climb finally leveling out. The technician prints a photograph, and Logan puts it in his wallet, next to the first ultrasound, the one from the beginning. He looks at the two images side by side, the tiny blur and the almost full-grown baby, and he thinks about how much has changed in the months between them. He thinks about the negative tests, the failed cycles, the moment when Grace showed him the positive test, and he could not believe it. He thinks about his father, about the meeting, about the decision to walk away. He thinks about his mother, about the fragile reconciliation they are still building. He puts the wallet back in his pocket and takes Grace's hand. They walk out of the office together into the summer heat, and neither of them says anything. There is nothing left to say. The scene then shifts to Dean and Allie, who are at Dean's mother's apartment, helping her pack for a move to a smaller place, one that is easier to manage with her declining health. The work is slow, emotional, punctuated by moments when Dean's mother stops to hold up an old photograph or a piece of jewelry, telling stories that Dean has never heard before. Allie watches the two of them, the way Dean's mother looks at him, the way he looks away, the way they are both trying and both failing and both still showing up. Allie thinks about her own mother, about the therapy, about the slow, uncertain progress they have made. She thinks about the baby she and Dean are not having yet, the one they are still thinking about. She thinks about the word family, about all the ways it can be defined, about the people who have become hers, even though they share no blood. Dean catches her eye across the room and smiles, a tired, genuine smile, and she smiles back. His mother puts on an old record, something from the 70s, and the three of them dance in the living room, badly, laughing. The boxes still half-packed, the afternoon light golden and soft. The final scene returns to Tucker and Sabrina in Connecticut, in the small house with the front porch and the swing. They have been here for 3 months now, and the town that once felt too quiet is beginning to feel like home. Sabrina is on the porch swing, Clara in her lap, a book open in front of her that she is not reading. Tucker is in the yard, mowing the lawn, his shirt off, sweat on his back. Sabrina watches him, and she thinks about the life they left behind, the apartment in Boston, her grandmother's kitchen, the law library where she spent so many sleepless nights. She misses those things sometimes, with an ache that surprises her. But she does not regret the move. She does not regret choosing Tucker, choosing Clara, choosing a life that is smaller and quieter and slower. Her phone buzzes with a text from Hannah, a photo of Ava taking her first steps. She texts back a string of emojis and a promise to call tomorrow. Then she puts the phone down and lifts Clara onto her hip. Tucker finishes the lawn and walks toward her, the mower behind him, his face flushed with heat. He sits down beside her on the swing, and they rock back and forth, the three of them, the evening coming on, the fireflies beginning to blink in the yard. Clara reaches out and grabs Tucker's nose, and he pretends to bite her fingers, and she shrieks with delight. Sabrina laughs, and Tucker laughs, and the sound of it echoes across the quiet street. The chapter ends there, not with a goodbye, but with a moment, ordinary and complete. The sun sets behind the house, the fireflies glow, and the four families, separate but connected, move through their evenings, each one different, each one the same. They are not perfect, they are not done, but they are here, and that is everything. The legacy ends not with a resolution, but with a continuation. The story does not stop. It just keeps going, one day at a time, one choice at a time, one love at a time. Epilogue. The epilogue of the legacy opens 1 year after the events of the final chapter, on a warm Saturday afternoon in late spring, at a gathering that brings all four families together for the first time since Tucker and Sabrina moved to Connecticut. The location is the backyard of Garrett and Hannah's new house, a modest place in a quiet Boston suburb with a large yard, a wooden playset that Garrett spent 3 weekends assembling, and a garden that Hannah's mother plants every spring. The occasion is not a holiday or a birthday, but something simpler. They have all decided that they need to see each other more often, that the group chat and the occasional phone call are not enough, that the friendships that carried them through college and young adulthood deserve more maintenance than they have been giving. So they have gathered, all of them, with children and partners and parents, and the kind of chaos that only comes when too many people who love each other spend too much time in one place. Garrett is manning the grill, a beer in one hand and a spatula in the other, while Hannah chases Ava across the yard. Ava is 2 years old now, fast and fearless, her dark hair flying behind her as she runs from her mother, shrieking with laughter. Hannah catches her and swings her into the air, and Ava demands to be put down so she can run again. Garrett watches them, his heart full in a way that still surprises him. He thinks about the promotion he turned down, about the money they do not have, about the house that needs a new roof. He would make the same choice again. Every time. Logan and Grace arrive with their daughter Emma, who is 4 months old and sleeping peacefully in a carrier on Grace's chest. Grace looks tired but happy, the dark circles under her eyes evidence of sleepless nights and the particular exhaustion of new motherhood. Logan walks beside her, his hand on her back, ready to step in if she needs him. Emma was born 8 pounds, 3 ounces, after a long labour that tested both of them in ways they did not expect. She is healthy, perfect, and Grace still sometimes looks at her with the disbelief of someone who cannot believe that after all the struggle, she is finally here. Logan's mother is with them, having driven up from her apartment, her health stable, her presence no longer a source of tension, but something closer to acceptance. She holds Emma for the first time and cries, and Logan watches her, and he does not cry, but he does not look away either. Dean and Allie are the last to arrive, delayed by a flat tire on the highway. Dean is in a good mood anyway, teasing Allie about her navigation skills, and Allie is threatening to make him sleep on the couch. They bicker the way they always have. There is no heat in it, only the comfortable rhythm of two people who know each other too well to take offense. Dean's mother is with them too, her illness in remission, her hair growing back, her smile more frequent than it used to be. She and Allie's mother have developed an unlikely friendship, bonding over their shared history of difficult parenting and their mutual desire to do better. They sit together on the porch, drinking iced tea, watching the chaos in the yard with matching expressions of weary amusement. Tucker and Sabrina are the ones who travelled the farthest, driving up from Connecticut with Clara, who is 3 now and full of opinions about everything. Sabrina is in her final year of law school, commuting to Boston twice a week for classes, the rest of her work done online. Tucker's fellowship is going well, the Connecticut program proving to be a better fit than Chicago ever would have been. They are tired, both of them, the way all parents of young children are tired, but they are also happy, not perfectly happy, but genuinely happy. Clara runs off to play with Ava, and Sabrina watches her go, and Tucker puts his arm around her. She leans into him, and they do not say anything, because they do not need to. The epilogue does not offer a dramatic climax or a final twist. Instead, it offers a series of small moments: the children playing in the grass, the adults sitting in lawn chairs, drinking beer, telling old stories, the food running out too quickly and someone being sent to the store for more, the sun setting behind the trees and the fire pit being lit and the marshmallows being roasted, the noise, the laughter, the arguments over who cheated at cards, the quiet at the end of the night, when the children are asleep and the adults are sitting around the dying fire, too tired to talk, too content to leave. The final pages of the epilogue focus on Sabrina. She is sitting on the porch steps, alone for the first time all day, watching the fireflies blink in the dark. She thinks about the girl she used to be, the one who believed that love was a trap and independence was the only safety. She thinks about the mother who is still writing letters, the grandmother who is still in Boston, the daughter who is sleeping inside. She thinks about Tucker, about the move to Connecticut, about the choices they made and the ones they are still making. She does not have all the answers. She does not know if the fellowship will lead to something permanent, if her law career will survive the move, if Clara will look back on her childhood and feel loved. But she knows that she is here, that she stayed, that she keeps staying. The back door opens and Tucker comes out, 2 mugs of tea in his hands. He hands her one and sits down beside her. They do not speak. They just sit, watching the fireflies, listening to the laughter from inside the house. The epilogue ends with that image. Not a grand declaration or a sweeping gesture, but 2 people on a porch, drinking tea, staying. The legacy, it turns out, is not a thing you leave behind. It is a thing you live every day in the small choices, the quiet moments, the stubborn refusal to give up on each other. The story ends there, not because there is nothing left to tell, but because some stories do not need endings. They just need to be lived.